All right. Really do need to come up with a better intro than saying, "Hey, look like that! If that red light is to be believed, I believe we are live now." Hello, everybody. My name is Harry, aka the Moving Target. Welcome to you guys again on one of these long Friday night shows with the Walnuts. I really do need to come up with a better name for the show. This show started with the brainchild of one of our co-hosts here on one of these long episodes for Loki. But we've got an amazing cast and crew, people from the We Are Libertarians Network, of people who's going to jump in and out. So let's get it started. We're going to start with the introductions. Everyone introduce themselves, bring everyone into the fold here on this Friday, which will be the last show of the year, because it's almost New Year's. So, anyways, so we got Reinhold. Reinhold, this is your idea. You know, we did Vincent's on Mondays because he got his punch card, but you get one every month because we had to write it in your contract because we couldn't afford afford you, so we'll just give you this instead. It's easier. So go ahead.
I just think the world needs 4 hours of me a month, just to satiate the desire and need to hear my voice. Hear what I have to say.
Yeah, good for it. Now, normally we do introduce people in the seniority of the network, but considering that one person is a full-timer on the low-key network and the other person is a filthy casual, Vincent, what should I say, Vincent? You are muted. Vincent, you are muted. We cannot hear you. Very professional.
I'm muted. Totally awesome. Great. Yeah. Perfect for everything.
Yeah.
I am on the, as you can tell, I'm already on the tail end of I've worked the last 10 days straight, so my brain is at the tail end of that.
Well, yeah.
For the love of God. I need this Xbox Live experience to stop. I need you to mute unless you're talking, sir.
Well, let me do it. Hey.
I need you to
Tara, Darwin.
Talking, bro.
We got live.
You can't play Roblox.
He's parenting. It's unwilling to mute when not speaking.
Prefers to just going for like 3 minutes. I was like, please stop. Please mute. For the love of God.
Yeah. Yes, we have another associate. Christy, you have the link. You can jump in anytime you want. Like Christy, all the friends of the Wall Network. If you want the link, you can always request it. You know who you are. Or if I had the ability to give gears out on YouTube, like if you had gears, if I could give out the gears and give out people mod status on YouTube, I would give it to you, Christy. But I don't have the ability to give gears yet. I say yet. I'm gonna get that. And we're ripping that from Spangle this year. So we've got also so like Vincent has decided to do his crazy person 10 days straight, 12-hour days, right?
I mean, almost for most of them actually.
Yeah. So
Christmas was fun.
He's coming off that burner there. And then, all right, so also we've got next, as you can see, we have James Neese, who was here showing his parenting style. See, you can see he, asked nicely his kids to turn the robot down.
I just went over there and took the computer over and just drugged the volume thing to mute. I'm like, there you go. You know what I mean?
Wow. Poor kid.
I want to hear the music.
Just get them headphones.
They have some, but they want to hear. They want to put it on full blast. This is 2 rooms away. You know what I mean? It's it's boom, boom, boom. I'm Siren Head. Boom, boom, boom. SCP-096.
All right, next time Woot has the Clips speaker system for sale. Man, go get a couple for your kids. It'll be more fun this way. Also, have waited patiently through all of this and have been very professional. This is the professional quality that I want from the rest of you. But I get that mostly from producer Paul. Paul, I scald you.
Hey, glad to be here. Whisper quiet on my end because I put the animals downstairs.
Hopefully in 2023, as you can see, that I Skullja got lighting. We can actually see him. See, he actually has a place to live. He's not in a van. Okay, sorry.
Look, you can do a lot of neat things with green paint and computer graphics. So let's not make assumptions about my living arrangements.
I don't know. Judging by that wallpaper, I assume the Belfast region of Ukraine, right?
Southern Kiev.
Okay.
You know, once the missiles stop raining down,
there it is.
The houses are empty, and
There it
you can
is.
just set up wherever you want.
It's sad that my first thought was, is it pre or post bombings?
I just appreciate he made his bed because for all I know, like Paul just rolls out of that shit when he's ready to do this. You know what I mean? It's like, well, I gotta go on camera, I better make the bed. I can't look that messy, you know.
I have standards.
Yeah, Paul's a new Sigma male. He's brand new to it. So he's getting to get up at 4 a.m. now. Okay, all right.
Yeah, and like honestly, I want to thank my life coach, and also like, who do I ask for a refund? Because obviously new classes aren't going to be coming out anytime soon.
The Romanian pizza company, obviously.
Yeah, so we need to go get Paul a new life coach for 2023. We also got to see if we can get him some cat ears for his headset too. You know, that's what you need, Paul. Huh?
I will take any donated equipment, with or without cat ears.
How about some SSDs? Would you take some SSDs?
You have them? Ship them. Hand them to me. I'll pick them up in the van later.
You know, it would be an interesting series to get Paul like you can buy like a really cheap RV for like $2,000. You know what I mean? You just fix it up, and just have Paul do like a year-long van life where he just goes from like state to state doing the van life thing. Like, here I am at the Grand Canyon, San Francisco Bridge. Here I am. Here's me getting harassed by police in Kansas. You know, like the whole van life experience.
I say he would do it, but there's not enough. He wouldn't have a reliable Wi-Fi connection to play Paladins, so he wouldn't want to do it.
You don't need reliable Wi-Fi to play Paladins.
You give him like a 4G, 5G like box. You know,
exactly. Yeah. Because you know, with unreliable internet, Reinhold still gets headshots, right? Right.
I have most reliable internet anyone on here. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, I did play Paladins with onboard graphics at max settings with no issues. So, with no issues.
If you did the van life thing, would you go to every festival along the way? Like, here I am at Burning Man, and here I am eating LSD. Let's see where this girl takes me. You know what I mean?
No, man. Burning Man's too corporate nowadays. You gotta go for the smaller festivals off the beaten path.
I do want to go to Cyberforce.
Channels dedicated to taking vans or buses and turning them into houses and traveling around and stuff with them.
Mm-hmm. You can pick them up for real cheap once those people realize that life sucks. I could actually see Paul doing that, but only to set up for 2032. Okay, all right.
I mean, you can write free candy on the side of it, so you can be a meme band if you want privacy. You know what I mean? Just free candy on the side. Like, leave my van alone. You know, but if you want like people to come in, just get like a custom license plate or something. Tell them like it chops up with her business. You know, like, hey, you can go to my van anytime you want, girl. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Paul 2032.
Is that what we really want? Is that what we really want?
I mean, you can make it a duo.
Tell me what you want. What you really, really want.
Donovan, you can go with them. Just go with them.
Not that. Because here's the thing, Paul wants to be behind the scenes. He wants to push Harry for 2032, not himself. But we all know that would never happen, because if Harry got power, he would immediately capitulate to the power and do whatever the fuck you wanted.
Yes,
I'd be in my 60s about that time, almost old enough to run for president. Don't you have to be like 75 or older to run now?
Don't worry. We'll make sure you don't take the dementia tests. It doesn't matter how you speak.
You forget, Reinhold, it's a sliding scale.
Side.
By the time you get there, the rubber band will have stretched far enough. Like, you'll never age into it, because the robot brains and vats of like Trump, Biden, Clinton,
Not even. All you have to do is be a body that can like kind of say things, and then people will still vote for you.
Are you saying that that people just vote for which does feel like, well, who's older and just votes for that person?
If you read the
I'm just saying that Fetterman did not have good debates when he was on stage, and he still won.
But let's be fair. He was up against Dr. Oz.
I know. No, it doesn't even matter.
I know.
It doesn't matter.
All I have to do is memorize. Person, woman, man, camera, TV, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the way it works?
Mm-hmm.
Call True, back. Like it.
Like
pressure.
Call back.
Yeah.
You would just get stomped out by Richard Nixon doing the whole, like, it says no body can get elected twice. So obviously I'm not a body, you know what I mean?
So you're saying that Futurama was a prediction, not a...
Yeah, this is like The Simpsons, yeah. I mean, I don't think Reinhold could even beat Richard Nixon, you know what I mean? He's like the discombobulated head and brain of Richard Nixon.
I think Reinhold would try, though. He would definitely step in the ring. Like if
it'd be hilarious.
That'd be the hippie counterpart to his the man status.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man, then we get to see Reinhold's ultimate technique where he takes all the hippie energy into his fist. Okay, releases it.
I've got great debate zingers that I want to throw out there when I start debating people. It's gonna be fun.
Oh, man.
We need to teach you
listen to somebody give this long rambling answer to a question and then just keep looking and then they say it's your time and you go, oh, I didn't realize it was I was waiting for him to actually answer the question. So stuff like that.
Zingers. Hit him with the zingers.
I got them all written up, ready to go.
If I ran for president and like I did like shadow clone jutsus while I was debating somebody, would you vote for it? You know what I mean? Like oh yeah, it's cool, but like check out my genjutsu. You know what I mean? It's like that answers nothing over the economy.
See the thing though, Nice, if you ran for president at that point, Naruto everybody would just think of Naruto as Boruto and hate it. So your hand signed jutsu shit wouldn't even work.
Yeah.
No one cares.
What if I just turn into a rap battle? Like since we have to agree on the debate conditions. Or I want it wild and out style. Okay, I want Nick Cannon to moderate the debate
with his horde of kids.
ERB does those presidential debates, rap battles like a week before the elections every year. So those are fun.
God, Nick Cannon would be so easy to beat in a debate. It's like, yeah, I could argue with you on the facts, but hey, there's a single model that way, brother. He's like, really? Like, let me get in their pants.
He's like, so which of your 13 kids is that one? I don't know.
Sorry, I turned around to message Miranda's moving a little behind.
That's fine.
Yes, Christy, I'm trying to get Miranda on. Which I think she's only coming on to, keep me happy. So, like, I'll help her with
appease the loser. To appease the loser.
To appease us, or like, she's, now she knows where the studio house is. She wants to, go and record more often. Which I'm more willing to help her record, but like, I was hoping, get her to come to yoga with me. So I got someone else to go yoga with. Since Brett left me. All right, so Facebook memories, because it's the end of the year, right? So Facebook memories popped up, like all the different this week of all the different New Year's resolutions that I have, because I've kept majority of them. Like, so like I've done I had a savings goal this year. I've done the Linux as a desktop. I did that for a year. What other one? I did yoga. Yoga was one. I did several different weightlifting ones, stuff like that. So I usually end up keeping them, but I do make them very easy or plausible. Yeah, epic battles of politics. Yes, yeah, that'd be hilarious. But I try to make goals like that. But one of them, like I said, the yoga one popped up, and I missed my which started me the first time I ever did yoga. I was popping up like, hey, I want to do yoga this year, and having someone reach out to my Facebook and go like, I'll go with you. Let's do this, and having an amazing time. And it started me on this journey, and I'm a yoga nutty person. But,
the term is a yogi.
Well, yeah, but like Americans say the word yogi, but apparently it has a different connotation also in India too.
Which is fair.
Which
It
I didn't know.
Also has a different connotation around Jellystone Park.
Yeah, if you have a picnic basket, it's a very different phrase. It's terrible.
Picnic basket.
You're talking about Facebook like memories. I'm just like, huh. I don't even use that website anymore.
It's the easiest way to communicate with dear leader. I will say that. That's my mid.
Anybody over 40.
Rhino, I tried not to talk to you there. I want you to know that. Like, so if you feel like I'm ignoring you, I kind of am on Facebook. I love talking. I'll talk to you all the time with Discord. On Facebook, I kind of ignore you half the time.
If I want you to see something, I throw it on Discord.
Good, thank you. Same. You know. Unless like I want your reaction for the group, then I'll post it. I'm like, oh man, you got to see this. Like the one where the video of like the libertarians are to blame for everything wrong with the GOP because they have so much power inside the GOP. That's hilarious. That's some funny stuff there.
So much power inside the GOP. Libertarians have like none.
Yep.
Libertarians don't even have power inside the Libertarian Party.
I know.
That's true. That's true. Hey. If you would have just listened and bought helicopters, right? You could have just took all of them up in helicopters, right? And you would have got rid of all of them. Okay. And there's nothing they could have said about it because they believe. Do unto others before they do unto you. And you yes, Reinhold would have been upset as we used them, but right.
I mean, they're not really libertarians.
I would have written a strongly worded letter.
He wouldn't have stopped us. He would have just wrote a letter.
He would have wrote a letter and then handed it to you.
Put an entry on my blog post on my blog. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm so sad.
Now I'm donating to your Patreon. Don't use this for jet fuel. Okay.
If anyone's interested, Michael Heiss is selling his gaming rig because Michael Heiss is broke.
But he never finished. He didn't complete it, did he?
Just the case. The case is only $2,000.
Oh, speaking of gaming rigs up for sale, I was on Facebook Marketplace, like you do when you're waiting for dear leader's reply, and somebody is in the local area is selling like their all pink gaming setup, and it's like I said, it's like that super like razor pink. They bought everything. Look, they bought everything. They're trying to get rid of it. And when I was going through the photos, I came to the chair, the gamer chair, the pink gamer chair. And some sus stains on it. Oof. Stains are sus. Why is there stains just in the seat part? Not in the armrest, nowhere else. Just the seat part. That's sus. Just like
what is on that rig? I don't want to. I need you to wipe everything.
Right, like almost. Yeah, I thought about getting it so like have a cool, goofy looking gaming setup at the stream house, right? Because I was, but then I saw that chair. I was like, oof, no.
She had 30 Twitch viewers and she was trying to get to 60. Like you can't blame her for trying,
Trying to get to 69 is what she was doing.
Hey-o.
Nice.
Hey-o.
Someone hand clap me.
He's trying to figure out where it is.
Yeah.
All
Right.
All right.
Man.
I felt the boomer. Just siphoning through the screen. It hurt.
Okay, it's got to be here. I got to do this.
Okay,
cool.
There, that's it.
Yeah, we did it. Cool.
I'm stuck. I don't know. I'm not actually this kitten. I'm stuck. I don't know how to stop it.
Oh man. So like, so do you guys? So like, for the group, do you guys do New Year's resolutions? And if so, do you keep them? Let's start with Niece. This will be fun. Niece, do you do New Year's resolution? Do you keep them?
Like I don't even really do New Year's. Like New Year's is like stuff I did when I was 20, when I was like passing out in cornfields. Like, let's get fucking hammered, let's go pass out in the cornfield. But like New Year's loses its allure when you're not like binge drinking, right? So it's kind of like, oh, it's a new year. It's like, well, that just means I got to go to work Tuesday instead of fucking Monday. You know what I mean? So it's like as you get older, like New Year's becomes less fun, right? It's kind of like St. Patrick's Day. It's like becomes less fun the older you get, right? It's like Halloween, less fun the older you get. Like peak of those holidays is like age 18 to like 25. And then it's like after that, it's like a downhill coaster. So like, I just bought like $100 worth of like table things, like charcuterie boards and shit like that, right? They go ahead, get you some like beef, and bought like sparkling grape juice. You know what I mean? Let's pretend we're drinking because there's kids, right? But like that's all we do. It's like it used to be cool. Like last New Year's party I went to was like 6-7 years ago, and it's like people I went to high school with. You know what I mean? So like, hey, it's like it's James. It's like, hey, forget your name, but
person.
I remember you. It's like I remember you. It's like, how do you remember me? It's like you had D cups in like 9th grade. I remember that. So it's like, I'm being honest. It's like you're kind of hot back then, but not. It's we all look better back then. So I don't.
They peaked at 10th grade. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So like the last time I went to was that. And outside like 3 or 4 people like I talked to in high school, you know what I mean? Like I just regularly talk to them. Like, they like the other James. Like, oh yeah, it's like you still like hanging with like your dad and fucking punching drywall, like just talk to like people like that. But the rest of the people there is like because they bring like their spouses and stuff like that. He's like some dude just be like, yeah, I work at a law firm. It's like I'm like,
cool, I guess.
It's like he. I think that's like the only memorable thing about it was like she brought her spouse in, who was like a junior lawyer at like one of the offices in Indy, right? And he just kept talking about it. He's like, yeah, it's like, yeah. I'm like, show me your debt papers. You know what I mean?
What are your interests? Explain.
No,
actually like?
Because he was bragging about it, right? And it's just like, then like he's like, oh, I'm a lawyer here. Like I'm like, how much do you make? You know what I mean? It just like stopped. You know what I mean? It's like because you're a junior associate, I know you don't make any. You're basically a law clerk, and it's like I know you have like $200K debt. Just say that this liquor you brought here was your whole paycheck. Just tell me that it's cool. You know what I mean? If you're gonna fucking brag about it, dude. Like no one cares. Like you show up at like a party, but that's like how these like adult functions with people you knew in high school end up being, just like reunions, right? Where it's like, let me one up you. It's like try to one up you, but it's like, James, what do you do? It's like, I do computers, game for like 6 hours, like sleep until like God knows fucking when, wake up, roll out of bed, go play fucking magic cards, and like I don't know, look at like hentai. You know what I mean? They're like they're shocked by it. Like it's degenerate. I'm like, it's real. It's like it's real. The shit you're saying isn't. You know what I mean? It's like don't pretend like you're fucking driving like a fucking Bugatti out there, bro. I saw that shit at fucking Civic in the driveway. So that's why I don't go to them anymore. Like maybe like with like people that are chill. You know what I mean? You gotta like, hang out, but. Like people from like high school, no, it's just a fucking lame ass time.
Like how Niece is shitting on people he hasn't seen for 8 years.
All right.
I mean, if you want to come in this channel and like prove me wrong, fucking look it up. Look it up. Come in here. Call me a liar.
All right, Reinhold.
As far as New Year's, I don't celebrate my own birthday. I don't know why I would celebrate New Year's. So it's just a day.
Yeah.
I don't celebrate Christmas. I didn't celebrate any. It's just another day, and the next day I have is the next day after that.
Yeah,
we're just glad that there's another day.
Right, we're trying to do it. We're trying to do a show here.
I'm just saying.
Trying to do a show.
At my age, I'm just glad there's another one in the future.
Oh man! All right, let's go to Vincent.
Is that what it feels like when you're 176?
Yeah,
that's Vincent, what I'm talking about.
Let's go to Vincent. And Vincent, can you explain, Reinhold, who Skips is to, by the way, because we keep calling him Skips.
First off, Skips is from the show Regular Show.
What do we call it?
And it's this big muscular guy that is that literally skips around. That's how he moves. But he's old and wise and is the most intelligent person in the show. Full of two frat idiots and and a guy whose head is as big as a fucking lollipop. So
Skips is immortal.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That show is weird. There's a lot to unpack in that show.
I know.
But we won't even get into that at this point. Well,
but you know who we are gonna get into? My mom.
So stupid. Oh god, fucking Regular Show. So terrible. So I actually 2 of the 3 that I had planned worked. I did. You know, I technically got a new car. It was at the end of the year, and it wasn't like new, but it's new to me. It's better than the car that had no heat and like when you turned, it started squealing and when you pushed on it, you could feel how the suspension was busted in all 4 tires. And I did get my book in front of an editor, which did happen last year, which is very nice. And that's hopefully at this point, once I can get back with you and we can get this synopsis written out in some way, shape, or form.
That total of free time. You're the one who filled up your calendar.
Whoa. Sure I am. Says the person who always fills up his calendar for everything.
I need to actually get speaking of calendar filler. So I finally got Spangle to agree on dates for January. I haven't sent it to you guys. I apologize because he sent it to a Facebook Messenger. So I've got to take out of the messenger, put it into some calendar thing for us. So what is it? The 7th and the 21st. Sorry, 21st, 14th. I've got a yoga class. So the 7th and the 21st of January. So you know. So if you can't make both, try to make one.
I can probably make both.
You have to make both. Vincent can make one.
Just put it.
You have to make
two.
I got this information from Dear Leader. Okay.
I'm just saying, I don't think anything's been posted in the Slack for 9 months.
No. Which I like using. I loved it when he uses Slack because like Slack was a very professional feel to it. It was like this. We're just talking about how the show functioned and the schedule of it. You just won't go there. And I don't like using Slack, but it's easier for me because every job I've had in the last few years just always use Slack.
Slack is just Discord with dress pants instead of blue jeans.
Well, Discord is just IRC with some window dressing.
Right. Yeah. It is just like the one thing I like using Matters most. I love Matters most. It's more secure, like it's self-hosted, you know. Everyone's like, oh no, let's go Harry him with self-hosted secure stuff. Yes, this is what I like using. Okay, if I gotta use something. You know,
which is fair. Everybody has their thing.
All right, yes, I can send it to you in Slack, and so you know, and then
just be careful because Slack isn't secure. They're asking for start a free 30-day trial to unlock message history. So all the message history in there is blocked right now.
See, that's why I like Matters most. We can self-host it, and then we control all of it. You know,
oh, yeah.
I can just send the images like a. You know, like put it on a Windows server, just give Reinhold the configuration, just walk off like, right, Reinhold, it's all you.
I feel like you guys are trying to bait me into a domestic situation because I can mute because the kids are like, oh, y'all the kids. I'm like, you know, it's like I can't hear them because these are like noise canceling. You know what I mean? So it's like I can't hear anything.
Well, if it makes you feel good. We can hear them. We'll observe the kids for you. Anyways, Ace goes, New Year's to me is just the start of a 2-day drinking binge for my birthday. Well, that's fair. And happy pre-birthday then. Okay.
Yeah.
Unless you're, I said drinking binge for my. So is your birthday before or after though?
If it's the start, it's after.
Or the start. It's the start. Anyways, happy birthday. Just in case we missed it. Happy birthday, Ace.
Yeah.
A very merry unbirthday.
Yes. Or unbirthday. Yeah, because it's not the start. Yeah, happy unbirthday. Yeah. So let's go to Scalded Hot Water. Yeah.
Well, I don't normally set resolutions because I know that most of the time they fail, and I refuse to fail at stuff. So I take the unaimed arrow approach.
Yeah. Anyway, so oh, sorry. That's me. I'm sorry.
I have jokes, and I don't want to. I'm not going to.
I apologize.
Going to.
I wonder if you can make like a compilation of like Paulisms, right? Where it's just Paul saying something depressing, like after you ask him a question. It's like, so Paul,
Yeah.
what's your opinion on like food? And it's like, well, you have to eat it, I guess.
Look,
no. Let's be honest. Like Paul's more like me. It's like, I eat it, so it feels the void of emptiness inside of me.
Exactly. No, if I didn't have depressing humor, I wouldn't have much in this life.
Well, I don't know.
I say these things to hurt Harry. No, I will. Like honestly, I don't normally set many goals for New Year's. I set goals as I go through the year, and looking back on the ones that I wrote down for last year, it was about 50-50. Things that I would succeed at and things that I would have to push off till this year or this upcoming year. So the big ones for me that I have been able to stick to in the past were mostly financial, because I can really save money as long as I have a job at the time. It's one of the the I do well.
I appreciate that and admire that of you, Paul.
Well, it was always fun watching Paul check his stocks at least 7 times a day in the 8 hours we worked.
When number go up, I'm happy.
When number go down, you sad.
I like how when Paul's talking about things he's good at, it's like, Paul, what are you good at? Like, well, I guess I show up to work.
and I don't spend all my money.
Because I don't do anything. I don't have hobbies.
Well,
it's just depressing.
Hey, let's not examine the why. Let's examine the fact that I have a positive savings rate compared to the rest of America.
That is true. That's true. A lot of people in America cannot save. What was that thing from It's Always Sunny that had 3 grown adults, so they did have $500 between the 3 of them. They couldn't scratch up $500. Which is funny. That's a funny joke, but it's probably the reality of most groups out there that just can't. And one is because one, they get screwed over with taxes. Texas takes a lot out of it. 2, shiny things. So as niece wanted to buy in the next few months his 4090, and he find out he cannot get his 4090, shiny things pop up and people want things. So
I think Paul just saves for a flex. Do you ever get into a debate over money with millennials, right? People are like, well, check out my savings account, this is my paycheck, and Paul's like, oh yeah, Paul, but you have $3 in your checking account, but let me swap over to savings. It's like, oh shit, you got the savings account, it's actually positive, it's not just the minimum $5 to keep the account open.
The problem with savings account today is that the interest rate's so low, it's worthless.
Right.
It sure is.
That's why you go with Robinhood, and anything that's sat in the savings account for more than 2 months.
So I took my emergency fund of cash that usually sits in my savings account. I went to Huntington and just got a credit card for the limit amount that is my emergency fund. Took the cash for my emergency fund and dumped it into that bank at Huntington stock. And I made more money sitting there as stock off of dividends.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
yeah, no. If you trust your bank enough to put your $5,000 in an account with it, then just buy the stock in it.
Yeah. And just but with his emergency fund, I'll just use this credit card. What if you need the money quickly? By the time I have to pay this bill, this credit card, I can get that money out of the stock.
You guys do what I call credit card roulette. I have like several credit cards. So I just roulette them out, right? Where it's like, let me just do this. I'll pay everything with credit, right? Then just bounce the credit over here, then move the credit over here. So like, I'm always cash positive.
No,
but then
no.
Not anymore. Let's put it that way.
That is also known as a credit card death spiral.
No, like they're all paid off, right? I pay them off, but it's like I'll just rotate the credit in and out, just basically game the credit score system, right? So it's just like, okay, let me just rotate this out, rotate this out, rotate this out. So
I just he's over here using WoW battle strategies for his credit.
Well, I've got it down to where the cards have a purpose. Like I've got an Amazon card, so I buy everything from Amazon, goes on that card, I pay it off every month. But I earn a high amount of points with Amazon. And I have a Kroger card that gives me a lot of benefits, like 55 cents off of gas, stuff like that. And I just pay it off every month. And I get bonus points because if I buy stuff in, at Kroger. So you just do that with like 3 or 4 cards. And that keeps everything going on your credit report.
Yep. If you're good with credit, if you can pay off the balances consistently every month. Now, granted, none of us are financial advisors. You not get financial advice from anyone here on this panel. None of us do this for a living. If you need financial advice, go get somebody. Find someone who don't know, not endorsing anybody. But yes, if you can do that, yes, go do that. But if you find yourself trailing a balance, credit cards aren't for you. Cut them up. Well, get rid of them. But if you
know people who used to use credit cards to go buy fast food, right? And then they carry that balance over, and it's like you ended up paying $30 for that Big Mac because you didn't pay it off until I can pay it off later. I'm like, yeah, but you're ranking interest and you're just paying them. As my dad told me when I first started doing that stupid crap, he said, all you're doing is paying somebody to use your own money.
And then with the after things on like online, the afterpay stuff, people are doing it, using it for all kinds of stuff, like when like using afterpay for like potato chips and everything, like 4 easy payments and I'm gonna own this bottle of shampoo. It's like, come on, just if you clearly you don't have it, and I feel bad for a lot of these people who
they're the people who are living so poor that they have to do that.
Oh, I've been there. Trust me. I've been to the point where
it's sad.
I try to make sure my credit card doesn't get declined at the gas station so I can make it home because I don't have any money on me. Though I've had those days.
Personally,
those
my experience of a lot of people's, when I peel back when they say they've got to do this because this is how they live, I get into their actual financial situation and I find out no, they're choosing to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, I try to be non-judgmental, but it's a choice.
Why do you have this iPhone? Why do you have these cars? Just buy your clothes at Goodwill. Well, I want new clothes. New clothes are only new once. They're only new one time. After you wash them, they're used clothes.
And arguably, if they have a fitting room, they're not even new.
Thank you.
Let's just say that I was a victim of payday loans back in the 90s.
I don't know, man.
Because I was switching from a Pacific. I was making a certain amount of money at a job, but I changed careers to get into IT, and I had to take a pay cut. And in the middle of that, had a divorce, and a bunch of other things happened. So I had some lean times. To get where I was at, to where I was doing 2 jobs. I ended up getting a second job so that I could have enough money, pay everything I needed to do. I got out of it, but there were some times there where it was just like paying 128% interest or something like that on those stupid payday loans.
One thing you can do, like we just had this blizzard, right? Like if you want to save some money, but you need like an essential item, say like it's super cold in your house, you need a space heater, right? Most things like Amazon have a 7-day refund, no money, money back, no questions asked. Just use the heater for the cold day, package that bitch back up, send it back.
Send it back. Just send it back.
Send it back. You don't need it for the day. You don't need that's a valid financial strategy. What I do with my 401k, right? So I get money in the 401k, like it's out of my paycheck, the employer covers like 50% of it or something like that, right? is I can go on the website and like it's like called guideline, and like I can take my 401k and then like I start making like risky investments with it, right? Like this is super risky. Let me roll the dice. If I win, I win. If I lose, I lose. They're like, well, what if you just like lose your whole 401k? It doesn't matter. I'm dead anyway. You know what I mean? So it's just like
in the long run, yeah, we're all dead.
Yeah, it's gambling. It's like high stakes gambling. Like energy, it's like going to be some energy. Let's put in the energy. You know, we're going to switch to energy. Then like, what's up? Like, well, we'll move it over here. We'll do this. So like, I'll do like penny stock trading with the 401k because people are like, well, it's your retirement. Like 401k isn't really retirement. I know like boomers will tell you it is, but it's not enough to retire on. Like you'll blow through that in like 5 years. You know, it is what it is.
It's a piece of retirement, sir. There's other things you need to have with it. It's pieces. Granted said, not financial advice. Go see a financial advisor and a retirement advisor to get yourself on retirement track. But the 401k is a piece of a retirement. The other there's a lot of things, other things you need to have, like in your investment portfolio, because you need also regular just cash on hand. Hopefully, you have paid down a lot of other expenses that you have and loans and stuff like that. You know, so
see
for gambling. That's what I hear, right? That's what I hear. Is like use it for gambling.
Unlike children in the background, you can't hear me screaming internally.
The 401k is
Paul,
principle.
Do you want me to beat them, Paul? Is that what we're going at?
All right, hold on. Reinhold's gonna Reinhold is going to speak to us on the from the book because he was there when they have started the 401k. Reinhold, please tell us.
I was actually they used to be IRAs back in before they started 401ks.
No, 401k is not the thousands of years ago.
I had a retirement plan from one of the companies I used to work for, so I still get letters from them saying, okay, we still got you covered on the retirement and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, you're going to give me about $20 a month because I was only there for 8 years, but until they switched over to 401ks. But 401ks are good because it's interest free, or means tax free, right? And you can just earn interest off of it. And then when you retire, you just take out interest to live on. That's what you want to calculate it out on what you can live on. You never take the principal out.
And that's the other thing is like it's more the boomer generation and some of the Gen Xers of when they take that gut of that 401k and then bringing it down. That's the beauty of the 401k system, because if it's all in Social Security, if you pass away, no one else gets that. It's gone. It's wiped up. Your family do not get it. That's the other reason why I hate the Social Security system. Is not that you've dumped all this, because you have dumped all this money into this account and you can't give it to any of your relatives.
And you're getting like a 3% return on it at best.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. Versus your 401k, this is your account. This is your money. This is your thing that you have,
That's why I like healthcare savings accounts, because then I don't have to worry about that. I can put money in that healthcare savings account so that when I don't have to rely upon Medicaid solely when you get to that age, you can just say, okay, whatever Medicaid doesn't carry, I can pull out from the HSA.
So what you're saying is that I shouldn't take my savings and put it all in crypto, right? Is that what you're saying?
3 years ago. As long as you got out.
I heard about this thing. It's called like FTX or something. I don't
know. Yeah, Trump was selling them, right? NTFs.
No, I got the Trump's trading cards. Okay, America doesn't have any superheroes. Oh my god!
Yeah, but can we just talk about how stupid the whole crypto market / NFT market was? You know that they're getting sued now, right?
Yeah, good.
Like the whatever yacht club who made the Bored Ape things, getting sued.
Good. I hope they get the Paul brothers with it too.
Oh, that's a different lawsuit. Just watch CoffeeZilla. He talks about all this stuff.
Oh, did you bring up the Paul brothers?
Oh yeah, he did CryptoZoo, which was the whole Logan Paul thing. He did a 3-piece part documentary to the point where Logan Paul is like doing a video to comment and reply back.
Yeah.
To all the
things. Yeah. If I'm honest, I'm new to this CoffeeZilla thing. Okay. Sorry.
This man is fantastic.
Replying back is exactly what your lawyers will advise you to do.
Totally.
When you're in financial jeopardy of a lawsuit, you better talk back as much shit as you possibly can and try to prove them wrong there.
Can we just call it what it is? Like NFTs are just like what Herbalife is to like middle-aged housewives, right? Like NFTs are to like college-age like tech bros. It's like,
yeah. What was the knives?
Yeah.
The knives.
Oh yeah, with the or like okay, we'll get into YouTube ad scams this year's. Okay, and we'll talk about it after that. But yeah. That's the problem with the NFTs. Unnecessary clogged up the blockchain in Ethereum. This is the main thing people like. I remember like I was saying like people would create stupid scams from these stupid smart contracts from Ethereum, and lo and behold, here we are. A few years later. People doing stupid stuff on the blockchain. Oh, look at this. It's like, I understand the idea that you want artists to be paid for like their artwork. Right. I get it. Right. But do they need this thing so they keep getting residuals and stuff like that? It's like, and I like the idea of like, you can like copyright, like I created this art. I can own this thing like that. You can record that up there and you don't want it being filled up and stuff like that. I can get that. But this wasn't
it. It wasn't what it is. NFTs was owning and you owned an address.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't own the image. You owned the domain that held the image. There are so many people who were like, I own this NFT, and somebody just goes, change the domain. Cool. Now you own nothing.
Mm-hmm. You own nothing, and you will.
I just thought the people who are like, this will help fix the problem with fiat money, right? It's like, it's the same thing. You're still doing the same thing. You're just controlling it now instead of having it controlled by someone else. You get to be in control of it.
Yeah, well, like I see crypto can help bring people out of fiat, but not if you don't treat it as a currency
You're centralizing all the exchanges. What's the difference?
Right, but they're centralizing all the exchanges. People are just trusting this. Like, listen, like that was a point to break away from that type of system, but they ran back into it with the system, and the simple fact that most people just use it as almost as a security instead of a currency. So it's like, okay, then the fiat will always control your crypto, because if it's just a security to hold and trade out, then that's all it is.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like buying a stock in a company. It's no big difference. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Only there's no company to say, okay, this company is doing well or this company is doing badly. It's what's the faith in the crypto market at the time, and if the faith in the market is bad, it's going to be no different than the faith in the dollar is bad.
Yep,
exactly.
It's going to go down. You're going to lose money.
Yep. So I think the technology is amazing. It's beautiful. I think it can do a lot of different things, but I think the problem is the scam artists, the scammy people, the grifters, the awful, terrible people that Ryan Holt has already blocked on Twitter are in crypto heavily.
It's the tech.
They block me.
It's the tech bubble from when it's the .com bubble all over again.
Yes, yeah, and worse.
That's exactly that. It's exactly what the .com bubble was. People cashing
you could say that
on a new concept, but that's how it is.
You could say that the idea of cryptocurrency is a good idea if it's done right. Well, you can say that about just about anything. Government, limited government is done right is really good, but
I can't say that, but limited government
isn't. Or fiat money, if it's done right, is monarchy, if it's done right, is a good thing. None of it's good because they all ignore the problem with human nature.
Yep.
Humans aren't going to be entirely altruistic. People are going to violate the rules and the laws and the things, and you've got to have a way of dealing with that.
Brian Holt, true monarchy hasn't been tried yet. Okay. All right. Once we get true monarchy, okay. All right. So, year in review of YouTube scam ads. Okay. So, I found it very funny. A lot of these ads coming out because a lot of them felt like scams. And it was kind of watching other people just jump on them too. But the other thing I also like, I understand why some of these YouTubers have put out some of these ad scams, for the simple fact that because of the adpocalypse and the way they do ads and everything like that, you kind of push them in the arms of these scam artists. The simple fact that you can't let them get a like a mainstream company or something like that, and ads from the role or do something like that. You push them this area. What do you think's going to offer them cash? And I don't care if they most of the time, depending on the person's why they picked it up. That's why we get shoved with Raid Baba Legends and stuff like that. And
they're called established titles. And
oh man, if you didn't know that was BS, it seems like you was never scammed over as a child for naming a star.
Right, exactly. That's exactly what it was. It's the whole point. It's the whole thing.
Because if someone was selling a block of land, right, for a price that anyone can buy, then anybody would walk up and like, okay, fine. How much for 1,000 acres? What? You're selling land in Scotland. I would like 1,000 connected acres, please.
And all those people made money off of it because they knew it was a gag. Yeah, but a lot of people took it seriously.
Yes, that's true.
I don't know why.
Well, the ads were deceptive. Oh, you can change your name on your credit card and ID to had Lord and stuff like that. It's like, can you though? Can you? Now the system that does Alex Bengolia, YouTuber Alex Bengolia, funny person, great person. She also has the Power Drink Hour music playlist. It's amazing if you drink. She did discover the system is BS for putting the suffix system on the back of it. So she created one called Art. So you could be PhD, she can assign you to be Art, A-R-T, at the end of your name. I also want to get it, but it's just I don't know if I want to pay money just to sign my name and go Harry Price. Art. A-R-T. Yeah, but yeah.
Hilarious.
Oh yeah. But it's those systems that anyone they're gonna plant a tree and put it next to you. It's come on. Clearly you wasn't scammed as a child in the 90s for naming a star. I'm gonna name the star after somebody. It's gonna be great. I'm gonna name the star. You start thinking wait a minute. Yes, the stars are infinite, but who controls these name checks? And I didn't realize I got scammed over until the internet thing, and I was trying to look up the star. Oh, I got scammed.
See, what you do is when someone buys a star in a binary star system, you buy the star next to the binary star system. So when their star is colliding into your star, you have a litigation claim.
And you know how much money it would cost to pull two stars apart?
Let me see. It was Iron Core. Talking about
Iron Core. That's gonna be expensive.
These just went full metal.
I mean, I would buy a binary star next to somebody that bought a star. So when the stars eventually do collide, because they have the bigger mass star, it pulled my star in, and I would sue you for the cost of the materials inside that star, which would be somewhere I don't know, the entire world's economy times 50. It's you need to replace my star, bro. I had insurance on it. It's just
I insured my star. Oh my god.
Your Honor, through no fault of my own, my star was absolutely cruelly plucked from the heavens and plunged into the depths of the defendant's star.
Ripped asunder, you will.
Bad puns are my territory.
My star is the middle of a black hole. Does anyone like black holes? No one likes black holes. They suck everything. Sucks everything in the universe. Sucks that this dude's star hit my star because guess what? I want my money. I will sue you for wrecking my star. I named it. I got the certificate. It's there. I got proof.
You got the certificate of authenticity.
Imagine if that's how that actually
I have the proof of purchase, the credit card receipt that I balanced between 4 other credit cards. It is, James.
It's like when you buy the land in Scotland, you're a lord, right? So if you say you're a lord, and I go to Scotland, I enact prima nocta, right? It's I'm a lord, I'm able to fucking do this. It's in the law, like a common law. I'm able to do prima nocta. And if you arrest me for banging somebody's wife, you're violating my feudal rights. I will sue the state because I have right to prima nocta. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Honestly, like, all right. So, like, speaking of Scotland, I am thinking about trying to convince Paul to save a bunch of money with me, and so we can buy us a distillery in Scotland. It'd be great.
Paul, can we put Scotland in your house? I don't know if it'll fit, but
you know, you got some room, right?
1 square foot at a time.
1 square foot of Scotland at a time. Just stack certificates in one of the rooms. Why are there some lady ones in there? Well, the lords were, they're bored.
What if you bought every certificate that they could print for every bit of land in Scotland and declared secession? You know what I mean? It's just like just straight up declared secession, and it's like you basically take the United Kingdom back to like the 1600s, right? It's like this is an independent Scotland. It's like Scotland. What I'm going to do here.
Just a mysterious shipping crate comes into one of those Scottish ports that has blue face paint in it.
That's the thing. Scotland would probably go with you. Okay. All right. That's the one thing people like missed in all this Brexit thing is Scotland was trying to secede from the rest of them in the first place. They were trying to leave. Like, yeah. You try to leave the EU.
And the rest of England's like, no, shut up. We're leaving the EU.
No, we're leaving you.
Drag kicking and screaming.
The thing funny about buying certificates and trying to do that by seceding from the UK or Scotland is like you can get a legitimate country to go along with you by just going to Ireland. Be like, guess what? Like we're seceding from the UK, and Ireland's like, what? It's like, yeah, I bought all these certificates. Look at this shit. It's a stack this big. I don't land in Scotland. I'm seceding.
I need every 1980s car you have.
and Ireland would be like, what does this mean for us? It's like, you know what? Like you can have North Ireland back. It's like, no shit. No cap for real.
No cap for real.
That's straight busting, bro. I was like, let's go.
I'll let you stay on the Isle of Man on the every other weekend.
For real though.
God, freaking Protestants and Catholics. Anyways, yeah. So yeah. So you had that one. Then they also the nice things, like the Chimikoto or Sippy, the crappy,
which is the same company. Yeah.
Yeah. The faux. They were trying to sound all Japanesey knives and sound all samurai knives, which everyone knows traditionally made samurai swords are shit. They break very easily. They break all the time. Blah 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 blah. Take the mysticism out. Japan has shitty metal ore. That's when they had to do that. A European longsword would destroy a samurai sword easily.
Plus, you don't need those shitty promotion swords.
I have gifts from anime that prove you wrong, Harry. Quid pro quo.
I'm saying that if samurais hit Africa, Shaka Zulu would have destroyed them with some of the wood in Africa. Okay.
There's like tons of channels that do like sword stuff. There's always an argument between like katana and adachi versus like a European longsword or bastard sword, right? Mm-hmm. And they're always arguing about it. And you come in like an absolute fucking unit, and you'd be like, guess what? Halberd. And like just drop it on the table. It's like you're gonna beat the fucking halberd. Nothing beats the halberd. It's one of the best weapons in medieval like combat. Is a halberd. Pikes, halberds, nothing beats the halberd. You come in like a literal fucking Chad, and you drop the halberd on the table. It's be like, guess what? It's got reach. It's got a hammer on the back. I can hit fucking armor with it. I can stab through the armor with it and cleave people off horses with it. The only thing that's gonna beat me is an English bowman. But they're sissies and they're crybabies, and they don't know anything about melee combat. You know,
and all of that's pointless anyway. You just rush science and get to like the industrial era 30 turns before anything else, and you drop HIMARS on them.
Well, then, like the other thing is you go into like, okay, all right. If my troops fight your troops, I'm gonna, you present your high warrior. Like class. That's awesome. I went through the troops. I just got some peasants. I gave them some Poles. Double your military force. Yes, you will obliterate them, but once you obliterated them, you are now tired.
Why are you getting people from Poland involved in this?
All I have to say, I just have to say, hey, we're gonna go fight some commies. You guys want to fight some commie Russians?
Seriously, you give me the choice of like, hey, we're gonna give you 10,000 recruits from any like medieval European countries. Like, I'll take the Poles, hands down. They've had to deal with Russia, Germany, the Baltic states, like nah,
Yeah,
Prussia, the Poles.
Taking some Poles.
Have you seen what they've done to regular trucks in World War II? There wasn't a square inch that wasn't strapped with a gun.
Yep.
And they built this in Warsaw in a garage. They were the Tony Starks of World War II.
They also have their own
Didn't
elite
Russia set them back 30 years.
Well, they have their own elite units because you know you're a badass country when you name like your knights an elite unit. Where it's like what do you call your like? Oh, we're just called samurai. We're just called like knights. So what do you call you guys? Winged fucking hussar, dude. It's like what's a winged hussar? It's like it's what we call our knights, winged hussars. It's like what do they have? Armor, but giant fucking angel wings on the back that we can run through, right? So they decked them out in angel wings, right? So like
it does nothing. Oh, yes, we had to give ourselves a handicap.
It's called intimidation tactics.
How fucking like egotistical you have to be to call yourselves, huskers, right? And then hussars, and then like put angel wings on the back of your armor that serve nothing but like drip, right? It's like they do nothing. They're not functional. They don't make me fly. They don't block swords or anything. It's literally just fucking drip, right? You put like markings all over it. It's like we're not going to win the war, but we're going to look great going out there. You know what I mean? It's like we're going to look great.
Teutonic Order, so confident.
It's just. I mean, the best armies did that. It was never about like the combat prowess of the army.
Yeah.
It's about the drip.
No, and then you look at mercenaries from Bavaria, and it's like, we're just kind of dressed in the most garish colors. Like, yes, yellow, pink, and baby blue, and we'll just march into your town and slaughter everything.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, like, even in China, they were doing that. There was, like, units in China where, like, their swords were crafted out of, like, geostone crystal, right? So it's crystal. It's super fragile. It's going to break when it hits steel, but it didn't matter. It's about the Emperor's strip. You know what I mean? It's like I might lose these fucking Mongolians, dude, but, like, the strip is going to look so good when they bury me in a mass tomb, bro. You know? The Mongolians are really good at warfare. Like we're gonna hold up in our city. It's like I'm just gonna yeet a corpse over and you can die from the plague. You know, it's like I mean, the funny thing is like all these military commanders, like what made them good wasn't like actually fighting. It was just like fucking over civilians, right? Where like King Richard was just like sacking a fort. It's like we could take the fort. Or we can burn all the fields around them and keep burning the fields and like killing the civilians, and they'll get mad and come out the fort. You know what I mean? It's like we'll just burn everything, they'll come out the fort. Like the best generals don't attack other armies. They throw plague-ridden corpses over the wall and let the plague do the work for them. That's why Genghis Khan conquered everything. It wasn't through like pew pew. It was launching corpses.
Biological warfare.
Ahead of the curve. He was ahead of the curve. And like, if he wasn't that good, then the Chinese wouldn't have created coronavirus in the Wuhan lab because
oh my god,
oh
my god,
and we just got demonetized. It's great to have known y'all.
Demonetized. All right, whatever. We were pre-demonetized. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
besides
this show is not meant to monetize its viewers. We are here to present entertainment. It's a live show. We want people to interact with us. That's what we got always in here. This is what we like. This is what we want for people to come in and talk with us. And we did kind of go off topic to talk about some other things like that. But yeah. My main topic. My main thing was when you do talk like these, like I love these what ifs of like fights of like if this sword battle this blah 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 blah. Like the thing is it is fascinating because the idea of the thinking like these two different styles, if they ever came in contact with each other and touched stuff, my favorite as always is like a Chinese kung fu is because which it didn't dawn on me until like you really start putting like all history together and like started thinking like what happened. And it's like I think the main reason that Chinese kung fu really doesn't like work out in most things, martial arts things. Well, some of them don't because like Wing Chun is Wing Chun. Wing Chun freaking works, but that is because like carried it through and hid and moved it through the Cultural Revolution, while the rest of them probably just get cleaved and dead. And people who have like got the basics of a martial art, or only learned of a martial art from like watching like maybe like a play. I knew it that way, and and if you just knew some basic martial arts or some basic wushu, it's like okay, yeah, you can beat up most people, you know. So.
Mm-hmm. I mean that's why the whole Deadliest Warrior show was an interesting show, even though they didn't get it right most of the time. But they use the freaking death battle logic, on things at points. It's like, oh yeah, no, it totally makes sense. This power scale it to something that doesn't make any logical sense at all.
Yeah, I did like when they was talking about different like weapons, whether like this weapon does this thing like that, like they showed like the Gurkha cookers, which is a proven military force, and why they were so brutal is because of the kukri knife. You know, if they get into 10 feet and they can use their knife, they're going to murder somebody. You know, regardless of whatever they're holding. You know, because they're going to knife range.
Right.
You know, unless you have saber at the ready, you're getting knifed in the face. And that's how they killed people. It's like, yes, your rifle is amazing. I'm at 10 feet. What? Heck. I'm at 10 feet, though. And the only reason they could get that far because they're just tiny little Gurkhas. You don't see them. You know?
I just love the fact that when you realize that history nerds and anime nerds are basically the same thing, but they just nerd over other stuff. It's like, oh man, wouldn't it be great if Goku fought this character? When you're just like, well, I want to watch a samurai fight this guy. It's the exact same thing. It's the exact same fucking thing.
You can get both worlds. There's actually an anime where they basically pull people from history to go fight other people from history. Yeah. And the empire was founded by Adolf Hitler. It's like it's like, who's the leader of this empire? Oh, Hitler came back, and like, so what does he hate in this world? Elves.
Damn elves.
Like the whole plot was like the empire of this, like Hitler goes, like gets pulled through history, creates a new empire in this like isekai world or whatever, right? And the first thing he does when he makes the empire, he's got to find somebody to hate, but there's no like Jews or gypsies or anything. What's in this world? Dwarves and elves. You know,
we don't use that G word. We don't use that G word. We don't use that G word.
G word.
I can't even imagine what the title of that would be. Like, I was reborn in a new world after committing suicide in my bunker. And now I have decided to exterminate the elves to bring forth a glorious Fourth Reich.
So there's a rewrite.
At that point, I was kind of on board, maybe with a little bit of what Hitler was putting out.
Oh my god, yeah. I know, like, we'll get rid of some of these elves. I know now it's just like, oof. I don't know, man.
Well, it's called drifters.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
The dwarves are just gonna be over there like, yeah, I like what he's saying. I don't understand most of it.
But so like clearly he was hit by Truck Coon crossing the street to the bunker.
No, like he puts the cyanide capsule in his mouth, bites down, blinks, and he opens his eyes in the new world.
No, it's more fun that Truck Coon, they brought Japan was showcasing one of the trucks in Berlin, was driving it around.
Only Japanese built trucks can truly isekai you.
I mean, like the plot is like super stupid, right? Like, so it's like super stupid. So it's like they can't just be normal historical figures. So like the people in Drifters come through, right? And it's like, how do we make Joan of Arc better than what Joan of Arc really was, right? Because Joan of Arc kind of like got stomped when it happens. Let's give her fire magic.
The thing is that you picked the most extreme version. They have that. It's called the Fate series. Literally, Saber is just King Arthur, and they have like 8 different versions of King Arthur in their world. Stalfos is an actual historical character.
But did Isekai Hitler put the elves in camps? Right? Like it's like he hates elves so much he puts the elves in camps. It's like terrible. Like literally, it's like they're like sitting there all like in these like mana confined camps. It's like, why do you hate elves so much? It's like you just had to have something to hate in this world. And
well, it's because they wouldn't let him go to the Magic Academy.
Oh my god.
You denied me silver knowledge.
All right, enough of that. Enough of that one.
Got a new topic for you.
Okay. Oh god.
Did you hear the latest on Supernatural?
No. What?
So they were doing a convention a couple days, about a week ago.
Oh God!
And someone asked Dean a question about this character that was on The Walking Dead, saying that they were very glad that their character had a closure, that it had an end to it, right? Mm-hmm. And they asked Dean if he felt the same way about his character. And he says, well, Supernatural, you don't have closure like that. You don't have endings like that. It's the one show where people literally just keep coming back. Mm-hmm. And then they started saying, would anybody want to see more Supernatural? And of course, the place erupted. Yeah. And then he says, well, we got something to tell you.
No.
He says, we want to do it too. So they're hinting very hard that very soon there'll be a season 16.
No.
Of Supernatural.
No. Just let it. Don't. No reunion tour.
You know it's coming back. You know when they ended it, they were going to come back.
I will watch season 60, but I don't want it. I'm not gonna lie. I will watch it. I will sit there. I'm like, this is neat. I love it. But like, in my heart of hearts, is like, just let it. I hate it. Maybe to get a different ending, so we can have that. Let's bring everybody back and have a good ending, like
proper send off.
Proper,
because they couldn't do it because of COVID and all that stuff.
Right? Yeah. If they did that to go. We're going to do a proper send off.
Do a movie, do a couple movies or something. Yeah, I mean, I can see them doing that, and
and
I kind of knew when they first announced it. The only reason they quit was because Jared and Jensen were getting a little, tired, right? So, but if they're both back on board and ready to do it, and they can write their own rules and say, okay, we don't want a 24 episode season. Let's do 12 or 10. Or something like that.
See, they did that, right? Like, not with the CW, go to like Netflix or Amazon, and we can get we're gonna go on Netflix, we're gonna do a tight 8, a tight 12, like it's gonna be consistent, there's gonna be no filler, it's gonna be the ride, it's gonna be a good ride, right? That's it. Cool. I can see them doing that. You're right. Because the 20, that's one thing that was the issue with the CW, was they just too many, they had the. All right, let's just go back. Like, they had so many stars, so many actors, and writers, but they kept doing these long, massive 20 bloated gut TV seasons, which they had so many superheroes, so many different things that they could have made good, tight series, and and then just had series overlap and just kept going with the Arrowverse and just made and just printed money, but.
We kind of talked about that on Monday when we were talking about how if certain things have endings, they're better when they actually have a set ending for things. Sure. That's when we talked about Gravity Falls.
Yeah.
We're talking about Supernatural though. Supernatural.
Now we're talking about Supernatural.
I know, but you were saying that the issue was that the seasons were so long.
Yeah.
And plus, when Supernatural comes back, they'll be like, "Oh, it's that guy from The Boys."
Now that's the other thing is I need more boys stuff in Supernatural and more Supernatural stuff in the boys. Okay, all right.
Which isn't hard because Kripke's in charge of both. I mean, and ultimately, so.
Oh, you don't think the CW will let license go to Amazon?
Yes, that's the problem. Is CW is they're gonna be the ones who
say,
they broke. If you're coming back,
they broke. They need money.
Yeah, but this is how they make their money back.
Is it?
Because that was the show that was making them money for years. That's why they kept doing it and doing it. They were making a killing on it.
It made money, and overseas money. CW made money overseas.
Yeah, Supernatural.
They would salivate to get that back on their network so they can get people coming back to the shows.
Yep, but yeah.
It's all up to Jared and Jensen. If they want to do it, it'll happen. If they don't want to do it, it won't.
Honestly, I also don't want it to happen. If we can't get John Barrowman in Supernatural, I also don't want it either. Okay, sorry. I need John Barrowman in Supernatural or The Boys. Okay, all right. I'm sorry.
I'll accept him in The Boys too. It's fine.
I will also accept John Barrowman in The Boys. I don't know who because I didn't read the comics, but I just need him in that.
Another season coming out of The Boys like next month or something? Or?
We were just talking about it in general because I know Harry just recently watched all of it.
Yeah, did that and Invincible and stuff like that. Yeah. Wait, you're supposed to got stuck on my flight, not a Southwest flight. I'm never flying Southwest again, ever, never, ever, ever, never.
The thing is, the show of The Boys is different than the comic.
Okay.
And from what I know, the show is better than the comic.
Okay.
Because the comic is like extra, almost borderlines on grimderp at points.
I knew I liked you guys. It's because John Barrow made more shows than Joe. Yes, John Barrow made more shows. Yes, thank you. Yeah.
No, I've just never heard of something being adapted and being better than what it was adapted from. Don't at me. I know it happens. I'm just being facetious.
He's making a meme of anime.
Okay, I was gonna say because that happens a lot.
Yeah, more times than most people actually realize.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, the show of The Boys is much more. It was basically taking the series to another level compared to what the comics were. A lot of people are just kind of meh on the comics.
Mm-hmm. What I want to see too is because Ben Edlund had a hand in Supernatural. When we bringing the Tick in?
Okay, so Amazon had a Tick.
I watched it. Trust me, I watched it. It was good.
That was really good. That before I remember watching it because I never really watched anything on Amazon Prime Video because it's I don't care about it. And then I watched the Tick on there. I was like, they could do good shows on this thing, But I need more. I need more Tick. I'm tired of.
Did 2 seasons. The second season kind of fell off viewer wise, so they didn't make a third.
It was good. It was really good. I
liked it a lot. Yeah.
How can Amazon make good shows, but they make the worst games I've ever played in my life, dude? Like New World, right?
Because their gaming section is new and terrible.
Well, and Amazon's in a lot of trouble right now too because of Brandon Sanderson calling out Audible. Did you hear about that?
We won't talk about Daddy Bezos here on this channel here. Daddy Bezos can do no wrong. Daddy Bezos is the best.
Yeah, giving authors 25%.
Daddy Bezos is the best. Daddy Bezos loves us.
I mean, this podcast is sponsored by LexCorp, and
I will say that Jeff Bezos is on the world domination tour, and Jetman can snap the companies into existence. He chooses winners and losers at a whim.
It is true.
So many people's hardware is run by AWS. If AWS could just go snap their fingers, and you're done. You're just done. And considering most cloud engineers, I'm a cloud engineer. They just know how to use AWS. They have no idea how to use Microsoft Azure. They don't use how to Google Cloud. They can barely function in DigitalOcean or Linode or anywhere else, let alone Edge or data center stuff. They have no idea.
Do you think Bezos goes up to a class that's graduated from cloud engineering when they finish their load balancer corps? He does little Thanos knife thing, perfectly balanced. Is all they let them go. It's oh my god, he's got the Infinity Gauntlet. It's yes, I got the Infinity Gauntlet. Logistics, IT infrastructure. I even know my own shows, gaming. It's what else you got, Jeff? It's I don't know.
Yeah.
Surviving a divorce.
Yeah. Well, that's yeah. I'm famous for saying that I hate cloud infrastructure because it makes engineers never work on infrastructure lazy. They don't think about any of the underlying things. They buy in, they put all their eggs in one basket, and it's really hard to get them out. And I get very crappy and I hate it. I hate having all my eggs in one basket that I don't control, and I hate it. It is the nature of the beast. I kind of just nowadays I just submit emails about it, hey, this is my risk assessment. Yes, that's a risk. We are accepting, and I need you to hit this approval button that we are accepting this risk. So when this does happen, because it will, I don't know when, but something might happen, I want to be able to go You accepted this risk a long time ago.
You agreed to this.
I feel like you hate it because like you're doing IT, right? You're trying to do IT stuff, and you email the company because you have to email the company to get something done, right? And you feel like the IT guy that works for that company that controls all your infrastructure is like, oh god, it's the fucking NPC from company 0321 again complaining about downtimes again. And I'll just like, let me just backlog that ticket, and I'll go out there for a smoke break for 20 minutes.
Hey, I was with that because like I was trying to fix something and I knew I could fix this if I had access to the vSphere, but it's like controlled vSphere, so I couldn't do anything with it. So it's like I have to put a ticket in to control vSphere. Just give me access. I'll just do it my damn self.
It's like you're God in your little IT domain, right? But you have to go to like super God, right? It's like yeah, I might have created your universe, but there's one other. You know what I mean? Like the one above all. It's just like it's our help desk technician over at Amazon.
Yeah.
His name's Jerry. And Jerry, he works like 38 hours a week. I don't know. He takes like 3-hour lunch breaks or some weird shit like that. But Jerry gets it done. You know?
Yeah. What I hate is also like in like when you go into infrastructure and I got this from my director. It was like, hey, we have no idea what these access keys go to. Can you figure this out? I'm like, you want me to what? Yeah, these access keys are doing things. Can you tell us what they're doing? I'm like, let me guess. These people who created this aren't here anymore. Yep. And I tell them like, see why I talk about you should just redo the infrastructure every year? Just redo it. You could easily with Terraform. I could
just
easily
document it.
No. With Terraform, we can easily redo the infrastructure on a whim. On a whim. Besides the database, we can redo the entire infrastructure, on a whim. So, oh god, it's so bad.
Make me do onboarding calls with like people to get computers, right? And then like I just like show up, it's like, yo, you get your shit? Like, okay, like put it on Wi-Fi. We're gonna go to office.com, we're gonna log in. It's like, well, what's my password? It's like, well, we're doing ISO, so it can't be welcome 2020 like I usually do for a temp password. So it's gotta be like your city and a bunch of like other shit with it, right? So like, what town are you from? Like, oh, I'm from Stowe. It's like, man, a lot of crime in Stowe. Like, click through, you know what I mean? And that's it. It's literally, I hate onboarding so much. It's like it's awkward.
I love onboarding. I love people because I love people. I love onboarding people. What I despise is the people who ask for hardware because clearly they're from companies who don't spend a lot on PC hardware, just Mac hardware. So they request a Mac and they have no idea how to use their Apple computer, their Mac, and they expect me to hold their hand with the whole thing of it. When I'm like, oh, this is messing up. Uninstall, just reinstall it. How do I uninstall this? Just uninstall it. How do I do that? Are you asking me how to install a program? Do you not know how to install a program? It's like, well, like on Windows, you go to okay, then why didn't you request a Windows machine? Well, I wanted a Mac. But you don't know how to use it. You don't even know how to install this thing. Well, just tell me how to uninstall it. Do you know how to install it? And it's like, no, well, kind of, but no, because like, this could be different, and I don't use Mac.
So we got rid of our whole vSphere environment for chatters, right? Because it's like we'll just send them hardware, we'll send them a laptop, and we'll just be done with it. So we junked our entire vSphere, but we have all these people with Macs, right? So like now there's a new program for Excel, or like the Excel suite, but it's only for Windows version of Excel. So they can't use a primary function for their job because it doesn't exist in Mac's format yet. So it's like what ended up happening is like, well, how important is it? Like, well, 3 departments need to use it to even do their work on a daily basis. It's like, well, do you want to swap out for Windows? No, they want the Mac. So like, what's your only solution? Boot the vSphere back up. We got to VM them in, brother. It's like, so now we just completely trashed the vSphere. You know what I mean? It's all gone. Yeah. So they have to recreate the whole vSphere because now they have to run a VM version of Excel on a Windows device that we now have to buy licenses for because they're also on Macs instead of Windows PCs. And it's like you just tripled your cost because of Microsoft Excel.
Yeah, Microsoft Excel, and you allowing Mac laptops into a work environment. I'm sorry, I still don't think Mac is ready for like big enterprises. I still don't. I don't think they're ready. They don't work. They don't play well with others. It doesn't play well, and
more than Linux, maybe.
Like, don't you guys have phones? It's like, what? It's like,
God damn it.
Randall, what did you say?
They're probably more ready than Linux are.
Whoa.
In an enterprise.
Whoa. Linux is completely ready for enterprise.
Really?
Okay. Yeah.
How do you join it to a domain?
Very easily, sir.
To manage it.
Very easily. I have a script, but you have to be running Ubuntu. Anything else I can't.
Well, Macs, you just have to. There's been an add-on.
I know how to
Macs
attach a Mac to a domain.
90s.
I get that, but there's a lot of different like applications of things that people will ask for, request to do that will work in the PC environment, but will not work in the Apple environment. So I have to either spin up a different costs or have to present the department with two different cost budgets, because it's like, well, we bought Visio. Why? Because I use Visio as an IT, and I got engineering using Visio. So marketing wants to whoa, we use Visio, and your Visio doesn't work on your Apples, so you can't help you use our license on a Visio machine. So we got to get Lucis Church for you. So we got to buy something or or something else for you. So I've got to buy a separate license for you, and then I have to find another way to manage it. So I've got to create another service. Then I got to go another operational level agreement because I have to operate the service. And there's underlying service. So I drop this massive budget so you can do your thing. Because you just have to use an Apple.
How do you get that Visio running on Linux? Wine doesn't really work that well.
Oh. Easy. Tell you what I do is I install Temple OS, and the power of God will let the thing run. Something by Temple OS. I mean, like, everything's possible through Christ, including running Excel and like formats Excel to run on.
I mean, it doesn't matter what programming language you use when Temple OS's Babel subroutine lets them all speak to each other.
Power of Christ compels you. Is that what happens?
It really is the ultimate like operating system. Like, what other operating system can boast that is anointed by Jesus Christ himself? Right?
The man who programmed it was divinely inspired.
Okay, so first off, like I get what you're trying to say, but most users of Linux who will use a Linux operating system knows all these workarounds or can work around this or understand the workarounds. People who use Apple have no idea of any of these workarounds. Don't want to do it. Don't want to boot up anything. They just they want to use up IT time to help them work around it. So I end up increasing the budget, and then I get pulled into a meeting. Why is blank marketing's like IT budget just increases? Like, oh, they Apple for apples, and they have no idea how to use their machines.
Lose your shit if you're complaining about Apple and like your director had his Apple out and he just told you to get good. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like, what?
But that also comes with the combination of the fact that most people who use Apples are not tech literate, while people who use Linux are incredibly tech literate, meaning that they spend all this time and effort trying to mess around with it to try to make it work. And the people that's like, I want the new shiny thing. Make the shiny thing work with what I do now. And if you don't, be mad and complain.
Yeah, no one walks into Linux land expecting it to be easy. The other thing is which they found out the last like a corporate meeting is that I have spent the same price on Macs as I do on PCs. So when like, oh, look at my cool $2,000 Mac Pro, and the data engineer pops up, look at my cool. He pulled out the. I bought him like this Lenovo gaming rig. It's like, what the? How do you get that? It's the same price as your Mac Pro. He's the only person on his data team. So it's like, okay, well, this will be the data spec. I don't care. This is easy since it's set up, Go ahead.
Yeah, he's good. As long as he pockets me in Paladins, I don't care.
I know, right? Everyone was like, but how do I get that? You wanted your MacBook. You accept your MacBook. And the director of engineers like, I like this game. I'm going to stick on Linux though. He has spec'd out this machine, and I did approve it. It was like dual and 500 gig NVMe's RAID 0 for faster than light speed. It's like, you don't need that much speed. Yes, I do. And then I'm going to put in a terabyte regular SSD for storage. And then I'm going to 64 gigs of RAM. What? Now you're just ballooning the price because you can. Yes.
Yes, I have $2,000. I will hit $2,000 on the dot.
I will hit
What
this
do you ask?
$2,000.
Hey, Paul.
Well, yes, my fans have RGB.
It's ready for you. Anytime you want it, Paul. Look at it.
Yeah.
What version is that?
It's a 3090.
Just has it,
Here's
just
Paul.
sitting around.
I have like 20 of these on my desk right now. They're just
Come on, Paul. Dance for the 3090.
Look
James,
at it.
I would like a 3090, James says I would like a 3090.
Look at all these mini display
All right.
boards. Look at this.
James, I'll let you on the big show. How much for a 3090? I'll let you on the big show for 3090.
You just need a little repair, but like they're good to go. Like I got 3090s. I got SSDs. I got a truckload of these fucking Garbo.
Solder iron right here, ready to go. Get my solder iron.
He's like, I'm ready. Give me,
There you
please, Gib.
Oh,
Please.
I'm guessing they were out of mining rigs.
I don't do anything like that, right? You think I have a mining operation in the back of my house where I'm burning out hardware like every day to get like?
I'm thinking you might be buying a pallet of people trying to get rid of them.
I mean, like, I'm not affirming either or that I'm doing mining rig operations and running up my electric bill by tapping into my neighbor's grid. I ain't saying any of that.
Kids think they're playing Roblox, but they're just mining.
Go ahead, run that Freaky Runners and Backroom Simulator. Yes, that's a lot of Ethereum. No, but they're like half broken, so like they're from like computers I ripped down, right? So like I have like tons of parts that work. Like I have like rigs that like we just zeroed out because we just need liquid cooling, right? Like you just put liquid cooling in, you're good to go. I have like tons, like come by the lot. Like we already got rid of all the Macs. I do have a super Mac that's like 2 terabytes of RAM or some crazy shit in it. Like it's a super Mac, and it's like designed for like video editing and shit like that. And that's actually my like personal laptop that I take to go like drive everywhere because it's fun, right? With the Macs, right? When people drop out their MacBook Air, like, oh, check out my MacBook Air, and I dropped this like behemoth, right? Like this cube behemoth. I'm like, this thing could render in like 12K if I wanted to. You know what I mean? It's like it's a behemoth.
I mean, honestly, if your computer can't like physically destroy their computer, then what's the point? Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. And that's why I stick with big behemoth servers, desktops.
Exactly.
You know, I'll just throw a blade server at a motherfucker. Okay. Right. So like at work, so my new laptop at work, I actually sand laptop. I'm going for a desktop and iPad. Is my flavor of choice for the IT department. I want to, because we're working remotely. I'm not going anywhere. You know, I'm going to sit here in this room. I just want a desktop. Give me a desktop. What if you're mobile? Give me an iPad, because I'm just going to remote into my desktop.
A Surface at that point.
No. The iPad has better battery power.
It's better battery life, sir.
In that case, Kindle or get a cheap pad from Amazon.
No, the Amazon Fire Tablet's terrible. It's awful RAM. And I've got to deal with Android. I need the
what you need to do is bring like the whole for like guitar cases, right? Like there's a lot of like rack mounts for like guitar effects processors, right? That have like wheels on them that you can kind of like just drag your whole like Axe effects and your like compressor and shit like that for studio. Yeah. What you should do is buy one of them for guitar, because they're up to like 48U, you know what I mean? And just rack your whole thing in it, right? Rack your whole thing behind you in it, and take that to like fucking Starbucks, right? You just like pop the case open and like attach the monitor to it and just rack the whole server. Like, sorry, dude, just working remote, and just plug in like everything from the rack, from the Furman power conditioner, and just do it. Like that's really what you should do. I'm not like they're really cheap, but you can like definitely rack your whole thing up to be a mobile server that you can just like put in your car and unload just wherever you want to go. Yeah.
God, that's terrible. That's terrible. All right.
That'd be big dick, right? If you're like at a co-working space and people are like bringing out like their laptops. You just wheel the fucking like 48U mobile rack unit, and it's just like, yeah, let me power up real quick, and then just like the whole room is just like deafening roar of just like shit booting up. You know, it's like they're on their Zoom call talking about like analytics for next year's like Q1 and stuff. You hear and like, what's that noise? It's just Harry booting up the mobile server unit.
Again, he couldn't just leave it here. He has to take it home with him every day.
I asked the co-working space I go to, like, they should get racks and rent out server space. So I could just drop like my server in there for work, just leave it there, What if the cabinet's locked, and I get a good, they get ISO or SOC compliancy on the area, just leave it right here, and it's easier for me, But
mobile rack unit, you can take that to a fucking McDonald's, dude. Like, let me connect to the McDonald's Wi-Fi while I rack my server.
Right, so like the co-working space, I enjoy going to co-working spaces. I actually enjoy a little bit. My issue is the company that I work for now, the co-working space they give me for, it's kind of far away from my house. So I really have to drive. It's like going into a company, like a job, because I have to go into Broad Ripple to go to it. And I don't live close to Broad Ripple anymore. So it's a drive. And I enjoy it when I'm there, and I liked it when I had more people in the area that worked for the company. But now, like, there's like one person, and he's in Noblesville, and he's not coming. That south of 96th Street. He refuses. So I haven't gone there in like 2 months, and I'm like, when I tell my boss, is like, cause I want to ask, to be perfectly honest, I want to ask him if he just give that money to have internet access at the store, that studio. Let's pay for it. Just give me the $100 to do that with it. So here's the hope. And if that's the case, that's gig fiber. That'll get us over the hump. We can get gig fiber. Gig.
I mean, it's fair.
Well, the max, because I dug the business line to the house all those years, like 10 years ago, I could get 10 gig. 10 gig parallel, which there's no need for it unless we're like running servers in the basement.
Because we're actually doing shit there.
Because no service is going to give us the full 10 gig download, and I'm never going to have that many people there to give us the full 10 gigs. I did have Ogre is thinking about wanting to use the house to crash while he's here doing jobs, and he has said like if he is staying here, you'll help upgrade the electricity of the house so we can go up to a 200 amp circuit. So because I only have 100 amps, the studio is only 100 amps. Sorry, it's a house. We have 100 amp service. Deal with it. No. So, anyways. Reinhold hates that we shit on his apples. And I'm sorry, Reinhold. We're going to shit on them every day.
I'm like the biggest anti-Mac person in the world.
We know Reinhold loves Apple machines. He's got an Apple tattoo, tramp stamp on the back of him. We've got photo from his wife. I'm going to put it up here on the screen. I wish I had that queued up ready to go.
It was just a Photoshop picture of Reinhold.
Yeah,
and like his wife, but his wife's face is replaced with Steve Jobs.
Yeah.
Reinhold goes on a date. Is like, what if we like made out next to my like blue color like power PC?
Remember when PowerPC was cool? Me either.
I'm going to hold up right now. I'm going to hold up all of the Mac products that I own.
Okay.
Products I own.
All right.
Ooh, the Apple Quantum.
Let's see. I've got an iPad. I've got an iPad.
The microchips, cool.
MacBook
it's the new Apple Invisalign.
I did get a Pro Tower from Dear Leader because he didn't want it, and he gave me basically a Xeon desktop. I was like, "FB, I'll take this damn thing." It's like, this is old and stupid. I'm like, you're stupid.
It's a Xeon.
Like, you're stupid. I'll take this.
We save those chips.
Yeah, I know. Which sucks. It's probably at its. It can't go up to the Ventura OS It is, so it's going to be end of life next year. It's going to suck unless I Hackintosh it or bring it to Linux or Windows. And actually, strangely enough, I did find it ran Windows 10 very well. And someone has a backdoor way to get that thing to run Windows 11. So it might be my first Windows 11 machine.
That's the one thing to say about Apple computers is that they're great computers for running Windows on.
When I had to give Rupert's kids like 20-something Macs, right? So when I was like reinstalling the operating system, right? Because the Mac OS takes like a while to reinstall, so I got lazy and just put like Pop OS Linux on every single one of them. Like, whatever, fucking Linux.
How many Macs did you drop off?
Should be like close to 20.
They only gave me 5 to fix up.
There's like a lot. There's like
no. They only gave me 5.
There was more than 5 because I got the certificates of destruction for them.
No, they gave me 5 to fix up.
Where'd they go?
I don't know. I was like, maybe they broke or something happened.
I don't know because like there was a 2 or 3 like Mac Minis,
2 Mac Minis, and there was like 5 MacBook Airs.
There's definitely more than 5. Ask them again. You know what I mean? There's definitely more than 5 MacBook Airs.
5 MacBook Airs.
It don't matter to me, but it's just like there's more than 5.
Okay, so something happened. All right, I don't know.
Something. Ask Rupert.
We'll do this after. Oh, okay, all right. This is Rupert drama. Do this.
And Christy, Harry wouldn't put a hot tub in his own house. He thought about it, but wouldn't do it though.
I will put a hot tub at that house. I'll put a hot tub at that house. Yeah. We do need to up the amps. Oh God, there's a bad joke there. I was gonna almost said it. Well, effing said it. Definitely will up the amps at the house so we can get a hot tub on the back deck so we can do our hot tub streams, because my goal is to dress Reinhold up as Uncle Iroh and have him sit in the hot tub. All right.
But only after we make him make tea.
He has
to make traditional tea as Iroh first, and he has to enjoy his tea in the hot tub.
You could just make like a ghetto hot tub with like some barrels and stuff that you just heat up with like a propane tank, right? So that would be even better, right? So it's just like some hick, you know. It's a hot tub, but it's not really a hot tub. It's actually an OSHA violation if people touch it.
It's OSHA violation. Someone touches it. Yeah. Well, like that house, like I really feel like because like live there right now, like I said, blow the equity out, build a bigger garage, get a pool, hot tub in the back, screw it. Have some fun with the house. I don't live there.
Screw it.
I'm just upset that I didn't buy the house that's directly behind the house. Like Lacey told me not to buy it. And I wish I did it because like I would have just destroyed it and just built a big fence.
Built a big garage for yourself off the back.
Right on the foundation. Just once it destroyed it, just build a garage. Pour more concrete. Massive garage on it. But hey.
And then you could have built a tunnel. In between the two.
Yep, kept the addresses separate. With the house and one of my cousins' names. One of my cousins, probably 3 or 4 times removed, so it's hard to trace down. Oh yeah. Trust me, my safe house is built that way.
He's like, trust me, I've already done this before. I just wish I did it with that one.
Oh man, I've got poor cousins that have no issue of putting their name down to get me a storage unit. I love it. Piece of advice: if you want a storage unit that doesn't actually belong to you, doesn't want your name on it, you probably have a cousin out there that needs some money.
By the way,
I have so many questions.
I figured out
well, and it's even better when they're not legally related to you. And, sorry you had to find out this way.
I figured out the max though that there was 2 Lenovo's and the rest were broken, so I ended up having to toss those because they're like broken.
That's
why I have
2
the 20.
Lenovo's.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, that makes sense. I was like,
I had the sheet. The sheet was somewhere.
Man, I was like, whoa,
He's just like immediately went and looked it up.
I was like, I'm gonna get down there, but I have questions.
Well, I mean, like, it's a question. I'm like, I know there's 20, but I'm like, did I drop them off 20? Like, no, I think like what happened is like I ended up like scrapping like a bunch of them because like they were just completely fucking broken, like would not boot. Fucking.
Oh, I can fix those.
Or somewhere, I don't know.
I can fix those. I'm actually like I can actually fix mechs. Like the other thing is like I may hate them, but like I'm actually really good at fixing them, and working on them. It's not Macs I hate. I hate their users. It's like Hondas. I love Hondas. I love the way they're engineered. I hate Honda drivers. They're terrible. Mac users are terrible. The Apple machines on themselves, like I get the technology behind it. Their users suck.
Is a Honda driver worse than a Spider driver? This is good. That if you're driving a Spider, right?
Ooh, that. Honestly, the Spiders know they're trash. Okay, they know. They actually know. Hondas don't. They think once VTEC kicks in, they win. Okay, all right. Which most Honda drivers, especially in America, have no idea why VTEC wins races. Because most of them never take them to track. So if you're in Ohio, right? VTEC is annoying because they'll rev up really high and will just pass you in the corners. One, because they're lightweight and they don't have to, and VTEC will just carry them to the corner where you'll hit your rev limiter or you needed to shift. You can't be on power. You're stuck in a gear where they'll just keep going. It's the worst. Everyone knows, if you've driven in the NASA races there, you know what I'm talking about. You're coming into some of the corners and you're in third or fourth gear and you've got to either lift or bounce off your rev limiter and the Honda just keeps going. It's like you son of a
We had a kid in like high school I went to school with who had like a Spider, right? And he would always try to like I don't know, he's like special or something. I don't know, but we have that racetrack down in Indianapolis where you can bring your car and race if you want, right?
Yeah.
So he was always trying to get people to race for pink slips, and I'm like, I don't think that's even legal, you know what I mean? But he was always wanting to do it with the Spider, and he's challenging like some other kid in like our class that has like, I shit you not, like a burgundy Geo Metro 1993 Geo Metro with a spoiler on the back and like flame decals, right? It's like the Geo Metro is going to stomp you, bro, because like this Geo Metro is like this kid's probably like bought this $500 ship box and put like nitrogen tanks in it and everything else. I mean, like it's just a straight burner. And like he's like, oh well, dad got me this Spider. It's like you're gonna fight the kid with the Geo Metro. It's like this. It's
Don't do it.
I kind of wanted him to take up the offer. I wanted to see you drive your expensive car to like the track in Indianapolis, and this dude like hauls his like shit box, his farm truck shit box there, dude, and just burns you out like immediately through there. Hits the nitrous tanks because yours is probably stock. You know what I mean? It's like yours is 100% stock.
Yeah, I will say like TV stuff is always, let's race for pinks, right? Or like so you can tell someone's really cocky when they're like, let's race for pinks. Like I've someone's let's do it. Let's race for pinks, and you just look at and you realize you're just driving your shit box. If you've like tuned up the hell, you just go, sure, let's go. What? I'll send a rod through this thing. I don't give a fuck.
You get people that would challenge trucks. So like my sports car will beat your truck. I'm like, what's the distance? You know what I mean? It's like if you're like doing like 10 laps, maybe, definitely 10 laps. But if it's just like 100-meter, just like hit it and go and cross the finish line, it's like this shitty like Silverado will beat you every time in like that short gap.
It's called a pit maneuver, James. Okay, all right. The truck has it's got no weight in that ass. Okay, it may have a dump truck, but it ain't got no weight back there. That's fake. Okay, you just gotta tap that rear end, and that thing will go sideways, and you just keep going. All right.
Play dirty for pinks.
Fuck yeah.
Dude just challenged everybody's car. Like I think at the time, like my friend had like a Monte Carlo, right? Just a junk Monte Carlo, and
which the price of those have skyrocketed. By the way, like the Monte Carlos, there's no reason a Monte Carlo should cost this much, more than $3,000 right now. But they're like what $15,000 for a Monte Carlo? Sorry, keep going.
I don't know, but the coolest car we had in high school was like this kid that played like guitar in the punk band. He had like an El Camino, like the coolest car. I'm like, it's like a truck, but it's a car, and I'm like, this is like the coolest like, car in like the lot. It's all rusted to hell, dude. It's like, yo, it's just like pop the El Camino in the back. But yeah, like the coolest car. Like me personally, I rode the bus until like we got like the shitty like pace car. Like my dad got me, and we'd ramp like train tracks with it, right? Because we had like an incline with a train track, and we just like busted not even ramp the train tracks with the car. And I'm not saying we fucked the car up or anything, but I've fucked quite a few cars up in my life. You know, like like it's not that slick out. It's just ice on the road. I got snow tires. I can like hit it 60 and hit a curve. You know.
First off, F you. I do that all the time with snow tires. I got up to 100 on the snow before in my Subaru.
My favorite wreck was in Lebanon at the bank, where it was like snowing super hard and like windows are iced over, and I was like, it's like I'm gonna go like hang out and go do something, and then like my windows defrosting, and like it defrosted like this much, and I'm like, fuck it, I could see the road in front of me, good enough, dude, and like just booked it, dude, and like I couldn't see
Midwest.
I couldn't see because like on the right side, like somebody parked their truck right like a couple inches further than what it should be parked on like the side lane.
Yeah.
It's like I'm just driving, I just crunch. It's like oh shit. It's like what happened? And like I'm like rubbing off the window. It's like, oh man, I totally slid. It's definitely not me like driving completely fucking blind. You know what I mean? It's like, totally slid, dude. My bad. You know how icy it is.
Oh my god. Yeah, but like racing back then was fun. Like so like I love to juice up Dodge Neons, right? One, because you had the same 4G motor block system that Evos had, and the Mitsubishi Eclipse, right? But lighter package, front wheel drive, crappy car that no one cares about, right? So you basically had the same freaking like around the same setup, right? So you've got this iron block, which can just take boost for on end. It will just take boost because it's loaded up with boost and just send it. And because since it's a neon, you can easily find another one. At least back then, you could just go. I remember like when I did get it, like I got caught, which I feel like I could have beat the ticket. I was older. The cop unfairly radared me doing over 100. Unfairly, allegedly over 100. I don't trust the system. I was driving carefully on the road at the time. But he clearly said I was doing like 100 plus. Which he said he clocked me. I didn't see the gun. Okay, all right, or, if I remember correctly, it probably was timed. Anyways, all right. So, or he speed gapped me. Anyways, irregardless,
I'd want to see the calibration records for his radar gun. We're gonna file a bunch of requests and see if they just drop this.
Yeah. Got my license suspended for it. Had blast, dude. Which sucked. He was, I did have one cop, like to jump in front of my car one time, like because I was going really fast, and he was just shocked of the braking distance because he really expected. I don't know. I think he expected me to like either stop really long and hit him, or barely next to him, and I stopped, which hurt my neck, by the way, because you're just driving fast and he just walks in the lane and sticks his hand out, and that's I slam on the brakes. I just saw someone just jump in the lanes of traffic. And when the brakes locked up, it was like, oh my fucking neck. Anyways, terrible stuff to do with cars. Don't do that, kids. Racing on the streets like kissing your sister. Yes, you can do it, but it's wrong.
Did I tell you the story about me picking up a friend of ours at the police station?
Okay,
back in college.
All right, when you say police station and when you say college, is this current century or like 18 or 17? I just want to know.
This was the 80s.
Okay,
1880s, 1980s.
Okay. See, this way.
You got it wrong. You got it wrong. See.
So I was probably 18 at the time.
Okay.
we're in college. We're at a party. The drinking age back then was 18, 19. So it was cool. Even though I was technically grandfathered out by 12 days. But anyway, we were all at the party. We're all drinking and stuff like that. And one guy left a little, at some point, and we were still there. And the phone rings, and it's the police department saying, "Hey, do you know this guy?" "Yeah, we know him. He was at our apartment recently." He says, "Well, we picked him up. He's kind of too drunk to drive. We just need somebody to come pick him up." It's okay. So this is the middle of winter. Snow's on the ground. We go to try to find the police station. None of us knew where the police station was in this city we were living in. And is in a suburb of Chicago somewhere. So we're driving around trying to find it. We get to where we think it is. We're still not seeing it. But we did notice that there was a huge parking lot that was just empty. And there was fresh snow on the ground. And we thought, this is the time we're going to go do some donuts. So we're in this parking lot. We're doing donuts for about a minute. And then at one point we stopped and I looked up and I noticed that the parking lot ended down a little bit further to the actual police station. So we were in the police station's parking lot doing donuts, trying to pick our friend up who had been gotten for DUI. So that was a fun time.
You don't understand, officer. We were incredibly lost. We've been trying to
I didn't know where we were. I mean,
we haven't been. Oh, when the cop asked us if anybody else was sober enough to drive, and we were like, "Oh yeah, sure, we got somebody who can drive."
Oh yeah, I stopped drinking 3 hours ago.
Vincent, can you show us what's on the top of your deck?
Donuts.
Huh?
Show us what's on top of your deck, Vincent.
It's a 9 of diamonds.
Yeah, you ain't gonna win the game with that, brother.
Are you using my deck? I got you.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like, where's this card shuffling coming from?
Yeah,
like,
I kept hearing this noise. I'm like,
yeah,
it's always there.
I have an issue with idle hands.
Yeah, it's always there.
It's like someone's rifle.
I do too. I mean, that's part of the reason why.
Yeah, right.
I'm sure deck shuffling is probably healthier.
So I had to leave for a minute because like the kids are mad at each other, so they're turning off the computers on each other and like password locking the computers at each other. It's like, what are you doing? She's like,
so you're raising them right.
Yeah, it's like, I'm like, why'd you cut it off? And she's like, well, because Darren wouldn't let me play this, so I cut it off and password locked it. It's like we'll turn it back on. No, it's like. We all gonna be dicks here? It's like you want because I have I can remote into every one of these PCs from I can kill the computer right now, bro. Like shut them all off. But like they do this quite consistently where they just turn each other's devices off and password lock them or like sys keys type of shit to their computers. Like guys garbage. Like and he's like, what are you doing? It's like the worst behavior. Like this is why you get written up at school. Like you know what I mean? Like the computer lab. You can't just walk over because some kid makes you mad. Like cut off the computer middle of assignment. Just pull the plug. It's like, what are you doing?
Didn't you do that in the computer lab?
No, it's like you're a problem user. it's like I hate some problem users, but they've been doing that for like the last 2 hours. That's why you hear them. They're just fighting over what building in Roblox is the better building. When someone doesn't agree, they just shut the computer off. Like you know what? Like your building's gone. You know what I mean?
See, that's why you should get them in Minecraft. They'll just grief each other. Okay.
Yeah. Pour lava on each other. Or,
yep.
Okay. Do that in Roblox?
I don't know.
I've never played Roblox in my life.
So I've got Minecraft for the Switch, right? I've been playing Minecraft for the Switch. I can say this about Minecraft for the Switch. Don't.
Yeah.
Don't. It's terrible. Like the controls are awful for it. They're not intuitive. You got to change them. It's like the default is intuitive. It's terrible. It's awful. Split screen. It's terrible. Minecraft split screen. Awful. The worst experience. Like massive TV. It's like, how did you get this wrong?
This is better on the computer. It's better on the computer because you can like mod and do different things with it.
Yeah, you can't. I can't play unmodded Minecraft. This is boring.
I'm trying to get
modded Minecraft.
My daughter has gotten into Minecraft outside of the house, right? So I wanted to play with her here at the house. And so I put it on my wish list and someone bought it for me. I was like, okay, I'm going to play this. I've got it for the Switch. Never wanted it for the Switch. I'm just going to get it for her PC. And I am, playing with her. Yes, Chris, yes, for sure. Nieces, kids, yes. Next generation of cybersecurity people is nieces breeding them.
Gets angry at some Russian hacker group, turns off their PC, Siski locks them out.
See, when I was a kid, when we were arguing who gets to play the Sega Genesis, it was a fight on who can grip the cartridge harder while the other one gets yeeted down the stairs.
Wow. All right. So and that's what Phil. That's why twins are bad to have. Should always try to get rid of one twin,
not twins,
especially the evil twin, which we all know who's the evil twin.
Trust me, I tried.
Oh, that's Paul Dark. Anyways, back to Minecraft.
Accurate.
So I've been trying to play. It's hard. And then my daughter, clearly, where she learned how to play Minecraft, right? She should touchscreen. That's another thing I'm also noticing, because she wants to. If I give her the PC, she just wants to use the mouse or keyboard. She wants to touch my screen on my laptop, right? I don't rock touch screen, right? So I was like, okay, I have no idea where she played this thing at. And then she wants to go to the villages and stuff like that. I'm like, we don't have, I'm trying to get her to play. Like, we don't have beds. We don't have anything. You want to go to a village already? Like, we've got to build up first.
Village has beds. Well, you just go and hang out there.
Yeah,
I don't know where the village is.
She's obviously been paying attention to the speedrun strats. Like, you want to get a world with a village nearby and look for obsidian right away.
well, Harry, the thing is that since you're not using touchscreen, she doesn't know anything but to go back to the villages and sleep.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. So so I'm learning, and then I try to get my wife into it, and she just looks at me like, we'll just dig there. I can't. That's sand. I've got to build it up. I was like, well, why can't you dig underneath the sand? Because it'll crush me.
Yeah, because it's sand. It'll fall. It has physics.
Yeah,
gravel fall.
It will crush me.
It will suffocate in the sand.
Oh, the worst part of gaming Minecraft on the Switch is crafting in Minecraft, because it's like, all right, I need to look for the God damn it.
Shit.
I know people who play Minecraft on the Xbox. I'm like, I can't figure out why you would want to do that.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm hampered because I'm used to having a full keyboard to go. I need a shovel.
Well, yeah. The thing is that controllers, for certain games, a lot of those kind of games are not conducive to using controllers. Things like fighting games or games that are specifically built around the controllers makes games way better to play. But you can definitely tell Minecraft was made for PC when it originally was made, and they ported to these consoles, and they're like, all right, we have to somehow make this work with half, if not less, of the buttons available to us.
Yep. The other one is so I got Sonic, the Sonic game for the Switch.
Frontier.
And how can I put this? I don't remember being better than my wife at platformers or something like that. Because the moment I was sitting there reading a book, and she just goes, I'm stuck. And she just hands me the controller. I'm like, you just got to double jump up, and it's super hard without momentum. Trying to play Sonic without momentum is the worst when you just stopped. Because you can't get up something like, I have no momentum. I just got to jump.
I gotta go run back, rebuild. Let's go.
Yeah, it was like, and then I don't play this game. I gotta figure out all these stupid buttons, and it's like, cool, he's got a boost. All right, boom, boom, boom. All right, you're up. Here you go. Go back and play. It is fun. I played a little bit of it this morning because I went to yoga because I got up at 4. Well, honestly, I didn't get up at 4. Today I got up at 3, and I got up at 3.
Ate a dozen raw eggs.
Did not eat a dozen raw eggs.
Did 100 push-ups.
Not 100
100 sit-ups. 100 squats.
I did Duolingo for 30 minutes. I did Duolingo for 30 minutes. I practiced my German for 30 minutes. And then I shaved and got ready for yoga.
I did my Duolingo for 30 minutes while also studying painting.
Went to hot yoga got to hot yoga class at 5:30 in the morning, did a hot yoga class, then hit LA Fitness. Anyway, so I get home and
I get home, it's 5:30. then I have my first cup of coffee.
Yep. Anyways, so stop the meme. All right.
The only thing I do is like I've been sorting my magic cards, and like when I get them into colors, I have Heather like put them in the binders in alphabetical order for me. You know what I mean? Like you slide them in, and she'll spend like 20-30 minutes doing like a color a piece. I'm like, yes, you slide them in. Yeah.
Speaking about earlier, with Harry, Paul, and I did meet up for lunch. Go to this ramen shop, and we ordered food. They brought silverware out, and they brought 3 sets of chopsticks and a fork. And they go, just in case one of you don't know how to use it. And they set it down, and they look at Paul, and they set it down and walk away. And it was like, well, it couldn't be us, because Harry's wearing a Jack Skellington hat with a porcupine on his shirt, and I was literally wearing a shirt that the anime girl face on it. And Paul's there, nicely parted hair.
Carhartt
zipped all the way up.
Like obviously this guy from some construction crew. Nice Christian construction worker.
You know, I have never well, I have, but I have. It's been a long time since I've experienced racial discrimination. Words hurt. Actions hurt. Don't do it. Now, I was microaggressed against.
That's so stupid.
Yeah, it was neat. It's like, we brought a fork.
They don't know Paul watches nonstop anime. Like he knows how to use a chopstick. You know,
Paul doesn't look like that. When Paul's walking around, he looks like he is, like he's on,
yeah, I look like a respectable member of society.
Obviously, like clearly, it's like either A, left his Amish community after Rumspringa,
he's definitely masking, right?
Yeah. Hiding his power level. It's what he does. It's fine.
It was just so hilariously perfect.
Yeah.
Just in case one of you don't know how to use chopsticks.
Yeah, super offended. I wish we had rice there so I could pick up one grain and throw it at him like ass. F you. F you. That's the thing. I tell people, it's like reason why I like Korea over Japan, because Korea is more American than Japan. Korea's fun, friend of the network, long time person, which I want to get back in the show, the network. I want to get him back here, at least on Low Key Wall next year, and maybe on the big show for next year. Long term, old school Wall fans know him as Joe Ruiz. I want Joe Ruiz back to come back for one show. I miss Joe. Joe, we miss you. I don't know if you were still listening to stuff on the next week, Joe Ruiz, and we miss you. But I want Joe to come back. And so, like, I was on Joe's Facebook. He was at one of those. He was at the Japanese grill, and they were doing like the table, like cooked. He was cooking at his table, and I was like, look at him at his Japanese cook table, cooking single pieces, all formal at a time. And I just want to send him a picture of me at Korean barbecue. I'm going to throw this hunk of meat on, drink a bunch of booze, use my effing hands, drip grease everywhere, like Korea, baby.
They've got a lot of Korean places out there near where you used to live, right?
Yep.
That's where I usually have to go if I want Korean. I have to go.
There's literally one less than 5 minutes from my house. I could go to.
Yeah, Brian, do you like Korean food?
No, that is 5 minutes from my house.
So we can.
I'm not a big fan of kimchi, but I do like some other stuff.
Well, that's okay because I'll eat the kimchi.
You come back when you like kimchi, okay? You can come back. What do you mean you don't like kimchi?
Because I'm German, so you would think I would like sauerkraut. I'm not really a big fan of sauerkraut.
Mustard and sauerkraut is a food group at my house. Okay, all right, Reinhold. When you embrace your heritage, and
I used to get in trouble too because I didn't like. My wife likes to do.
Be careful.
Corned beef and cabbage because it's New Year's. Mm-hmm. I'm like, I can't stand the cabbage. I mean, it's just like it's the cabbage, the sauerkraut, the kimchi that has that consistency stuff. I just have a problem with. Now, I did grow up eating sauerkraut. Don't get me wrong. I ate a lot of sauerkraut growing up.
All right, I'm going to remove your mod ability. When you start eating sauerkraut,
I can eat sauerkraut. I can do it. I don't crave it.
Okay. That's fine. Fine. I'm going to be culturally sensitive to your needs. I don't wanna. You should enjoy your sauerkraut. Yeah. So my family here, like I said, we use mustard and sauerkraut as a food group, and so is kimchi. My wife has tempted to use because she follows Hamzy. If you want to watch a really cool person on YouTube, Hamzy, or create stuff like that, she uses like kiddie pools to make kimchi with because she makes so much of it at her house. Which, like Reinhold was like, that's a lot of yes, Reinhold. That's a lot.
Yeah, but it keeps because it's already fermented and old. I mean, so
oh yeah, like so, like
you can make a bunch.
So we went to a Korean restaurant and we brought some stuff home, and like Lacey goes like, "Oh, this tub's been here for a week." I'm like, what are you doing? This this kimchi will outlive the tub.
It's just getting good.
Like for me, Japanese food's kind of boring. Like I have to literally like put like a pound of wasabi on like sushi just for it to be palatable. You know what I mean? It's like I need the wasabi. But like for Korean, it was like I guess my favorite Asian food is probably Indian, just because it's like hyper savory. You know what I mean? It's like doesn't matter what dish you get.
Too. Thai is good.
Yeah, okay, it's like fire. Okay, you know what I mean?
All right, Reinhold, you have redeemed yourself.
So I used to get. I went to a Thai restaurant. There's a Thai restaurant in Spencer. If you can imagine, in Spencer, Indiana, there was a Thai restaurant we went to, and I went in there and I ordered tom yum.
I may know Spencer, Indiana, for reasons.
I
ordered tom yums.
My ex lived in Spencer, Indiana, so
and I said I want it to be really spicy. I want it to be Thai hot. And the guy kind of looked at me like, this is
looked at your skin. Looked
Southwest Indiana. Looked at me, and it's like, and I have to have that conversation a lot. But I'm like, no, I want it Thai hot. And so he says, what I'll do is I'll bring over the spices, and you can put in as much as you want. All right. So he brings me over a cup of spices, and I took the whole cup and I dumped it in, and his eyes got real big, and I'm like, I could use a little bit more. Go back and get some more because I like spicy. I do that. There's an Indian restaurant. Literally, they opened up an Indian restaurant in the gas station at the exit off 70 where I live. Right, it's the only thing there. It's just like the gas station.
He doxed himself.
And this Indian place. It's fine. It's not. I'm not that close, but it's close enough that I can go up there and get it. But every time I have to tell them I want this spicy, and they're like, okay, we'll make it spicy. I'm like, no, you don't understand. You don't make it spicy enough. I want it spicy. I want you to make me cry, and you're not doing it. You need to give me some more.
Yeah.
Now, I did go on Amazon and I found some Indian spice that I got, and I had it shipped over. I got it in a container now, and I'll like make chili, and I have to make chili very, very bland for Heather because she can't do any spicy anymore because of all the stuff that she went through.
That's gotta be the worst.
So I have to make it bland, and then I take that spice and I put it in there, and it's like one time I've made it too spicy for me. One time, so I know my limit now. I was like, I can't eat that. That's too.
All right, spicy. I'm removing Vincent because he's got a story, and I'm not letting him tell it. So, but no.
Just I trust me. Let's just say me and Harry were planning on having ramen, and then we ended up at a sushi restaurant instead.
So it's like
Like, oh yeah, we had that pepper. We only had one last time. It wasn't hot at all. Let's triple the flavor. Let's triple the peppers. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna put some little chili powder. Oh, look, the whole tub of chili powder in our ramen. Oh well,
It'll be fine.
Eat it anyway.
Eat around it. Unedible. But yeah. When I go to Thai restaurants, so like if I send my wife, right, and they look at her milk white skin, like, oh, spicy. Okay, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I have to have that conversation a lot.
Mm-hmm. I usually tell them
that's why I like ordering online. So I can pretend I know what I'm doing or something.
I usually tell them like I want to regret that I was born spicy. Okay, all right. There's used to be a restaurant that was on the fort in Lawrence called Sharon Express. They moved to Carmel, and the restaurant owner there used to take pleasure in watching me order it spicy and watching me suffer eating it. Like if I could just eat it and not drink my drink and just walk out, he'd just, like, I'll get you next time, right? Come back next time. Come back.
That's
next
what I'm looking for. Somebody who's willing to say, okay, look,
yeah,
I ordered this spicy. It wasn't spicy enough. I want it hotter. Mm-hmm. Let's challenge me here. And I can't get people to do that.
Yeah. When I found him again in Carmel, right? He brought 2 other people, came up and was like, we want to see you eat this thing. All right. And I'm just like, whoo. Oh,
Harry wants the heat where it burns going down and coming up.
I want to be crying. I want my nose running.
I want it to hurt me.
Then we're close.
I want it to hurt me.
I think spicy is much better to handle than like overly sour, overly salty. Like super salty stuff is like, holy shit, this is inedible.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I eat salt out of, like, just pour salt in my hand and eat it, but I can't if it's too salty food. I can't eat that.
Reinhold, you're sitting over here smoking a pack while we're doing this podcast. You're pouring salt in your palm and licking it up. Like
I have a salt deficiency. I have weird
over here with this,
and I have a salt deficiency
because you haven't been logging into Paladins. So
I know. We've invited him twice. He's played it openly. You haven't come and played with us. We should play right now. We got a 5-stack. Let's stop this early. Let's go play some Paladins. Come on.
I figured we would
stream Paladins.
We just keep talking and just go to Paladins. Put your screen in the middle.
Yeah.
But are you guys like okay with like subtle spice, right? Like when I make salmon, right? There's like very little spice in the salmon, right? It's just like salt, like pepper, like maybe some lemon juice, right?
I do like pepper steak. I do pepper, peppercorn stuff. I like pepper on just about everything.
Yeah, I mean,
I make salsa. Like I make salsa and I put a little queso in it. I make it spicy and then I put pepper in it, so I have some pepper in there at least.
Like,
I'm sorry, I would not eat Reinhold's salsa. I'm sorry, because I've got things to do the next day, and Reinhold's salsa looks like you're not doing nothing.
It's better than some guacamole.
It's habanero. I buy habanero.
Why? We're not talking about that guac.
Did you even peel that avocado?
God, it really looked like she just chopped the skin. Right, the skin of the avocado in the bag, bro. Like I swear, if I squint hard, you can see the Kroger sticker in the Okay, all right.
Terrible.
Sorry, Randall. I will show you next time, like next Saturday, not this Saturday because we're off, but next Saturday, the 7th, I'll show you. I have the she doesn't listen to my podcast. Hopefully she doesn't. What if she does? Anyways, so, the yoga instructor, right?
Oh man,
I show her cooking, right? When we talk about cooking stuff like that, because like to her, she can't cook. She can not cook, right? So I talk about cooking, and to her, it's a superpower. Like it's like I'm just walking up saving lives, like Superman, right? So she sent me this photo. I made some guacamole, and it looked like she cut the tomato like she's cutting potato. The avocado isn't like mortared and pestled in. It's just chunks, massive chunks. Everything looked like she cut potato. Like it's just like I know how to cut a potato. So all the ingredients that I need to make guac, I'm gonna cut it like potato. Yeah, like potato.
See, no, I'm thinking is next time Harry goes to hot yoga, she just gives him the cold shoulder, and when she goes, she runs up to him, it's like,
You don't
so,
like my cooking, do you?
so why don't you make me some guacamole then if you hate mine so much?
Okay, fine. Stop making that travesty. No. Her guac is fine. All guac is valid. Her guac is valid. Okay.
Except for that one, but
All guac matter.
All guac matters. Okay.
But
all right. I will.
Going back to food in general, it's all about flavor combinations at the time. You know, subtle spices and stuff are always important. It just depends on the combination of how things work together. Like when you make mac and cheese, you want to add mustard powder to the roux because it brings out the flavor of the cheese.
No, I boil the macaroni bland. That throws Kraft single cheese slices on the top. Right?
It's terrible.
Right? No. Velveeta, man. Come on, have some class.
No, it's like
I will.
Yeah, I'm over here like, oh yeah, you had to make your roux and melt the cheese off heat and
put the cards up like Gambit. What did you say?
What the fuck did you say? But yeah, it's all about like combinations of flavors. That's why when you bake, you add salt to the baking because it brings out the flavor of the sweetness in it.
All right, it's
just general things like that. And how certain combinations work well together while other ones are just trash.
So Daddy is down one bottle of Prosecco.
So for Halloween this year, my wife's family
Daddy in this conversation, and I am out of Prosecco.
My wife's family this year for Halloween did a chili competition. So I'm like, oh, here we go. I made some. I was able to make chili spicy because I wasn't making it for Heather. Mm-hmm. So I made some, and I wrote on the thing on the crock pot that I took it over with. I just wrote, "This is spicy" on it, right? Mm-hmm. And I think three people were able to eat more than a couple bites of it. We used to do like hot sauce competitions with her family. They all got older and gave it up a little bit. I just went hard into it because I grew up with no spice at all. So I've kind of gone hard in on that. Mm-hmm. But I got there. I remember there was one person who said they took one bite of it and they couldn't eat it. and her brother said, well, you noticed it said spicy under, didn't it? And she's like, no, I didn't see that part. So she was just eating it like regular chili.
Were you going to like a family gathering just to basically get play of the game? It's like play of the game, right?
Yeah, he just wanted to be praised.
I was like, we'll show you. And there was a couple of people who was like, that was the perfect amount of spice. It wasn't too much, but it was good enough. Mm-hmm. And I was like, that's exactly what I was going for.
You were like, really? Go dig to the bottom. Dig at the bottom. Yeah. I love going to.
Don't put the sour cream in it when you make it this time.
Yeah. Putting labels like don't do this. Like so when I used to work in the office, I used to like Nice I don't know if Nice like you saw this when I would go to the downtown office and make coffee, and I would put like a bunch of shots of espresso in this coffee pot, and I would put a label on it: "Do not drink poisonous." And I would have people come like, "What the f did you do the copy?" There's clearly a sign on that says "Do not drink that."
See, Harry, you're playing it wrong. People will drink it if you tell them not to. If you go perfectly normal thing of coffee, people will not trust it.
I made a perfectly normal pot of coffee, no label, nothing, just pot of coffee there, untouched.
No.
Yes, ridiculous
because you told them not to. No, that's what it is.
But Harry was doing the right thing. Because once they have the anxiety attack and the heart palpitations, then they will associate that negative feeling with anything that he's labeled, and they'll stop doing stupid shit.
Hey, all I know is like one guy was drinking it, and he was like, I don't know, I can feel my heart in my chest, but I've been drinking it all week, and I've lost 10 pounds. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm not stopping now. So.
The only food thing I can remember there is like when me and Yan Chao were in the server room with like Wing Kingdom and like Red Lobster.
It keeps coming up in
The
conversation.
wing cave, baby.
It's not. You can't turn the server room into a wing cave.
That's what he did, though.
It was like the desk is like right behind's like a whole server rack, right? Then like there's monitors, like PCs getting built over here. Then like the other side of the table is like 5 rows of hot wings and like Red Lobster's like cheddar biscuits, right? It's just like let's
Ooh,
go,
cheddar bay biscuits.
let's go. It's like Young Child doesn't talk to me. He talked to me a long time after that because he moved to Ohio or something, right? But like this dude had like a love-hate relationship with me. Like there's times like he's like, "Oh, let's go to like, the barbecue place." And like the next day he's like, "I'm reporting you to HR because that shit you said was offensive as fuck." It's like, all right. It was like on and off. Like one day he'll like report me to HR over some shit, and the next day he's like, "Yo, let's go out there and get like some like beers and shit and like fucking barbecue." I'm like, "You were fucking bipolar, dude, or something, dude."
Yeah. Well, like the thing is, he just never understood like the power that he had there too. Like there's the other thing there at that job, and like he's just like, dude, you're like the only person that controls the code, have access to code that here next to the warehouse. Dude, you could tell him to go suck a fat one. There's nothing you could do because everyone here would defend you. Like you could say a racial slur. I was just like, well, he's here in the building, so I'm gonna accept it. What? He just said the N-word. Yeah, I know, but like he's the engineer in the building. None, you guys are all in San Francisco.
Eric's sitting there making you stay to 4 a.m. fixing networks. Do you guys want me to order a pizza? It's like, order a pizza
party.
Pizza party. It's 4 a.m. There's no pizza place open, bro. Like maybe go get like roller dogs from like the Speedway.
Know, right?
I'm surprised he didn't turn into a pizza cave. He just put the pizza next to the servers.
God, all right, so there's like niece did leave the pizza there on the floor one of this morning. It was like awful. The only thing that made it awful was because like the ops people were like, I can't believe he did this. Like, dude, like I don't care. He's gonna come pick it up. I don't give a fuck, dude. I don't care. It's not like this pizza on the floor costs roaches. There were already roaches in the building before this pizza was on the floor.
Like, do we get mad over like oh god, what was it? Like I think one day they're like, "Are you drinking on the job?" It's like fucking 11 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, "Yeah, but it's in the office. I'm allowed to have 2 as long as I don't fucking blow a fucking."
Hey! HR and we changed the liquor policy. It was like as long as you can function. And honestly, no, and we changed it so the simple fact that if you think someone's drinking was a problem at work, and you have to state that it is, and the company has to pay for the Uber ride home, and if they pay for your Uber ride home, you can't refuse it. You just have to take it.
It's depending on like what employee was like on the like. There's like some employees who are like just whatever goes, you know, and they don't give a shit. But there was like certain employees that were just like anything you did was just like, man, I'm going to report you. I'm going to fucking start shit with you like right now. I mean, like there's some employees like. I remember being in a Slack channel, dude, dropping F-bombs and like the open Slack channel over like some dude's stupid shit. And he kept arguing with me. I'm like, you're fucking stupid, dude. Like, I'm gonna go home today. You know what I mean? Like, really, this is too much.
Yeah.
And they're cool with it because it's just like the fucking dev chat or whatever. It's like, man, it's fucking stupid as fuck, dude. It's like, why would you not buy this? You know, it's like you're crazy. But then God, like God, the worst was Susan, dude. Like Susan fucking hated me from like day one, dude. It's like, what the fuck, lady? It's like, what? And she's like,
because she was a control freak and you wouldn't let her control things.
It's like, I don't know. It's like, why did you come in at like fucking 8 a.m? It's like, because I stayed till like 7 p.m, Susan. Like, I'm not gonna come at 8 a.m. if I'm here to 7 p.m. Like, you're fucking
But she
nuts.
didn't want you to stay there. Like I said, like she's a control freak. She wanted to control your hours, and you wouldn't let her.
You know, so it was like, because like her argument was like, because I wouldn't be there early in the morning for like her like whenever she was there, that like I wasn't doing any work, but like the tickets like showed I was doing work, and then it's like you can ask the second shift people because I have to bail Ernest out until like 7 p.m. because everybody comes to them, so I stayed to 7 to like finish up a bunch of junk, but she just wasn't having it. She's like, how dare you use a salary position like a salary position? You know what I mean? Like, how dare you? How dare you?
That email to Harry, he's like, oh, you guys are just talking shit about me on your podcast. I listen to it every time.
what it came down to was like she wanted like things in like perfect order, right? But
Mhm.
like the place never ran on perfect order. Like
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
and
but-
niece
well,
is
like,
also
well, the thing is, like, even when we tried to get it, like, we were fighting. We fought for like hard tooth and nail, and I think like we've like Susan and I, like, we fought for it, and we did a lot of good things, and we were getting it to that point. And then when she finally came up to go, so it's like, you know what, I found a position, I'm out, and I'm like, you know what, I got to get the fuck out before she gets out of here.
because like
and we were telling you that for months.
Well, like, because well, I believed in Susan that, like, she, like, if I just do what she says, get everything done, it will get better. And it did.
We were telling you that before they even hired Susan in.
Yeah. Hey, like I said, like, same thing I said to Paul. It's like, hey, it's misplaced lawyer today. I'm like, I'm going to fix this thing. This can't. Well, it's like the red flags, just like a project car. I see the red flags, but I ignore them because I believe I can fix them. I can fix this thing.
Woo, red,
Yeah.
such fun.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
she got.
Oh, yeah.
I think she got mad when she's like, you know, like why do you just pick your own hours? I'm like, because like all the devs do. You know what I mean? She's like, what? I'm like, none of these people come the fuck in, Susan. Like, look, the people I'm supporting do not come the fuck in. You know, it's like I'm not gonna sit here and do it. Like, what about people on the floor? It's like we those are all done. It's like I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
If they're not coming in, I'm not coming in, Susan.
Yeah.
She got mad about it. It was like,
yeah. She didn't really get all that up until the point where like the main print server that they had there, that I'm not a developer. I don't code. I do not code. I understand how Python works and everything, how code works. I don't code. And I know this is getting into the weeds. So I'm gonna finish this statement up, turn my camera off, go get another bottle of wine, and I'm going to kick it to Vincent to pick another topic. And yeah, so what I'd be like, but like I delved into the big print server and basically, and then figured out how it worked, and then sitting at a meeting yelling at the developers like, hey, that's not how this thing works. And like, no, this is how this works. And I go, no, pull up pages of code. I'm like, that's not how this thing works. If you do that, this thing breaks. This thing works better this way. And it's like, you know, and her realizing that the non-developer, the network administrator, jumped in their stupid ass crap code and figured out how the thing worked and told them how the thing worked.
that's why you should work at home, guys. Whoever's listening, definitely work at home, because but like if you ever work in a corporate, like it's fucking nutty, dude. Like, just people are nuts no matter where you go. It's like, just don't deal with them at all, besides like through text.
Yeah, I miss working in the office. I miss seeing people, but like, no, man, no. It's, you know, like, remote.
Anything done when I'm in the office, because everybody wants to talk and hang out.
I like to talk. I want to hang out with people, but the thing is,
I know, but I can't get work done if I'm doing that. I end up working longer hours.
That is work, right? It's work, right? I don't know what's your problem, right? I told Jesse Riddle. I have meetings to force people to talk to me. You know, like, see, Reinhold, like you, if we work together, I would try to have a weekly meeting with you to force you to sit there talk. We're gonna go hang out.
No, I mean,
Reinhold is like, oh my god, I would hate working with you. Yes, you would. Yes, you would. Me, I would have a ball every Thursday, which our meeting would be. I'd probably have a breakfast meeting with you. It would be great. It would be amazing. You know, Reinhold was like, oh my god.
If I had a type of job, maybe it'd be different. But the way I work as a consultant is that I bill, and if I'm not billing, then I don't get my utilization hours in. I don't get bonus. Right. So I've got to be working on client computer stuff, and I'm trying to do that, and I have 5 other people standing outside my cubicle having a conversation for 3 hours. It gets frustrating.
Okay. All right. I never had to deal with that. And that's not how I get my bonus. So,
yeah. When I was running an IT, I ran a level 3 IT group as a manager, and that was different. That was like, you know, let's hang out. That's fine. And, you know, I had a developer friend of mine. We played chess every day in my office. You know, it's like, that was fun, but I couldn't stand the boss I had. So,
it's fine.
He was very much an Elon type of person.
God, I could not work for an Elon. Oh, God, I could not.
Yeah, we stopped talking.
He was
about
worse
the
than
musket,
Elon. He's more of a Trump.
I could probably work for Trump. I could work for Trump. I could work for Trump.
No, it was
It'd
just the mean
nastiness.
nastiness.
So easy to roll.
Right.
God.
It's the not knowing what he's doing and the mean nastiness of it. Right. So Elon likes to do a bunch of stuff that he thinks is cool and fun, but it doesn't really work right. You know, the way it should work. It's not as most efficient. It's not the best way to do it. But he's got it. He's going to be smarter and have the better idea. And it's usually failure. But he doesn't. I don't see him as being as mean and nasty as someone like a Trump was, where when he wanted to just rail on you, you would just do it.
All right,
like
I'm going to say
my last
is Trump would be easy to work for, easy to roll. He may be awful nasty, but you could give him like, we need this for the IT budget so we could have the most 9 uptime, 6 9s. You just give us this budget, we'll have the most 9s. You'd be like, oh, you want 7 9? Oh yeah, you increase the budget to this amount, and he would give it to us, right? Right, Hold. You don't understand.
Oh, you understand? The CIO who, or the VP of who was in charge of me that I'm talking about, he wanted 100% uptime. He didn't want 6 9s. He wanted 100% on no budget.
Ooh, can't do it.
He was cutting people out of the staff. I mean, this is the kind of mentality this guy had. My final straw was finding out I was doing some work and we were having to try and get some data copied. So I pulled some a cable from I did something to get the data to transfer faster, but because the rack wasn't set up right by the facility staff, it overloaded and blew a circuit and caused the servers to crash. Now, that wasn't my fault, but because I was doing that thing that didn't have any real impact on it, he was blaming me for it. And he told my boss at the time that I should be held down in butt rate.
Okay,
that was the final straw. This is the guy who wanted me, the day I got hired, wanted me to fire somebody. I told him no. This guy I worked with for a long time. So he put somebody in between us and wanted him to fire him. He said no. So eventually figured out a way he's going to cut staff and got the person into that grouping of people to get rid of. So we had to let him go. And then a couple weeks later, we're in his office talking about how it's kind of hard to get this work done. It would be better if we had the other person, if we hadn't let this person go. And he literally looked at the guy who said it, who was working for me, and said, I only did what Dennis and Joe told me to do. And then looked at me like, say something, I dare you. That's why I don't work there anymore.
Oh yeah, I would work there. All right, so I'm gonna get the ball boy. Vincent Nutaka, get ready.
Okay, so throughout the week, in order to get through the days when I'm not answering phones and just doing the data entry part of my job, I watch a lot of this long form YouTube videos that I could just play in the background without having to pay attention to it. And I watched one from the closer look when he was talking about magic systems, because he was talking about Doctor Strange 2 and how when you're building a magic system, the biggest issue is you don't want the viewer to go, well, why don't they just do this? If you've built your system in a way that everything is explained, why don't they just do this?
Don't they just have the birds fly them to the Mordor and drop the ring in? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, why if the birds can just fly them out of Mordor, why can't they fly them into Mordor? Things like that. But it's one of his example he gave was the sling ring, how versatile and how ridiculously overpowered it is as a MacGuffin in the series, where you can open portals and you've been able to close them to cut limbs and stuff off. So why do they only use it for teleportation when you can use it for, I don't know, now you have the most elaborate spy system known to man, because you just make a hole above people and now you can see everything they're doing without them knowing you're there. Or now you have unlimited momentum because you basically do portal stuff with the sling rings and be able to cut people's heads off at any given time. So why don't they just do that? When you establish a magic system, you don't want it to be a system that you can easily just hand wave it away. Why the person didn't do that? And I thought it was a really interesting dive into how the magic system, how Marvel really failed themselves with their magic system, but it also let me look at other magic systems and how massive like a failure it is for certain aspects of it. It's kind of like in like power scaling and stuff like that. When you're watching like anime, a lot of times when you're watching like the most obvious one of like Dragon Ball Z, why don't they just do this? Why didn't Goku just do this thing instead of powering Cell up? Why did he choose to beat him? Why did he choose to do this? And
Kinda
having
like,
yeah,
yeah, kind of like when they were fishing and he said reel it in, but the rod didn't have a freaking reel. Let's be real. It's like
exactly.
I'm never gonna live that down. Like there's also like animes where like stuff doesn't make sense. Like there'll be like an anime, right, where like they have like cell phones, instant communication devices, technology, and it's like I need to deliver a message to like so and so, and it comes with a fucking bird with the thing on its back. You know, it's like what the fuck are you
Right,
doing?
why don't you just
So-
call
you show up at an abandoned factory and you don't bother to text the person who you believe
Oh,
invited
yeah.
you there to see if that's what they really wanted.
Yeah,
Or when
that's
the
true.
or when the male protagonist can't have any other trait besides being effeminate and beta, right? It's like you have to be a loser. You know what I mean? It's like,
Right? Yeah, I think we've watched the same trauma.
like
Uh,
it's okay, Japan, to have a male character that isn't like getting bullied by women the entire series. Like it's okay for him to be like, you know what, I'm just gonna slap her. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
okay. It's
I wouldn't go that far, but it's also it's that self-insert issue with a lot of it, where a lot of the main characters they write are they're written for 13, 14-year-old boys who have female issues. They have issues with relationships and things along those lines.
I don't mean like physical slap, but like just tell the girl off, dude. Like sorry, Miss Nagano. No, just tell her off, brother. It's like she's being a dick
Right?
to you. You know what I mean? But it's like that sort of scenario like every time. Like that's the only way they can draw. I guess like offendment's like a good word for it, but it's like
No waifus.
it's like the male character doesn't have to be like a punching bag for the entire cast, the whole series until the end when he gets his my trump card, I'm a powerful being, you know what I mean? Until the very end.
For like 2 episodes until he stops trusting the people that have helped get him that far and sides with the malignant narcissists. I'm sorry, I keep. It's like there's this trauma pin.
As you see, Reinhold, Paul can't seem to not want to talk about Future Diary when we get to that episode. Apparently, it's done enough for him to keep wanting to talk about it with everything we talk about.
I was watching one where like a guy would die all the time, right, Reinhold? So the guy would die, and then he knew the girl that was killing him was this girl, right? And he's like, "Well, I can't kill you because like I have feelings for you." It's like, bro, she's killing you every fucking day, dude. Just break her neck, dude. Just get it over with, you know? Like that's the American in me, right? It's like, you know what? You come at me with your ball and chain and your poison darts. I'm pulling out the 1911 2 World Wars, brother. It's like, can your magic stop a bullet? Don't guarantee it doesn't.
Yes. The answer is yes.
Easily.
Yes.
Like,
if you want a magic system that works, like you're talking about, this as opposed to what you're seeing in Marvel, there's a series of books called The Wheel of Time, where they actually have a very powerful magic system, but they have a lot of limitations too. There's a lot of built-in things that are limitations. Now, they do the same thing where they can open portals and port through, and they did use it for spying. They found a way during they were trying to get this big battle. It's called the last battle at the end of the whole series. And it was trying to get a look at the battlefield. And they realized they could do set a portal that was up in the sky, and they could look through it and see what was happening on the ground underneath. So they used it for that purpose. It's just somebody thinking about it is what happened.
Right.
You have to do that. But they had limitations put in where the male half of the power was tainted, and so the people who would use the power would go crazy, and it was a different level of power than what the women had, and there's a whole intricate system there. So the limitations that were put on everything made sense and felt real. Like there was this really powerful thing that you could do called balefire. Balefire would kill the person and delete them from the woven tapestry of history.
Unweave them.
Only it would burn the threads backwards, so it actually go back in time to where what they did for the past 20 minutes or so didn't happen. Right. Mm-hmm. And that can cause ripples and all kinds of problems within that tapestry where it can start to unravel completely. And it's considered you don't do this type of thing. But it was used occasionally in the show in the books for reasons.
Mm-hmm.
But there was
Time 5, Forces 4, Prime 3.
Another series that I did enjoy a great deal that had a fairly solid, they broke the rules occasionally, but had a narrative reason for breaking rules. The Inheritance Cycle. You basically had to know the language that had been set up to describe reality at its core. And in order to do something, you had to expend the same amount of energy from your being that it would take to accomplish that. And they played around with, okay, well, teleportation doesn't use that much energy because you're just making something exist somewhere else. It wasn't a great, like a perfect system, but there was a better attempt than some I've seen.
Right. Another good example is Full Metal Alchemist. Everything they did was law of equivalent exchange. Everything had a price. You had to exchange one thing for another every time they used any other stuff.
Except all the energy input to rearrange all that. But yeah.
The point still stands that they had a premise that they stuck throughout the series of the law of equivalent exchange. Things had to be exchanged for things to happen. We're talking about magic systems and good magic systems, Harry.
I can tell you a really bad magic system. It's like normally you tap a land for mana, but I just play Soul Ring into Grim Monolith, and then I use Thought Seize because it unwinds my Paradox Engine, my Unwinding Clock, which I untap my Grim Monolith, my Basalt Monolith, my Soul Ring. I tap them again, I hardcast Ulamog Destroyer, I win turn 1. You know, it's
oh god, the fact that you were able to just list off all the entire magic move in one statement is harrowing.
And this is why
I remember Black Lotuses and Moxes and Twiddles. So,
and to think if you had kept a play set of the Black Lotuses, you could wipe out your student loans.
I had a friend of mine who sold all of his when they were running at like $200 a piece back in the 90s. He thought he was getting a good deal. He sold his Black Lotus for like $200
I mean, he probably was getting a good deal then.
At the time.
I mean,
is they going for now? 500,000 was the last one that sold.
I mean, that would be like a near mint fresh pull, like graded.
Never played, maybe. Yeah.
Is it kind of nerdy? I can name off an entire combo chain to basically hardcast like whatever I want, like turn 1.
Yes, it's also
kind of the definition.
Yeah, that's also what people do when they're obsessed with things or they enjoy things. I mean, people who are big into different kinds of card games do that kind of stuff, like being able to talk through a turn in the most in like Yu-Gi-Oh, which is you win turn 1 or you lose the game, and you have to go, well, I have to pull this card and this card and this card and this card, and this one turns to this one and this one turns to this. It's like
I pot of greed into whatever I want.
It's pot of greed, graceful charity, card destruction, and you just build it. You're just removing your hand till you get to a point where you have everything you need immediately. And like card advantage being massively important.
I mean, I had a roommate that I would just ask, hey, I need this effect in this color. And he would give me like 3 possibilities out of Magic the Gathering cards. And it's like, okay, you're like a walking encyclopedia. Why aren't you doing more than just showing up to Friday Night Magics?
So.
I can see Donovan being like, I play Pot of Greed and Upstart Goblin. Let's go. It's like what? Just win the game. All right, whatever. I'll just fucking scoop. Let me just go home. You know what I mean? You're gonna play Upstart Goblin turn 1. You can do that in Pokemon with like Regolith, right? With like Sheer and like the energy cards. You can replicate the Sheer and be like, well, I'm gonna go ahead and stack 20 energy on Regolith. He's gonna hit your Pokemon for about 320 damage. So like, you know, like.
Niece, honestly, I'm more of a Crush Card Virus Jinzo player, where they can't play anything in attack mode, and I play my character that neutralizes trap cards on the field against me, and then I just shit on them.
If a game goes on long enough, the amount of jank and one shot combos you can make is infinite, right? I've got cards for infinite life. I got cards for infinite damage. Cards to do infinite turns. Like now, are some of them legal? Like no, maybe not. Are some of them proxied because they're like fucking $9,000? Yeah, definitely. But I can set up whatever like board state I want to basically deal with whatever I want to deal with. So it's just like, are you a shit tier player doing big boy like big creatures that like this is my battle cruiser and it's like a fucking StarCraft, boom, boom, boom. You know what I mean? Like fuck your battle cruiser, dude. I'm gonna like fuck your
But
lands
that's the thing about it. A lot of these card games, that there's a reason like Magic has so many different formats that you can play in. Where it's like, well, there's modern and then there's standard and then there's classic and then commander. They've been around for so long. They've made so many cards that either have been completely and utterly power crept out of the card game, or have been retrains of something that has already existed but made it so that way it's not as broken, that they had to break it up into systems like that. Or you get stuff like Yu-Gi-Oh, which is like, here's this 300 card ban list and everything that you played in the beginning of this series is trash.
I mean, like Magic doesn't really have like a powers creep like that because you can still play cards in Alpha with like the new like Brothers War and the new Nephrexia set because like it's just the Magic has a lot of like ancillary effects on cards where it's like the card isn't really the creature, it's more like how does it interact with this card I got from this deck from like 10 decks ago, right? So there's not a lot of power creep there. So like the ban list are usually not because of power creep issues. It's supposed to be because of like what shit is unfun to play, right? So like they'll look at a ban list. It's like, is power 9 like on the ban list? Well, yeah, it's on the ban list. Why? Because it's unfun to play. Because whoever has that is pretty much just going to win the game off turn 1, turn 2, or like infinite life combos. Like, are the cards really that great on their own? No, they're like $2 cards. But why are these cards banned in this format? Because once you get it on turn 1, you just tap, 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 tap. You have all your resources like pretty much maximum, and you can play your whole fucking hand. You know what I mean?
It's
like
kind of just done.
It's like that's why people don't like competitive to some extent. Is just like once you start getting really competitive, like tournament level, like almost all your decks are really built around like hyper optimized. How can I win by turn 3? Which is what people don't consider that fun, but it's what you have to do to win. It's like if someone's running like a turn 3 win deck and you don't have a turn 3 win deck because you want to play something around like your commander or whatever, something silly like that, because you want to like have a thematic deck, you're just gonna lose because dude's gonna fucking start dropping unwinding engines like paradox engines when the game.
But that's how it works for almost any game that has a casual and competitive version of it. Like we could take it back all the way to chess, which is a solved game, and if you know chess and you're a master at chess, you can think 7 moves ahead of your opponent and be able to go, oh well, they made this opening, I counter with this and I got this taken care of. But if it's just like me and Paul playing a casual game of chess, it's more of we're just playing reactionary, and it's more for fun than it is for, well, I know the perfect move for this thing, this, and this.
Well, online games have like worse power creep, right? So like power creep hits like online worse because like you have especially like in like we play Paladins, right? Like the next hero has to be more broken than the previous hero that was released because you have to get people hyped to buy the skins, to buy the character pass, the battle pass to get the character. So that's why you get auto aim characters that do nothing but auto aim and fear you incessantly. It's unfun to play against.
But they also have to try to innovate with the characters, because if they don't, people won't want to buy the characters. That's why you have stuff like in League of Legends where you have a character that literally goes untargetable and just sits on somebody and just, oh look, I get to sit on them, heal them, poke, and be able to stun people, and nobody can touch me.
But there's characters even in Paladins, right? That like they're such staples, and like you can't really buff them without having to nerf them immediately after because of like how unstable the character are because of skill cap. Like so, Androxus, right? Like like Androxus, for example, any buff to Androxus breaks Androxus, right? It's like you increase his rate of fire, his ammo, anything, rate of fire, ammo count, dashes, any of his abilities you do like a buff to breaks him. Like he's able to basically just capitalize on that with either like two-shotting you or getting like extra mobility, which means he's now hard to kill, or he has extra ammo, so now you can just spam tanks down as opposed to flanking. Any buff you do to Androxus breaks Androxus. Nerfing him puts him back to a state where he's like mediocre. So he's either mediocre or buffed or broken. You know,
if you like with Buck, if you take the fourth IO, you take the increase your speed while healing you with Buck. Buck just runs people down because you can't run faster than Buck.
Buck's also a character that, like he's broken when they buff him because there's back in the day, like when I was playing with you guys, it was like bulk up used to have extra HP added to when you hit it, right? So you get with a pocket like a Genos or a Corvus, you're basically tankier than the off tank. Like you can just run in, kill 4 people, not fucking die, and just jump out. So like he's broken, so they nerfed that ability. Bulk up, they changed his cards around where you can't just jump in as Buck, tank 4 people, kill 4 people, jump out, and have like a 56 kill game every game. Bomb King's also like a character like that where he's hard to buff because like
he does so much damage if he's in the right hands.
Like they did a little buff as increasing his explosion size, but like any more buffs, like, old Bomb King used to have like I could yeet across the map from like from my point, my spawn door to your spawn door with one poppy bomb, right? So like that was problematic because you just go up Bomb King, roll, with your ult, like on second round or whatever, pop it, boom, kill 5 people immediately. There's a spawn door, you win the round. It's like there's certain characters that you can't buff. They're staples. Like even in the card games, there's certain things you can't add or buff because they're unstable because they get broken really easily. But new characters like the power creep, you have to do something with the old characters because how are you going to keep up?
Right, and there's so many characters that get just power crept out of being played.
Like the Tyra change was terrible. Like
yes,
the reason they got rid of like the cripple off Firebomb was because of salty tank players that just stood on the point and died to it. So it wasn't broken because you can avoid it pretty easy. You can hear it coming, you can see it hit, you can just move out the way. You take a little bit of damage, you're not going to die. So they got rid of the cripple from it. The only thing that led to was for like ROM to become meta, right? So it's like now people just play ROM and just run at you for fucking free, or people can play like hyper mobile like flanks, like 7 or anything else because there's no cripple. You can't cripple.
Right, and and then Anara, then you're forced to playing an Anara who has a cripple, but she sacrifices her durability for a cripple that can be shot down.
Yeah, useless like homeboy like. What is the hammer throwing guy? I forget his name.
Azan.
You know how useless he would be with crippled Tyra if you couldn't leap. Like if he entombed himself to trap people in there, but he also couldn't fly out to get away from it. If you just firebombed that, he would just die. But you can't now. He can just basically run at you for free. Every tank can run at you for free now, and that's a problem. And they'll see it's a problem because they took out the cripple effects. Because like my Makoa got melted by a Tyra. It's like, bro, you saw it coming. Just spin out.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. Like, so, like, I play Frontline a whole bunch, and every time I see a Tower Bomb, like, I think I'm going to get crippled and run from it. Versus, I can just sit here and just eat this, especially if I'm getting pocket heals. Like, you know what? I'm getting healed. I can just sit here and then walk out when I feel like it.
Well, what it led to was they called it like pirates, right? So what pirates was basically you're not going to pick any really heavy hitting DPS. You're going to pick a bunch of shield tanks and healers and stand on the point because Tyra is no longer a threat anymore. Like, yeah, the firebomb does damage, but you can heal through it now. You're not going to get crippled and like healing reduction anymore. So now that Tyra got nerfed, people were playing stuff like fucking like half shell Makoa with like Fernando's infinite Aegis shield with like IO and like another AoE healer like Grover and just sitting on the point being unkillable because you're burning through endless shields. Because like, well, we don't play Overwatch because shields were a problem. Shields are way worse. So like, well, you can get Wrecker. It doesn't matter because shields come back up super quick in Paladins. So like people are just spamming shields and basically Pirates is basically a ship. You're basically stacked onto like a plank on like the point, the cart. And you just tank everything people throw at you because what can like beat you now? Like maybe Bomb King shooing through you a bit, knocking you, popping you off. Maybe Drogoz, but all you gotta do is pick a Leanne and Drogoz is useless. But
An actual well played dredge.
Hurl. But that's just balance changes, you know, like they do. They do silly things like ban, because like I feel people ban not because of brokenness half the time. People ban because of salt, right? It's like, I want to ban this because it's salty. I don't want to deal with it. I want to ban this. I want this banned because it's salty. Like,
honestly, it's one of the issues that I feel a lot of game developers go with, is that in order to fix a problem, they weaken characters instead of making other characters better. Like this whole, like, when 7 came out, he was hyper mobile and nobody could stop him, and he had these bombs that were undestroyable, and he just could hook shot over your head and drop bombs on you, and you'd just be dead.
I mean, because like I played like a ton of Sombra in Overwatch, and like the best way to play Sombra was basically, I'm going to isolate someone that's out of position, hack them so they can't fight back with size, because it equalizes the fight. So Sombra only can either teleport or hack people, and this is the primary fight. There's no special like burst ability or shit like that she has in her kit. So like what you do is you hack somebody and engage them in like a left click duel, right? So basically, if you out aim them, you're gonna win. So it equalizes the fight, because you can't just use a helix. Yeah, you can't use a helix rocket to do instant 130 AoE damage to me. You can't use any ability to CC me or shit like that to win the fight. Equalizes the fight, and then you can bully tanks or shield bodying, because let's say someone's playing like a Reinhardt or something, like holding the choke with a shield all fucking game like this. Just run behind that, hack him. He can't use his shield for 6 seconds. That's 6 seconds your team could punish this tank and move through. But Overwatch 2, they're like, we're going to get rid of hack. So hack doesn't drop abilities anymore, except for like 0.5 seconds, and adds like a 25% damage bonus to just Sombra, which Sombra has the lowest DPS in the game. Like she's never been like fragging out. It's always been tactical, pick a target, assassinate the target. So now that you did that, Sombra is fucking useless, because what can you do now? Like flank squishies? So like, okay, the only squishy you can flank that people are playing right now is Sojourn, which guess what? She shoots stuff, she gets a charge. Once she gets enough charge, it's a one tap on you. So you can't even flank this character because she's shooting tanks all game. The moment you pop up behind her and hit her, she's going to turn around immediately, right-click you, instantly kill you, and you have to swap off Sombra because you can't play her, because there's no way you can make the character work. They nerfed her to the fucking ground because of a bunch of salty tank players that can't stand in a fucking choke point all game and hold a choke point.
Right. It's the fix the problem by lowering somebody else instead of raising other people up. It's an issue with almost all the games that try to do that. They try to, instead of balancing it to make old things better, they've made new things worse.
I mean, it feels bad. Overwatch 2 feels bad to play because it's either like people that can one-shot you that you can't deal with, or like a fucking Giga Chad tank basically farming your team because there's no way to stop tanks anymore. There's no CC. So like, if a tank wants to run at you, good luck, because like unless you get 4 people focusing that dude down, if he wants you, you're dead. There's no way around it. So I'm playing support, and like if I miss my sleep dart on Ana and no one helps me with the sleep dart, guess what? That Orisa is just gonna pin me to a wall and like kill me, and no one can stop it, because Orisa with any bit of healing is unfucking killable. So you have to kill both healers before you can kill the Orisa. So if this Orisa wants to run at me as a healer, I'm dead. There's no counterplay, because I don't have a CC ability that can like stop her from doing that. You know, it's like they made the game less tactical and more fraggy. And I feel like the reason they did that was when the Overwatch sales were down because people got tired of the same stale like double shield meta, or like the same like hog meta where like people were just running like flank hog all game. So it's like, how can we get more people into Overwatch? Let's make it like Apex Legends, where people like fucking slide around all game and fucking one tap you from like ceilings and stuff. And that's terrible gameplay for like a style of game that's based off Team Fortress 2, which is a tactical shooter. You know, it's like.
And while Paladins does have his issues, it still kind of still keeps that of one person can't completely carry. There have been so many games like we literally played a game where Tiberius had 60 plus kills and they lost.
Yeah,
because I would just take my Fernando and shove my flamethrower down the Ceres's throat till she died.
I watched Shroud, Shroud, one of the best CS:GO players. He has like a 96%. Headshot accuracy on Widow in Overwatch, right? So like he can hit every headshot from every angle because he's one of the best CS:GO Valorant players in like the world. So he logs on to Overwatch. You know what he ranks after like basically getting like 30 kills and like headshots? Gold 2. You know what I mean? Why is the best like first person shooter player in the world at the moment gold fucking 2? You know
close
why?
to it, yeah.
Because a tank, there's no CC on the tank, so it doesn't matter how many headshots he kills. A guy picks a tank and fucking sits on him and farms him all game where he can't do anything because you can't deal with the tanks. They're overtuned, and it's like so he loses half his games not because like he's popping off all game. It's just because you can't carry when like you're getting tank diffed. It's like your tank doesn't help you with that tank, and the tank sits on you, you lose the game, and the game's revolved around basically who has the stronger tank and who can int the fucking backline the harder. You know, it's just like unfun.
As a tank main,
mm-hmm.
I have just started my Overwatch 2 download. I'll be playing it tomorrow.
Disgusting.
Let's just not pass over too. Let's give some shout out to Shroud for being the best. I mean, he is.
Yeah. Shroud's the best.
He's the best, or as I say, he's the best, or like one of the best, because like there are still people who argue that Simple's like the best.
I mean,
player ever.
I was watching a video last night of him and Hiko playing Valorant. They were teamed. And they were going into these matches, and people were trying to trash talk them, and not knowing who they were. They destroyed them. It was so bad.
And Harry,
it was like a 13-1 game or something.
What?
Harry, the Earth King has extended you an invitation to the Cosby room. Don't support Blizzard Activision. Don't do
it. But tanks reign supreme. I must go.
Harry, come on.
Do you think it's pretty bad that like I can basically diff Shroud out of a game by just picking Reinhardt and charging at him? You know what I mean?
Like, that's disgusting.
Personally, I miss playing Flank Nando. I want Flank Nando back. I don't care about. I will if I could get OB64 Fernando back. I don't care what any of these characters. Oh, you have auto aim? I don't care. I've cauterized on my freaking Q ability. I will throw a flamethrower at you. I'll have my speed up by 60%. I will just run you down. I will not care what you have. But they nerfed Fernando to hell. You know, he's still a beat, but they've nerfed him to hell. How I like to play him.
Yeah, as I said, this is how
a lot of things take a lot of the builds away because they want to streamline things, right? So now you don't get caught, you just get it automatically. So
which
it's honestly a known thing you have to deal with.
Cauterize automatically is honestly like it's a good thing because of like how healing and life rip and everything else is in the game. I get it.
But see, that's one thing we're talking about Magic the Gathering. I'm sitting there going, you look at MTG and they're like, here's this deck, and here's this deck, and here's this deck. It used to, and people just go buy the decks and play them. It used to be about building the deck, thinking outside the box, putting combinations together. Oh, that's what I like about that stuff. So Paladins had this great thing where you could build something, but it's gotten so like formulaic, and you have your meta and that's it. It's like,
and here's the thing, though, like even in the big tournaments for Magic the Gathering, the people that place in the top 8 don't play the constant mirror match deck that has a 54.9% chance of winning. They play a deck that wrecks that deck.
And then what happens is that deck gets a name, and then the next season everybody's playing that deck.
Not always, because the thing is, all the tournaments are generally in the standard format, and they rotate out fairly regularly. One of the big problems for a while here has been the fact that they've not done any play testing whatsoever, and have, like, in the years that I followed Magic the Gathering, had record numbers of bans in standard for cards that are being printed in new sets. And it's like, oh, you didn't think that this thing that would give me a 2/2 zombie just for playing lands every single turn would be oppressive? Why didn't you think that?
Because it was a neat idea. That's the thing, is that when people over a long period of time, they feel like they have to keep innovating to keep people wanting to play.
Well, and yes, keep innovating, because like nothing, the nerf for 7 was absolutely needed, because not being able to destroy a deployable, which is what his bombs were, that I mean, that's as stupid as making a raid boss character that is immune to CC entirely. Oh wait, they also did that. But the thing is, like, yeah, innovate, like, explore what this game space can provide. But you know,
think about it or play test it a little bit. Yeah,
play test it a little bit. Make sure that you haven't poured 3 cups of Indian spice into it and made it unpalatable for human consumption.
Every time they release a champion of Paladins, it becomes everybody plays it. It's overpowered. Nobody can fight against it. They nerf it, and then it becomes useless to play. Nobody plays it.
The counter to that is Lilith. When Lilith came out as a character, she wasn't oppressive or overpowered. Her kit takes skill because you're using because it has a different resource to it because you have to manage. You're basically managing your health as well as. God damn it, niece.
No, magic. The Eldrazi deserve to be sealed away like they are in the narrative.
But Lilith as a character who she isn't completely overpowered. You're required to understand your positioning and knowing where you are compared to where the enemy is because you're using your health to heal your allies.
Yep.
And if you're out of position, you can't heal anymore because you just lost all your blood and now you're at like 300 health and you can't heal anybody.
Yeah.
But she was a good example of they actually decided to have an interesting character concept with a character that could do something very interesting. Her ult's unique, where it's basically when you use it, everybody gets true life rip, basically, where everybody gets more health when they hit things. And she wasn't overpowered when she came out because she was specifically created as like a very balanced champion.
Yep.
Compared to, Kasami, who is like, cool, if you're in this radius, I hit you.
If you're on my screen and you're the closest one to the middle.
Yeah. And then when I hit you, I get faster and do more damage to you, so you can't get away from me.
Mm-hmm.
And me,
they balance it out by only give her like 2,000 hit points, though. It's balanced.
Sure. Me picking up Maeve, who goes, cool, all my mobility is bunk. Because it doesn't matter how fast I move or how high I jump, we should just go, no, you're dead.
One with Lilith is she was broken in the PTS, and they balanced her out before like launching live.
Right.
That's what it's for. That's what that PTS is supposed to be for.
Yeah. That's the only time it's ever happened. Because 7 is still broken. 7 is still effing broken. It's just more people understand that like this thing counters him and this will kill him.
Yeah.
And you need to focus him or else he'll run stupid around you.
Right. And then you look at Caspian, like he isn't popular a lot, at least when we play. He's not picked very often. But he was another release that if you know how to use him, he's really gross to play against because he has a stun, he has high mobility, he can do a lot of damage if need be, but he also takes a lot of skill to understand that, oh, my dash goes this far and this is how I get the stun off the accurate way.
Yep. Which wouldn't be a problem if I had Flank Nando and I could shoot off Cauterize with my flamethrower and run him down and burn the femboy. Okay, all right.
I miss Mouse Hack Strix. That was like the best time. And like fucking it's so good. Everybody, it's like, oh wait, like you can do this with your mouse and like fucking Instascope it with this fucking thing. You basically type into your computer to like rig your mouse to do like one button combos. It's like people are like, what? And it's like, wow, we can like basically turn fucking Strix to like a fucking quick scope tank for fucking CS or something, dude. Just quick scoping everybody. This is super fun.
Terrible.
It's not cheating if everybody else is doing it. Everybody was doing it. Like
And let's be honest.
Obviously, none of the Strix players on our team were doing it.
None. Yes.
None of the Strix players.
I'm totally legit with my quick scopes. There's no way I bound my mouse 1 and mouse 2 to the same button to basically one-tap people. I would never do that. Every Strix player did that. Like anyone that said they didn't is a freaking liar because
More a player.
There's a reason he had like an 80% pick rate and a 75% win rate.
Cope. Huff that copium.
Keep talking.
He had a 75% win rate. Like, there's a reason why they changed like why you can use like outside programs in the game to basically function your mouse like that. There's a reason. It was so bad that they had to nerf. They had to basically break the program that did that. Everybody was using it. Everybody was using it.
Yeah, it's always frustrating where they balance things by nerfing. When you take a character that has issues that you can make way better, comparative to going, oh well, this character is now super duper fast and incredible. It's like, give Tyra back her cripple.
Yeah, give Tyra back the cripple. Give Fernando back.
Like, and you don't have to do explicit nerfs.
No.
Like, hey, let's make it so that you can pick up the worm with true CC.
Yeah.
Like,
give Io back so I can cap points with the dog.
That was.
I want that back. I want that
the
back.
dog capping was really fun.
I want the dog capping back.
When you had the 6 on the top, that's the only way to get 6.
Yeah,
you had the dog there.
No, like Yag needs to be picked up by Io's ult and basically any other ult.
Yes.
Like,
yes.
At least their ultimate abilities. Come on.
Yeah, minimum of. Ask Khan, I should be able to grab a yak and throw yak.
Yeah. Yeet the worm.
Yeah. The minimum, your ultimate ability, should just, take somebody.
To take 1 second off of Corvus's heal that they added in. His heal's like 4.5 seconds now, and it's fucking terrible. Make it 3.5 again, please.
Oof. Especially like considering like COTS built in, and you're gonna get the 90% if the lights. It's just like, and like I can I see like a little bit. I understand like COTS built in, but it does hurt when you play in a casual match. No one wants to drop to be healer, so quick early in life rip and kill the heal starts to go losing a lot of its value because it's like you're not getting heals for anything else, and that's all you've got.
Guess who thrives in an environment where people's health can't go back up? Execute Maeve. I can just run up to the tank and go pop. All right, moving on.
Like the changes to the COT like hurt off tank Ashe like pretty hard because like as an Ashe like an off tank you can build up COT 3 super quick because it's AoE damage. It goes everywhere. So like back before they did the COT changes, like you'd have like COT 3 Ashe with like morale boost 2 Ashe while everybody's like on their second buy, and you just bully entire backlines because what can you do? Ashe used to be really strong when that. Now the COT changes, Ashe isn't doing so much. He needs a damage buff. You know what I mean? Because now she can't like oppress you early game as hard as she used to. So like you can play games with Ashe prior to the COT change and just fucking run a backline and just do nothing but permacamp the backline, and people are like, I hate this fucking Ashe. It's like this just throws a fucking barrier down and like just beats my backline's ass. It's better than Khan because you just bully Khan. Like Khan's trying to run through, and it's just like, oh, there's clunky ass Ashe. Don't play her like Paul and play for the boost. Just play her like as a fucking juggernaut, dude.
Look, I will not have my playstyle criticized. It is the only way that I can feel joy.
I need you to put Copeland instead here.
Copeland.
It's not even Cope. It's just a fact. Like the only way I can feel my pulse race anymore is to boop at least 2 people off in a match.
I appreciate the boops. The boops make me happy.
Right. Like also,
I like the boops.
Let Zin's guillotine kill any tank again.
Right? Like
no,
can we?
I hate that.
It's an ultimate.
I hate that.
It's
That's stupid.
ultimate, and
it's an ultimate and an
Nope.
entire card slot.
Yeah, you have to take a gold card for that.
I'm fine. I'm fine with that. That's a great change. It's a great change.
No, come on.
Change. It's great change. It's great change. I love it. I love it. Great change. Great change. You guys are just salty. It's it's amazing change. I love the change. It's a great change.
Harry over here
you guys are salty
right now.
Okay, you guys are salty.
I'm glad you realize you're coping.
That's a tank main. I love it. Okay, you guys are just salty.
Harry over here on that malding train.
But yeah, like there's so many things that like I feel like could be easily changed to make the game better. Like small changes that were
like
that are interesting. Yeah, besides the bugs. Okay, but like the addition of Guardian, making it about shields, changed the way you play Vivian entirely.
I want this. You share my screen. Like this is what I want back. Like,
swear to God.
Like so, this is like pre-nerf bulk up buck, right?
Yeah.
This is a guillotine Zen, right? So it should be insta kill, but like I know he's gonna do it, right? So like I could just like anticipate it, hit the Q.
Was you healing through it? What's crap?
And then it's like, where are you going? He's like, oh shit, it's a bulk up buck.
Wow.
Like that's why bulk up got nerfed. Is like if I can tank a one-shot ability that's supposed to kill you on one shot.
Well, and here's the thing though, like healing through Zen's ult was always counterplay to it.
Right.
You just had to have a healer that wasn't brain dead.
Exactly. And that's what they gave it counterplay, and that's why I didn't make it completely busted as I point at this thing and it dies.
Oh, yeah, but bulk up buck completely invalidated that whole Zen playstyle. Like you didn't even need a healer. You just run at him and he's like,
which is why Execute was always an iffy card, because there was better cards right there. It was called Yomi and it gave you more sword.
Yeah, there's a bunch of things like it's changing the way characters are played is cool. You know, giving Vivian a new way of playing where she's not just using chaos and opportunity. You're going to hit fire and run into people's faces with your massive fucking shield that you got from getting Guardian 3 and the Defender shield, which gives you even more shield, and you run up to a flank and just unload in their face because they can't do anything about it because you're blocking all their damage. That was a fun change. I enjoyed that change. It's a very different way to play Vivian.
I mean, you also had this shitter in this video right here who's a terrible content creator. Look at him. Just poor Kami. He's just trying to make a content creation video over like the new Tiberius stuff, and it's like, you know what, I'm gonna deny you content. Like his whole purpose of this match was to make the content.
You just purposely hunted him down. That is the most niche thing I've ever seen in my life.
Oh man, I it's like I can always tell when Kami drops a new video. It's like, here's how to play damage Grok, and it's like, fuck me. It's gonna be nothing but damage Groks being played poorly for the next 2 weeks.
He was like, Flying Tiger Tiberius is broken in the stream, right? He's like, I'm in like a game with him, right? So he's on stream like, Tiberius is broken. I literally sat on him with Ash the whole game and prevented him from playing like Crouching Tiger like Tiberius, because every time he'd come in to do it, I would just take a bucket of camp. And he's like, and like just during the stream, you can watch his dismay as he comes out from a corner to like, all right guys, this is how you do the combo. Boom! So like Ash immediately like runs into him and he can't do the combo because he can't go anywhere. And so he spent the whole game like not able to make content off the video, and it's just like it was just funny as shit.
Yeah, I mean, weren't streaming. It's like, hey everybody, here's how you shit on a stupid Flying Tiger build.
Like I would get him in games like occasionally because we try like some silly shit. And, like all you had to do, right, is because he would go into a game. He doesn't usually do ranked, right? He'll do like a lot of like quick play, like games where he like tires the build, but ranked's different. You see him, you know he's gonna do some fucking stupid ass build. He's like trying to like do some jank. You know what I mean? So all you had to do was like pick an off tank and like sit on him, and you couldn't do the jank the entire fucking game. He's just like every time. Or my favorite is when Z1 Unknown was playing, right? So he's streaming, but he's always streaming with Parallax Queen, his girlfriend, right? So you didn't have to kill Z1. All you do was kill Parallax Queen, right? Because you scream in the background like, this fucking Moji's fucking killing me again. He had to come back to the spawn to come get the fucking Moji off fucking Parallax Queen. He just farmed Parallax Queen all game, and the fucking game's just lost. The Paladins is only great because of the personalities, right? So it's just whatever. I'll go farm his fucking girlfriend.
I do not condone stream sniping. It is wrong. They're trying to entertain people, and you're taking advantage of that, like an a-hole.
Another like positive change I did like is the addition of the agony card for Saris, which meant like when I rend, I remove Cot. Now while the other enemy team has 90% Cot, what? That's not cheating. That's just how that card works, sir. That's not cheating.
Like, sorry, I was waiting for something else. So sorry. I was like, what was going to say? Make sure.
Well, that's not cheating. That's just how Saris works. Being able to have the other team has 90% Cot and you only have 65% Cot makes your team way better than theirs.
Oh, well, 100%.
Yeah, and then your tanks get rejuve, and now you're just healing way more than the other team is at the end when it's 3-3 because you just hit 3 orbs rended, and now your team is way better. Also, giving her while I don't agree that giving her stun on her kit was a smart idea, I do enjoy it. It's also very funny to rend a flank who's running at your face and watch them just get stunned and you shadow step away.
I mean, I make good content sometimes. Like, you know, this got a couple views, unlike the World of Warcraft community.
Real quick, I will point out that we struggled for 2 hours to silence the children, and now we have somebody over here allowing CSX to crap up the stream.
What? I do nothing of the sort. See, I make good content.
He can come back when he apologizes.
He can come back when he apologizes. Damn it.
Okay.
Yeah. I make tons of content, Paul. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean it's not content. I get 56 views. Oh, man. All my guild members, you know, because I posted in the guild chat and they're like, yeah, that's totally what happened.
Well, I'll let you back in, but you got to correct your posture first. All right. There you go.
He's
Come on.
Slowly sliding down his chair.
Vibe check.
I know, right? Yeah, I think he was just like.
Is this more correct?
I don't know.
Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs?
No, I don't know. I need to see your hands. All of them.
Sir, those are called feet, and this is not that sort of stream.
He's starting his OnlyFans. It's going to start up after we're done here.
Know,
that's $10 a month, Harry.
Oh, God.
Paul's becoming show feet guy.
Hey, people pay a lot for it, okay?
I mean, yeah.
You know.
I would have to pay people to look at my feet. So.
I doubt that, right? I'm telling you, like, I just put mine up there. They pay for, honestly, a lot of my stuff. Okay, all right.
People have tons of fetishes, Reinhold.
Like,
the internet exists, so trust me. There is a market out there. You just gotta find it.
I just got my so like I'm going to Goth Night tomorrow night, and I just got basically almost my Doc Martens paid for from So, anyways,
What kind of laces?
Well, if I'm honest,
The rainbow.
Okay, Reinhold, you stealing my thunder, and I don't appreciate that.
Take your joke right out of your hand.
I know, right? Right? Thanks,
Also,
Reinhold.
that lisp you put on it was a little bit. That's a microaggression.
Is it a microaggression?
I've had to mask for too long. I'm done. Hi.
All right, Reinhold's eggs getting cracked. All right,
Oh my
cracked
God.
right here.
Out of nowhere.
Reinhold's like, my Doc Martens laces are white. You know what this means? Not welcome here. It's like, goddamn, this punk as fuck.
I know, super pumped there.
There's apparently there's a whole subculture of like Doc Martens lace colors. Depending on what color your laces are, depends on like what sort of scene you're into, right? So they judge you based on your lace colors.
Yeah,
like it's like a weird, like
it's
gangland.
Like, so like my wife, right? I've been bringing her to Goth Night, right? And I don't really care what she wears. I just have a couple of rules with her. Is just no denim, right? And she just, goth scene is very, it's very feminine, right? So like a lot of things are very like formal attire and stuff like that, right? And she got these Doc Martens, right? She found this like and I was like, oh, you're wearing those with your dress. She goes like, hold on. I can wear Doc Martens with this dress. It's like, yeah, perfectly acceptable at Goth Night. This is.
And she's like, I'm in.
She's like, wait a minute. Is there a piece of like, I have to show this other subculture, the music? She's like, okay, I don't like this music, but I like the way they dress. I was like, yeah, but if you dress like the way they think you like Roof Head music. It's like, no, I don't like their music, but I want, but like, their outfits look comfy.
Their aesthetic is yes.
Mm-hmm. I like their aesthetic.
It's why goth metal gets like a bad rap in the goth community because like goth is like supposed to be like
that feminine. Whimsical, yeah,
it's feminine and whimsical, but goth metal is like doomy and like heavy. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so it's like it's very masculine. So it's just like just chuggy, riffs and like dark brooding, whatever. Like it gets a bad rap.
Yeah.
Now, despite that, like all the goth girls love Peter Steele. You know what I mean? It's like it doesn't matter if like his music's super masculine and like heavy as shit. Like he's 7 foot tall with a 10-inch dick. I want fucking Peter Steele. You know? It's like,
yeah. You ever listen to the Witch House?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Witch House is kind of like that.
Curious question. Tomorrow night you're going to Goth Night. How many people there do you think are going to be doing the Wednesday dance?
Oh my God! I hope not. I hope zero.
Too many.
I hope
it's
zero.
A lot.
I hope zero.
It's all over TikTok. I mean, it's
all over.
So TikTok. Exploded.
All I know is I have a reserved a spot with the Elder Goths, so I will report back on Monday with the Elder Goths. If that happens with the Elder Goths, because like
the other guys go, anybody who does that dance is not allowed back in our
No, it's more like they'll probably like, we will allow that dance, but we will not grant you the rank of
the proper dance is to take a drag of your cigarette and slightly like bob your head. Proper dance.
It's the South Park goth dance.
So like
just like the Charlie Brown Christmas characters.
Goth Night used to be at this other location, which had like a really nice smoking area, right? And if you wanted to be the shit at Goth Night, sometimes you popped out a clove. Oh my God! The moment
you can't buy in the United States anymore.
The moment someone smelled the clove, like, is that a fucking clove? It's like, yes, got a clove.
Not allowed to buy them anymore. Thanks, Obama.
Yep, Obama hates goths.
Jar 'em blacks, man. I used to smoke them all the time.
There's always crust punk night where you just be like, hey, how do I fit in with crust punks? It's like, when's the last time you showered? Yesterday? Gotta make that a month, huh, brother? You gotta make that a month, brother. What's your opinion on trains? Like, do you like to like sleep in them in the boxcars and go like oboe? It's like hell yeah, brother.
I'd like to run. Oh, sorry. No.
You like to smell the patchouli?
No, that's gross.
Crust punk is literally like if you distill punk rock down to like it's like bottom tier, right? Like just anti-societies you can get, right? Like crushes level because like I don't fucking shower, I ride fucking trains, I have a fucking dog, I fucking do fucking heroin all day. It's like I don't give a shit. I hope I
die. All right, so when I go to goth night when I'm at where I'm goth here, especially here in Indy, I have to really watch my P's and Q's because I am a handover from the rave community. You know, I am I'm a rave kid. Former reformed like a candy raver, move groover over into the goth community, because like when raves and everything got like hammered down here in Indiana, so like squeezed over to the rave, to the goth scene. So I can't go off to the extremes. I'm really I try to like hammer into like different aesthetics into the center.
I feel like you'll slip up one day, and you'll be like you'll be talking and you'll be like it's just simple, just keep it simple, like plur, and like what did you say? It's like someone say plur. It's like plur.
So for the audience that might be listening who are maybe too young, what's the difference between emo and goth?
Okay.
If you want like a real technical answer,
now that I removed the emo from the room,
the stuff that's considered emo by like Midwesterners is not emo. That'd be like Rites of Spring and like Sunny Day Real Estate. That emo is like a mode of hardcore, which is from the DC scene. So what happened in like the Midwest, especially Ohio, was there was a crop of bands that were like slightly metalcore that added pop sensibilities into it. So what it ended up being is like, they have like dark attire, but I akin like what people are doing with like the emo scene, like in like the early 2000s, mid 2000s, was like a resurgence of like the 80s shit when people were wearing spandex and like hairspray, big hair, big gaudy clothes, like we'll just rock it. So it wasn't really goth, it wasn't really emo. I mean, if you wanted to distill emo down to what it was musically, it's not emo. It's just edgy music for edgy kids so they can be edgy just like in the 80s.
We're talking Morrissey and The Cure and that sort of thing, right?
No, I mean, Cure is like a new wave band, and like Morrissey is just a whiner. Let's just be real.
That's what emo was it? It's just a bunch of white kids.
Old emo is actually pretty good.
Back in the 80s.
Emo is more like like that emotive, that whiny stuff like that. Goth is just seeing the macabre and everything, and like the music scene of just being with it, like understanding and seeing what is going on in the world, seeing the decay, recognizing it, and trying to find the beauty of it.
You might know this, but this is emo. If like you want like actual emotive hardcore.
I don't think we can actually.
We can.
Well, right? Yeah, we can. Yeah,
I
don't think you shared the audio with it.
Can you even share the audio?
Yeah, you can.
Let me see.
Oh, we should have told him we couldn't.
Oh yeah, that's true. No, it depends on what he's playing. Honestly, that track's not that bad. But it's
But no, they don't matter. But it's like Sunny Day Real Estate and like Rites of Spring, those early DC hardcore bands that added more like introspective lyrics and like arpeggios to like their riffing, which is like early emo. The stuff that you would get in the Midwest was basically like you're going into like My Chemical Romance territory, which is like an extension of pop punk that had a more grit to it. Yeah. So it's basically like an evolution of pop punk adding the grit, which made it highly popular with people that were doing the whole Vans world like tour circuit and everything happened to them most of the time. I wouldn't consider it emo, despite like people like brand themselves as that or like scene kids. It's just not really a scene anywhere. So it's just like it is what it is. It's just an extension of pop punk. People that grew up on like Green Day and like Blink 182, that their natural music progression wanted something a little bit darker, a little bit edgier. So you get to stuff like this. You get stuff to like even like metal bands like early metalcore like Bring Me the Horizon, Haste the Day started leading into that as well. So it's like I wouldn't consider them emo. Like I know people like to think of them as emo. That's what they like to call themselves sometimes, but they're not. They're basically like an extension of pop punk. At the time.
Pop punk. Yeah.
So I
Sorry,
always wanted
Donovan.
to make
You're pop punk.
I always wanted to make a video.
Donovan's emo. Okay, he's very emo. All right.
So there's this music video I had in my mind for a long time, and it's basically a bunch of like 4 or 5 emo kids all hanging out, and then it's like, well, it's time for us to go, and they leave, and the one guy's left by himself in the room, and he turns on the Sound of Sunshine by Michael Franti, and he's just doing this thing, and then there's that break at the end of the first verse, and that's when he turns around and sees that the guys had come back and were giving him a look like, what the heck? And then they all just jump in and start going. They all start dancing around.
Look, Reinhold's like, I just want grunge to come back. I remember the 90s. It was great.
Yeah. I was going to
say, I'm a 70s music. I'm talking Supertramp, those guys, I mean, some more Meatloaf, Ozzy, good stuff.
And that's when Reinhold stopped listening to new music. So, Niece, what's your opinion on the Crew Shadows?
The what?
The Crew Shadows? Niece?
Me? I haven't even heard of them.
The Crew Shadows?
Yeah. Deadass. Like, never heard of them.
Deadass.
You'd have to link it to me, like, you know what I mean? It's like do I know like early goth stuff like Christian Death and stuff like that? Yeah, I do. Like, do I know like stuff like Paradise Lost? Yeah, but is it a goth? I don't keep like that much of like.
No, you're fine. Yeah, that's true. There's so many different bands, especially now, like with the ability to spin something up and easily and like just have something.
Yeah, I mean, there's like genres like funk and like even like like chill wave and stuff like that, which like there's thousands of bands that do like chill wave. Witch House and stuff like that.
I didn't get like Witch House to like was like 4 years ago, something like that. I want to say.
Here's the thing about Witch House, right? Is like it's the way it's like structured and the way it sounds. It's almost like Dungeon Synth, which is like it's a subcategory of black metal where people like did a lot of like whimsical instrumentals and kind of create like hard driving bass lines to it. So it's like it's got more in common with black metal than it does like actual goth, which is kind of weird because it's a goth subgenre. It's like, hey, we listen to Witch House as an EDM goth subgenre, but it's actually got more akin to like Dungeon Synth black metal, which is kind of weird when you think about it. They're completely two opposite sides of a darkness coin. You know what I mean? Like it's just different like motives, different things.
Yeah, I don't think your video is gonna play, Harry.
Well, the thing is, like, I just got this warning. Basically, like, when I hit the button for it, that is like it might give a feedback loop. So, tell me if you guys hear yourselves. So don't talk.
Yeah, I don't hear a feedback loop.
No, but it's lagging like crazy.
It's still coming through.
It's coming through. It's
is it lagging like crazy? That sucks. That sucks. All right, well, I'll just send a link in the yield chat box so you guys like pick it up on your own. But yeah. So like like back in the day, like I would listen to Korn, and then I would get into rave music. One because the movie Hackers and everything else like that. Well, I listen to computers and I'm up late at night, and what music plays late at night is electronic techno in the 90s, the radio. So you just kind of listen to this all the time, and just and it's what freaking is playing. So you just I kind of went with it, like this is what's playing, and I'm going to listen to it. And when you watch TV or something like that, this is the aesthetic going with it. But like, screw it. Whatever. I'm enjoying some of it, not all of it, but some of it. Like I got real into Paul Oakenfold for a while, and I still love Daft Punk.
Like for me, like for like any EDM, like the slower the tempo, right? Like 80 BPM minutes, like Memphis hip hop type beats, where it's like 80 BPM or lower, where it's just like a drone. You know what I mean? Like that's the frequency I'll tune into. Like the slower the drone, like the more I'm into it. Like it was like fast, right? So like the reason I didn't do it like when I was like hanging with Melanie, right? It was like the reason I didn't go to too many EDM festivals because I was like the peak of dubstep, right? And it was like like what the fuck are we gonna go to Bass Nectar or whatever? You know what I mean? Like we'll go to the Bass Nectar show, and it's like, no, bro, I don't want to go to Bass Nectar show. And it just sounded like it's too manic that I can't follow like where the rhythm is because it's not really rhythmatically challenging the aspect. There's like a lot of shit going on, and I feel like I have to be on ecstasy to enjoy this music because there's too much shit going on. Like now, if I listen to something more like down tune, like funk or something, which is like much slower down, or even like remember old like Windows Wave or you know, all that fun stuff. It was like really chill, like kind of cloud pop and stuff. You know, those definitely like some fun genres for me.
I just had someone on my feed just talk about how they wished the live action Cowboy Bebop would have got a season 2. Yeah.
Why are they on your feed? Or did you go and ban those for that person?
I thought about it. I really did. I really thought about like
you should ban that person.
Like, just like wow.
You should absolutely, positively ban that person.
Thankfully, for all of their narrative needs, the actual Cowboy Bebop exists, and they can go watch that.
Well, that's the thing. Like I know her boyfriend, and her boyfriend loves Cowboy Bebop, the anime. Has it on VHS and DVD.
Oh my god!
Spent the money to get it on VHS.
Let's see if you can hear the audio on this.
I can.
I can.
There you go.
I don't like. Is something happening? What genre is this?
So it's like a thrash metal cover of old pop songs.
Okay.
It's interesting. He does like really old like songs you wouldn't expect to be done in that voice.
Yeah, it's not my thing. It's not my thing. It's not my thing. It's not my thing. I'm sorry. I'm glad that it's your thing, though. I'm glad it's your thing. Okay, I want to say that. Glad it's your thing. It's not mine. Oh, you would play something else. I'm sorry. Maybe you want to try to get me into something else. And she's like, no, I will make it your thing.
I'm forcing down your throat.
I know, right? Randall's just like,
I mean, already this song sounds 1,000 times better. And I think the problem was you started with like something where the bass,
that's a bad song.
Yeah, the bass that he was covering in a different genre was already a song that I would have hated. So.
All bass players are valid. If you don't like bass players, you can.
No. The basis of the song, not the actual bass.
Okay.
Harry, do you
Harry,
like?
Stop trying to make it a racial incident.
Do you like this genre, Harry, or here?
Oh man. Actually, this ain't so bad, right? I like this. Now this sounds pretty good. All right. Switch it over.
This is my favorite, like. EDM type, like it's not really dance music, but
it's some borderline fash wave.
Hey! I listen to retro wave also, so I listen to the Midnight.
Yeah. We can't. I can't hear that.
Yeah. That's not good.
Unfortunately,
or fortunately, who knows? Because it's silence.
Back to Randall.
Yeah, it's.
Let's look at Randall's suggested.
His suggested list.
What's that pony thing he's got on his thing? Knew it. Randall's a Brody. Closeted Brody. We got him. Clip that.
This video, he actually does the song walking through a mall dressed as a rabbit.
See, like, I fitted into this one, like, as a bass player.
Okay, I will say there's a happy medium when it comes to covers or parodies. Either you pick something that isn't something that I would hate so much that I can't listen to your cover, or you don't touch something that I love so much that I hate your cover.
All right,
he does a really fun cover of. He does a real fun cover of "What Does the Fox Say." It just actually makes that song good.
All right. Oh, F you, Reinhold. It's good anyway. All right. I just want. Okay. We're nieces. What he's got on suggestion? What do you got? Dragon Ball Z cover.
Yeah. I mean, I got this.
I was hoping he had
the fact that we
like,
can't hear his stuff makes it even better.
I know. Yeah.
Makes it even more hilarious.
I know.
Because there's no context of the images we're seeing.
Well, just like the viewers at home can pull open their own music videos and insert whatever musical taste they want into Niece.
I mean, my shit's like caveman riff, like, dude. It's just boom.
Is it? See, I
saw really
like this is
video.
You can see what?
But mine's all over the
place. It really
place,
does hate when I play video.
Yeah, it absolutely.
I think I may like just RDP into like another machine, just have to do it. Like, but you see this aesthetic leather jacket. This is classic style.
You can appreciate with my list is like there's like Donkey Kong speed runs in there and shit. I'm like, we're watching Donkey Kong speed run. It's like it's all over the place.
Hell yeah, brother.
Goes meow. Goes yeah. I like the original better.
He hasn't got to the chorus yet. Give me a minute.
Right, you ever listen to the Metal Kitchen stuff?
Metal Kitchen?
Yeah, Metal Kitchen.
I don't think so.
Look up Metal Kitchen. What is it? Shepherd's Pie. And I think you would like that.
I feel like Reinhold's got AD&D, ADD. Look at that. It's like ADHD.
Oh,
I've been diagnosed ADHD.
Well, yeah.
Do you not remember the last time we did this, where you had the 8 million tabs open all at once?
Yeah.
I'm hiding the tabs now. Trust me. I was going to comment that Harry only had 6 tabs open. It was like,
you're like, oh,
I'm surprised. I'm surprised no one called me out on my list with all these like Tupac remixes and like Lil Wayne songs that bang in between like my doom metal. It's like, oh, is that Army Guns? Tight.
That's normal.
Everybody has mixes of things.
Yeah, see, like, I mean, I could sing out the lyrics to the song, but then I'd get demonetized on this network. Demonetized.
And demonetized.
What's that word you said, Niece?
Yeah, the issue with covers a lot of the time is mostly if the bass song that they're doing is good, it's usually they're either staying the same because the song's already good, or they can't ruin it enough for it or make it change in a way that's negative enough where it's terrible. But if a song is bad, there's a higher likelihood of that you're not gonna like it anyway because you don't like the original song.
I mean, there's tons of covers, like metal covers, where like the song they're covering has like a really driving bass line, but like metal likes to mix out bass quite a lot, so then like it sounds like completely fucking hollow. So it's like, man, this just sounds like really like metallic sounding guitars, where like the main focus of the song was like pretty much a bass and drums, which are non-existent. You know what I mean? Because it's just a clunky ass metal song. So definitely like a lot of that goes on. Like I've heard some like bad covers where like they try to like thrash metal out some songs. It's like no, there's groove in the song. He completely eviscerated the groove. So it's like it's just not the same song anymore. Yeah, same lyrics, same like song structure, but you're just like adding like doom metal music to it. Like this sounds like a BFG 3000 level, dude. We gotta fucking go. It's awful.
Which I totally get. Then sometimes they lose the base, not the base, just the premise and the feel of the original when they change it. That's just kind of how it is sometimes.
Sorry, I just had to do some damage to Vincent's life points directly.
Honestly, here's the thing. I've heard people talk about me and Paul have actually. I saw a clip that there's a streamer that Paul was watching that didn't like the first couple episodes of Steins Gate. He's like, I felt like I was in Steins Gate because I kept rewatching the same first 3 episodes over and over and over again. And when I watched episode 4, I watched it all the way through and didn't stop because people don't like the build of the world building leading into everything is hitting the fucking fan. But it's all the stuff of you are introducing to these characters, you want to know what this world is like, is important when they decide to go, now everything is fucked.
Yeah. Oh, I click over here.
Just let me finish talking.
It was early morning yesterday.
This is a couple guys who did a really good cover of a really great song.
I only seen the one guy twice.
Greatest suggestive.
The drummer will come in a minute. They've done like 3 covers, and they were all really good, and then they disappeared.
Where's the auto tune and the mumble?
I believe in what you say. The undisputed truth. I have to have things my own way.
It's pretty neat. I will give you that.
Like a ship without an anchor, sail without a chain. Just thought of those ladies, shivers through my veins.
All right. Little build up.
One of my favorite songs, by the way.
You know what?
It's like one of the most perfectly written songs.
So you guys will feel better. I opened up. I got a bunch of tabs open here on my main machine. I'm gonna share the screen with you guys.
Oh, there's so many tabs. Even from this far away, I can see all those tabs at the top, dude. What's wrong with you?
See, I got tabs.
Are they all work tabs?
Nope. No, they are not. They're all honestly, they're waiting for me to turn them into Trello cards.
If
I'm honest. This is what this all is. I don't know if you guys. So I do that too, guys. Just like you guys.
You guys.
Just like you.
I've got 20 tabs open right now. But that's on different gatherer pages for different magic cards because I'm deck building right now.
I have on this computer, I have StreamYard open, Discord open, and then another browser window open that is just YouTube and Reddit.
And then a third browser that's just the portal to the Uriverse.
Whoa, that's not on this computer, Paul? I said on this computer. There's a difference. That's on a laptop in the Uri cave.
See, my problem with the Uri cave is that I've seen that anime. Okay.
Oh, that's your problem with it.
Hit the wrong button. No, honestly, yeah. That's my issue with it. Is like I've been there. I've seen this anime. Hit the Chrome tab button. The Chrome tabs open. Like, oh shit. $50. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. I have no idea if the audio is coming through because I muted this machine.
There it is.
Oh, here it is. Yeah,
It's such quiet.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I'm gonna fast forward. See, this is what I'm used to listening to. This is what I started with and grew up on. So, when you guys will talk about different things, this is what I started upon.
More train nonsense.
So no wonder Harry's been a trained person this
whole time. First off, how dare you? How dare you? How dare you?
I dare. Okay.
Which the Cruciatos actually did a lot of good mixes with Vampire the Masquerade too. So
doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
So there's a video I've got queued up now that's these guys are known for their
music
videos.
We're good.
What?
It's trash. I hate them. Hate their guts. They're terrible.
You hate them.
I hate
exceptional
them.
videos.
I got a fight. I actually fought all 4 of them at the Alley Cat. They sucker punched me.
Harry's upset that he didn't have enough treadmills to recreate the "Here It Goes Again" video.
This isn't the treadmill stuff. This is actually what they've done.
I'm
in this video.
I did not fight OK Go. I could probably take all 4 of them on a treadmill.
So what they've done here in this video is they've shot the video in 4 seconds.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
and they play it back.
This is such a cool video.
Yeah, there's so many of them. There's this one. There's a Upside Down and Inside Out where they're on.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah,
the plane where they have zero gravity.
They're it's like their music's okay and good. I like listening to it, but the videos are just inventive.
The videos.
Nobody's doing that.
I know. Well, Michael Jackson's dead.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
it's almost like they do science. They try to put science into it somehow.
Yeah, This Too Shall Pass was
Rube Goldberg machine.
Rube Goldberg machine. They did a bunch of them that I've
Needing Getting
watched them.
Needing and Getting is they in the car and they made all the sounds
with the pianos that are upright.
Yeah, and the guitars on the side. Yeah, they run across and they hit it.
White Knuckles, they did an entire choreography with dogs.
It was really good. I've been a huge fan of OK Go for so long.
Before the treadmills.
I like Treadmill. The Treadmills one, that was a good song, but there's some songs they had before that came out that I liked.
Yeah.
When they came out with that and blew up, it was great. And then they just started coming out with these videos that were so good, and then I've been following their career ever since.
Especially at the time, In Love is all stop motion. They take a bunch of pictures of them doing stuff.
And they had the goose that was in there that was actually a famous goose that hangs out there at where they were filming. So he got to be in the video. And I just have this weird thing too, is there are a couple of guys who I have weird little guy crushes on. And the lead singer of this band is one of them.
It's not weird to have a guy crush.
Another video
I don't know what it is about him.
Another video I do enjoy is from a Japanese band. The song's called Odd Loop. It's called Odd Loop, and it's actually a very well done video. Where they kind of take that concept of messing around with just the visual aspects of it.
Probably ought to cut a little bit here before we get cut.
Muted. Well, that's the problem. If we were just pure on Twitch, we'd be okay. But it's the other part of it. As long as we're you
Twitch would just mute the VOD, right? They'll mute the section of the VOD. But
correct. Yeah.
But YouTube, they let people react to these songs all the time. You just have to find.
Sometimes they'll just nuke.
Yeah, it depends. Depends on a lot of times. It depends on your reaction to the content.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If you have a very positive reaction, they're much more lenient compared to negative reactions.
Okay, all right. I know no one wants to bring this up, but I'm gonna bring this up. So, the reporter Barbara Walters, right? I didn't know she was that old.
I saw it earlier.
I didn't know she was that old.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I knew she was old. I didn't know she was that old.
She was old when I was growing up. What are you talking about?
Right. I just didn't know she was that old.
I was watching Saturday Night Live, and they were making fun of her on Saturday Night Live when I was, 6?
Now, when you say Saturday Night Live, is that before or after they created Saturday Night?
It was after they created Saturday Night.
Okay, all right.
It was before they created Sunday, though.
Okay.
Yeah, Friday night still wasn't a thing yet.
Okay. All right.
Friday, the show Fridays came out after they did that.
All right.
Yeah, they're in the 70s. They're making fun of Barbara Walters on that show. I mean, so she was in her 30s then, probably.
Oof. Yeah, 30 is not old.
In the 70s is what I'm saying. But I'm just saying at that age, she was that age in the 70s. Therefore, 50 years later.
See, to me, like she was like older. But when I was listening to Barbara Walters on 2020, like in the 90s, it's like everyone was older.
Right?
What? Barbara Walters?
Baba Wawa.
Barbara Walters?
They used to make fun of her lisp.
Oh, okay.
On Saturday Night Live, what's her name?
Okay.
Shit. I can't remember her name. She played Rosanna Zandadana. She was Mary Jean
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. She used to do a killer.
I used to watch a crap of Barbara Walters on 2020 and John Stossel because 2020 was like, we've got to watch. I remember sitting there with my sisters like, 2020's on. We got to watch 2020. We got to watch 2020. Mm-hmm. Sit there with Barbara Walters. Yeah. And
yeah, I remember those days. I used to watch it.
I'm sorry. I just like so.
I'll be 100% honest with you. I'm like, I know of Barbara Walters, and I was never into like the 2020 and all that stuff. I don't know why you got rid of Reinhold and not me. I don't get it, but
sorry, Miss Click. I'm sorry.
I don't know why you got rid of Reinhold instead of me.
That's a Dr. Evil part. Like, oops, oh shit.
I was the one who said I didn't even really know who she was. I knew she was a reporter. I know she did reporter stuff. That's all I got for you, man.
Yeah,
I went to stop sharing and I hit the leave studio button instead. Dope.
Yeah.
No, she's always a big thing. Yeah. Like I said, I grew up with her. I grew up watching her, so it's.
So mind you, like when I was growing up, like she was in her mid to late 70s, so it's a little different.
I'm sorry, it's kind of like a Red Fox. Like I never understood how old Red Fox was. To me, Red Fox was always old.
How old do you think Cher is?
60s?
76.
Oh shit.
See, these celebrities out here just don't age, and then you have
no. Some are aging like a fine wine. Like I swear, every decade, Drew Barrymore is getting hotter and hotter.
Okay, point taken. But then you turn around and you look at our politicians, and it's like, man, who you guys didn't have any shade trees or anything like.
So speaking of politicians and Drew Barrymore, so Drew Barrymore did an interview with Jill and Dr. Jill Biden and Joe Biden, right? And I love wrestling. I love watching pro wrestling. It's very sad watching the young wrestler carry the legend through it, and that's what that whole interview was.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Who's just carrying. It's like, this is like an old legend that should have just been put down, right? Should have gone out on his back a decade ago.
This is Ric Flair winning another tag team
title
championship with Randy
really,
Orton.
Biden shouldn't have given up, when Hillary was running, right? He should have jumped in and did it then.
Right. He should have did it then, or said like, hey, yes, I did win this on my name. I can't do this and back that. Like, I'm going to go out,
he will
resign 2 years in.
Will not
give
go
it to
correct.
Resign
Kamala. 2 years in, or decide to go out
again. He promised he would not run again when he was campaigning. He said, I'm just going to do a one term. And now they're like talking about him running for a second term. And I'm like, dude.
Oh my God. Joe Biden is Ric Flair.
Oh, Joe Biden is Ric Flair.
Ric Flair's like, I have Ric Flair literally had a pay-per-view this year called Ric Flair's Final Match. And then he's already talking about he wants to go wrestle again. He wants to be on TV again.
Like, even Kurt Angle talks about, like, you want me in the ring? What young wrestler you want to carry me? I'm gonna need like three young wrestlers to carry me through this.
Dude, that dude's neck is freaking sandpaper, dude.
Right? It's like
it is sand in a bag of glass.
Right. So it's like, I'm gonna need 3 young wrestlers to carry me. Ooh, we're gonna have a match, but they carry me.
Yeah. And so it's surprising that Sting still wrestles. And he's just jumping off of shit.
Yeah.
Just cause.
That's the routine I want to know.
Older than me.
Right.
Yeah.
I want to know what juice he takes, what supplements he's on. I want to know
I need to know who the doctor is who treated him.
That's who. Or
Edge.
Or is it all
Daniel
DDP
Bryan
yoga?
and Paige?
Or is it all DDP yoga? Because if it's all DDP yoga, I'm signing up. Like, oh hell, DDP yoga.
I mean, he did get Scott Hall through like the worst part of his life through that DDP yoga. And Jake the Snake.
Right. Like, a lot of people like, oh man, we lost him. I was like, yeah, we would have lost him a long time ago.
But he would have been gone if it wasn't for DDP.
We lost him a long time ago. Right. Yeah. We would have lost him without the redemption arc.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's just one of those things. It's like Sting doing stuff like jumping off of freaking 30-foot ladders and shit. Doing stinger splashes on things.
It's
I know.
Like, you look at this, it's like, what year was this recorded?
He even did his Sting moments where he like hit somebody as a guy wearing a Sting mask, taking it off to reveal it's Sting.
Mm-hmm. Right, which is like, okay, so now it's like, oh shit, it's fucking brilliant.
He took a suplex on the ramp.
Yeah,
and then stood up immediately like it was nothing. This man is like 7 years old.
I want to know the juice. What juice? What supplements? What am I not eating?
What doctor do they have? Because Edge retired, Daniel Bryan retired, Paige retired, Sting retired, all because of like broken neck and spine issues, and now they're all wrestling like it's never fucking happened. So I didn't know what doctor they went to because that doctor, because Christian also retired too,
right?
And he came back and wrestled. He wrestled several extreme like falls count anywhere matches.
Yeah, not some easy like carry me through matches, or I'm gonna go out my back to help push some other kid over that I know, a family member or something like that. Not those type of matches, because we've all seen those matches where I've got a cousin, I'm trying to get him over. I'm gonna get him over. None of those.
No, it's freaking
Roman Reigns. Success.
Oh god. We're not gonna get into that here. I want to touch that one.
It sucks so bad.
It's so frustrating.
I hate his look. I hate Roman Reigns' look. It's like, I'm a face. You don't look like a face.
No, and then he became a heel because like he had to, because there's nothing else they could do about it.
He looks like
he should have been, yeah. And there's nothing else they could have did.
His aesthetic is heel. To me, his aesthetic is heel. He'd be a great heel, and he can't pull off heel. He wants to be a face so bad. It's like, dude, you're a heel. It's like
he's been a heel for like a year now at this point, though. So.
It's all right. So like there's like a small project that I like for Loki while like I've talked to Vincent about, and I really want to be like kind of like the bad guy in the project, but I don't know if I can pull it off. It's like, can I do this?
Really, Rail? Really, Set? You can't pull off the bad guy?
First off,
really, Set?
Set's the good guy. He's the hero. Do you not understand? He's trying to save you all.
And that's the best villain. The best villains are the ones who think they're the heroes.
Yeah, usually, yeah.
That's why Endgame was such a good movie, because it was just that's why Infinity War was such a good movie, because it was just Thanos being the hero of the movie and winning. That's why that movie was awesome.
Yeah. All right, so speaking of winning, we have made it on the 4-hour marker. So we have hit our contractual agreement to Reinhold. We hit our 4 hours. Woo! Yeah, we hit 4 hours. Reinhold, your contract has been. We've done it. So, do we want to go further?
I want to show you one thing.
We're trying to end the show, and
I know, just one thing.
No, 3 more hours.
Because we were talking, I was
Reinhold's like 3 more hours. We'll meet at the Waffle House at 6 a.m. Look at Reinhold. It's like
we'll go to IHOP, see if they have the eggnog pancakes.
I know,
Paul's asleep, so he can't vote.
That's
My eyes
IHOP. We're good. Like niece messaged like he's gonna go do something, so I took him off the stream, but like he still came back in. So, like I don't know, I don't know what's going on.
You'll be right back.
No, I just show what I'm sharing. I'm going to ask you a question.
Okay.
So this person right here.
Okay.
How do you think she is in this picture?
It's 2022.
58.
And it's the Tonys, so I'm guessing it's definitely higher than that.
63, because nobody younger than 60 has been named Bernadette.
74.
70.
74 years old. This woman is my biggest crush ever.
It's the red hair, isn't it?
It's partly the red hair. It's partly the voice. It's partly her personality. It's partly her ability. She's just very talented.
So Tony's, it's obviously she's a
Tony. Oh, sorry.
And then she's a Broadway actress. And
okay, all right.
Well, if you ever saw The Jerk, she was in The Jerk with Steve Martin.
Have you seen The Producers?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Sorry, when I went Tony, you kind of like gave me this deadpan look. I'm like, do you not know what I'm referencing? I swear.
Harry, I'm tired, sir.
Okay, I was like weird.
I am tired. Literally at like hour 1, I had to stop, get up, walk around. I was like, all right, I need to get myself going again.
How many more days do you have? Or
none. That's the point.
Okay, good.
That's the point.
Now I'm kind of upset I didn't get him like a ticket feedback off night. I'm like, yeah, I got your ticket. Come up here and let's do this.
Yeah, so I wouldn't show up. I would.
It's really funny that you're this wore out after 10 days straight of working, and like my record is 83. So,
man.
I mean,
see, Paul, you were also exhausted throughout most of those days. Especially when you came into work sometimes.
Well, that was just because I don't have a good sleep schedule.
Yeah, that's
Paul sitting there like, please, that's what this weighted
clothing. You're doing something you like. You're doing something fun. You can go forever.
Exactly.
Oh no, but I hated both those jobs.
Paul's like, wait till I take off this weighted depression, then I'll power up the real.
But also in my head, I just see Paul. He's like, Paul's motivation is like, yeah, I might be tired or whatever, but money though.
Yeah.
The fact that more money is coming in, that's all I care about.
Oh yeah.
And no, honestly, that was the reason I did it.
Why did you do it then?
Because that was the spring after my breakup and the ensuing kicking the ex out of the house.
Avoidance. It's better that way. See, there's a reason, Paul. There's a reason.
Yeah.
See, we had two. You and I had two vastly different breakups. Literally, it was we were together one Monday, and the next Monday she was moved out of the house.
Yeah. But no, the only thing that like broke up the work continuously, I would have easily been into triple digits if not for the 4th of July.
Okay.
Because it was a day off from the place where you got me a job, Harry.
Okay.
But it's also mine was a massive break in routine.
Doing goes. 2, 3, kick, turn, kick, turn. It's enough to make you heave. Nonetheless, I'm sorry, Max. I just couldn't do. Think of the respect. No.
Not even the good version, though.
No. Think of the Tony.
Wow, right.
Tony.
I'll just go OG. I'm like, I'm with the OG. Just like,
It's better.
I had to go find something.
No, listen. I know. I get it. But what I'm just saying is that remember, the original movie was awesome. The play that they did with these guys in it, Nathan Lane, was awesome.
Yes.
The movie was crap. The movie they did of the musical that they did was not good because it didn't lend itself from being a musical back to being a movie. Properly.
Okay. All right. I see that, but I also see John Barrowman in this go do the Springtime for Hitler, which, happening.
I give you that. That's what I think is that they had the elements of all the musical stuff that was in the play, but they didn't translate it to the jokes and the things to movie very well. And there's a whole thesis that somebody's done on YouTube that's really good. It compares that and explains why. Like one of the jokes is like, Milo Bloom goes stage left or something like that, or stage front, and it doesn't translate to the TV show, right? To the movie, you have to do a different movie direction to do that. They don't cut it right. They don't make it the same joke land because of that.
Yeah,
just an example.
Yeah, that's one thing I do miss about like high school is like stage production. Miss that. I think that's the one thing I miss.
I love going to plays. I mean, I'm a huge plays guy, so
yeah. I just want.
There's this one person who does she's a comedian, and she does a song called Interact. It's called the song that no one likes, and it's in every musical. It's a song that no one likes, and it's very funny the way she sings it. She sings it as an old man, and he's like, my range is very limited. That's why I'm usually played by an older performer who just wants to come out and sing and also sit, and do this. And just little jokes like that in there the whole time. And that's why 6 people applauded when I walked out on stage. Right?
Oh my god,
it's so funny.
Very random musical hot take. I genuinely usually don't like the last song of almost any musical. The very the last final song they play, I usually end up skipping it.
Wow.
Spamalot?
Wow.
Most of them, I said in general.
Spamalot was one of the funniest plays I've ever seen. It was so well done and funny.
Actually, that reminds me of something that has been bothering me for a few weeks, Reinhold, since you've brought up Monty Python. Why are conservatives glamming on to Mr. Cleese so hard?
Because they misunderstand what he's saying.
What's going on with Mr. Cleese?
John Cleese did a thing a few years back about how comedy is getting killed by people trying to police comedy.
Okay.
Right? But he's not talking about cancel culture comedy as much as he's talking about the man trying to dictate what is good comedy and what isn't. And he has a point that he's making, but the conservatives are glamming onto it as saying, hey, this is why cancel culture is bad. And it's not what he's saying. He's talking about You have to understand what punching down is and what punching up is, and what's good comedy, what's bad comedy. But you have to be able to make jokes that are offensive,
right?
But you got to do them right.
But here's the part 2 of that. This man has spent more time in drag
Mr. Cleese? Oh, yeah.
Oh, and he made a whole career, 50, 60 years, just basically punching conservatives in the face.
Yeah.
He
spent more time in skirts than all of us have spent time in pants. Yes.
I mean, Faulty Towers. I mean, he was making fun of the people who are now praising him to the hilt. Yeah, everything they did was making fun of the headmasters at schools. That's how they got their start, because they didn't like that type of individual, that upper crusts, looking their nose down, the twits, maybe the twit Olympics, that sort of thing. They were always knocking down on that type of person that were punching up all the time. It's just that he said something that now they're trying to turn into their own.
Yeah, they're quote mining him essentially.
It happens to almost everything.
All right.
On all sides.
But no, that's been the thing that has been it's been bothering me so much, because I've seen it going around, and it's like, you guys
they
are
did
so
it with Rowan
against,
Atkinson too.
You guys are so against drag that you literally want to hold riots and black out entire communities because of it. But let's celebrate the epic, famous dragster.
Well, drag is dangerous. Okay, all right.
Unless, of course, it's British, I guess.
Exactly.
Well, they did the same thing with Rowan Atkinson. Rowan Atkinson did this big thing about free speech and things like that, and it was really good. But people miss the context of the comedy and what they're saying and misapply it, which happens a lot. I mean,
all right.
People always hear what they choose to hear. Right. That's just kind of how things go.
So when Reinhold said like the old thing about musicals, it made me think about this thing here. You know, granted, at this time, John Barrow was not an old band, but he is with Joe Turk, which is a great musical from Sweeney Todd. But if you take out the murder and all the other stuff out of it, and just two men just singing about women, it's a pretty song. But if you remove the context from it, if you remove the context, you know, it's just two men, right? Just here, like singing, right? You remove right? Remove murder context. God, John Bartman's chin. Look at that. Look at that beautiful chin. Paul has the exact same beautiful chin like that, and he likes to hide it around hair. But look at that. Look at that beautiful chin.
So,
Harry,
I don't have a butt chin like that.
We're talking about musicals and stuff. Reinhold, you know Les Mis, of course, right?
He does it. No, yeah.
So I was excited. I was excited and actually watched it like at all. Yeah, I was doing research for writing a character. They decided the character was going to be really like musicals, so I put on Les Mis. I didn't realize it was on shuffle, so it played the opener, and then immediately it went to Javert's Suicide. And I was just like, what is happening in this play? And I pulled it up and said, oh, it's on shuffle. This makes way more sense now.
Yeah.
And I was just like, this doesn't sound right.
I mean,
we just met the characters.
Anytime I need to get through a series real quick, I watch episode 1, episode 6, episode 12. Done.
I remember Harry Met Sally. He reads the last page of the book first. That way, if he dies, he knows that ends.
God, I haven't seen that movie in years. My mom.
I watched somebody react to it the other day.
My mom would let me watch it.
Of course you did.
I feel like that's Reinhold's main consumption.
Yeah.
I like watching reaction videos these days. Yeah, I watch reaction videos and I watch people play 7 Days to Die in Minecraft.
All right, so Reinhold's going to cash in his 401k to buy a movie theater and just sit there and watch people react.
If I could figure out a way to to do it so I could have a professionally done Spam-A-Lot and there's another musical, William Catt, Ben Vereen. For some reason, it is below Pippin. Yeah. So we could do Spam-A-Lot and Pippin and a couple other really good musicals. Just rotate them out through the year. That would be good. I'd just do that.
Just do that over and over again.
It makes me mad because I actually had a conversation-ish on Twitter with Eric Idle about Spam-A-Lot.
Knights, I bid you welcome.
Where I said, hey, why won't you release? I know you have video of the Broadway play, the original run. Why won't you release that now? You know, you could sell it. You can make money on it. And he says he probably never will. He's going to try and make a movie based off of the play. And I'm like, no, because you had Tim Curry before he was sick doing such a good job. Sarah Ramirez was so wonderful in that. You know, David Hyde Pierce killed it in the song he did about you can't succeed on Broadway. I don't know if you've heard this song before. If you haven't seen it, but it's basically you can't. They do that in the play too, but they do a song called "You Can't Succeed on Broadway If You Don't Have Any Jews," and it is the funniest thing ever.
It's not offensive. It says, okay, that's not that. Okay, I was like, did you?
No,
put it
I
on
can play it for you. There's somebody who did like a color video.
Can
of
we
it.
play that? Can we play that right now?
Yeah.
That not now. No. Not with the content. No. Pass.
All right,
He's a Jew. David Hyde Pierce is Jewish.
It does not matter.
He calls himself a Jew.
Vetoed. Moving on.
No. You got to see it. It's so funny.
Some other time.
Yeah, not on stream.
I mean,
in this economic environment, hell the fuck no.
So funny. God.
Do you want Harry to be the next Kyrie Irving? Let's not do that.
I guess you're terrible.
I will point out that like Harry had every chance to buy a theater out in Boss Hogland and chose not to.
I always feel bad for not buying that. By the way, even to this day, I was like, I should have bought it. I should have freaking bought it.
Was it a movie theater or
it was a movie theater?
Plays.
Yeah.
But it had the space to put a stage in it. Like,
oh yeah,
it would have been honestly really easy. I think it was set up for it too. And then there was a storefront. Nice could have run his own card shop, or a wing cave. Who knows?
Yeah, wing cave
/ card shop.
God, I could have had the best drag club in Newcastle.
Newcastle could have been without power for 2 weeks.
Like I said, I could have had the best like a drag club. Also, if you have never seen this movie, okay, you are without culture. All right. You have none. You have no idea what history is. Don't talk to me if you like you have no idea how good he is. This movie, Adventures of Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, an amazing movie. Okay.
Oh, it's one of my wife's favorites. She loves going to drag shows and things like that. She's obsessed with it, so she's got to know a lot of them.
Yes,
a lot of
she's awesome. I knew she was awesome. That confirmed it. All right. God.
I've been to my share too. She's dragging me.
See, now I feel like I ran into Reinhold at a drag show. Maybe I'm wearing like you ever go to Talbot Street, Reinhold?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, see, maybe I ran around on Talbot Street. Probably not.
Yeah, it wasn't. I don't. She was there a lot more than I am. I was with her, but
I was probably walking around.
That's who groped me that day.
Walking around like all super built. Reinhold's like, I'm gonna leave him alone. He looks gonna hurt people.
Well, apparently there's a restaurant in Indy downtown that all the performers go to after the show.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a diner type of place.
Yeah,
I know where it's at. I just don't remember the name of it. But they had really good food, and it was like mostly breakfasty stuff, but it was always full after the shows. It was full of guys in drag. It was great.
Yeah, it is really good food. I've been there. I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm not saying it here or there because it's still open. The other thing with it is a lot of some of the drag performers. Some of them are, I will say, libertarians, hardcore libertarians, like, which I didn't know. Like, it was like, when you I friended her on Facebook, it's just like, oh my god, you're an editor, because it was just like, okay, because like be able to actually talk to someone, and I think I hooked up my cousin up with a couple of them because like if they'd have like cars and stuff like that, they need someone to work on who won't judge like who they are, what to do the business. They just need their truck or car worked on, and because it was like they have so much money and they pay cash. It was like, yeah. Do you care what there's like? I don't give a rat's ass. It has to be put a turbo on this goddamn car. Gonna go do this real quick. This is gonna be fun. It's like I just got paid to do like to rehaul this entire dually. I'm gonna go do this. So yeah. Man, I wish I'd known right hold back in like.
Well, trust me, she'd still go, man.
Man, we have to pull her out the wood. Okay, let's get her out. Get you guys out.
That might be one reason to get her. She would get out of the house to go to a show. Because it's been for a while. It's been 4 years since she's been on.
Yeah, I haven't been to drag show. Honestly, I haven't been to drag shows since Talbot Street goes. I was there when Talbot closed down, and I haven't been to one since Talbot. He's here in Indy.
She always knew the owners of all these places too. So, so
well, like the
10.
Yeah. Oh, well, like there's. Okay.
Her best. Okay. Some of her best friends are, married with the women, so she's into that culture. So anyway, what I want to make sure we do after we decide we're going to cut transmission, I do want to show this video to you guys.
Oh, after that?
Yeah, because you've only me do it on the show. So.
No.
But I want you to see it afterwards. It's a couple minutes.
All right. So like how much longer do you guys want to go, though? I'm looking at you, Vincent. Your answer is required. Everyone else's answer is option. Your answer is required.
It's required. Like honestly, I'm indifferent. I'm willing to just stay as long as it takes.
Because I'm trying to stay up, so I will sleep throughout the day. So I will stay up tomorrow night because I've got my goth outfit right there, and I probably got like an hour worth of makeup to do before going out tomorrow night. So, I'm being it all night. Which I thought about, I really did, felt like doing like a makeup stream beforehand, but for the stream to practice what the makeup they're going to do. So like
a Bailey Sarian.
Well, what I'm going to do tomorrow night for like a makeup, and I just realized I took my glasses off. Everything is blurry because I want to show it. I'm going to do like a black smoky eye while we're out here, do like a trail back here, and then have it to basically gradient into like a purple into like my purple dread wig. So I got this dreaded wig out, like with dreads out here to go with like this, almost like this mystique, like supernatural, like corporate goth look that I've got going on.
So it's not going to be the full band going across. It's just going to be defined.
It's more like a defined line. I might mess up and just F it up and just do a band. I'm not gonna lie, right now. Like I am not the most talented makeup artist. My friend who is, I'm not going to her house to help me do this. which she's probably gonna, if she see photos, she's gonna be like, "Motherfucker,
Oh, do you know?
coming to me?"
Do you know how much
dare you.
Heather gets excited when I go to her and say, "I'm thinking about putting makeup on before the stream tonight," and she's like, "Oh, come here," and she's wanting to do it.
Right?
But she takes like 35 minutes. I'm like, I don't have that kind of time.
Yes, you do.
Give me something that I can put on. Like
you do. Put the 7 days to die down. Okay, all right.
Tonight, I told her I just want like a lotion that has a little bit of a tint in it. So I can just put this
You
lotion
need
on
a good
and it covers
foundation.
up a little bit.
You got some glare right here. Okay, all right, and then your T zone, very oily. Okay, just like mine. Mine's oily too. I'm saying that, okay.
No, and I put a little bit on the night, but it was not the right stuff.
No,
took a lot of it off.
The matte makeup that Paul has on right now is very good. It's very matte.
So my problem is I'm getting old and I've got like these spots here on my cheeks.
Yeah,
that are showing up. Age spots. So I'm trying to. I just want something that'll cover all that up.
Yeah,
give me something from my eyes.
Paul uses it right now is a Manic Panic powder white, so he's got that nice like French Revolutionary like white powder on that he has.
And if you check the affiliate link down below, you too can have whatever. Like, no, Harry, no.
He's like, no, this is just no sunlight.
Exactly. Thank you.
This
is called
this I learned from Bailey. Bailey showed me this.
No, I work very hard at never seeing the sun, so my skin can look like this.
Okay. All right,
well,
all right,
I was told I'm supposed to because of skin cancer-y things, but
it's fine. It's fine. All right, I'm gonna go. Pee real quick. Right back.
All right.
Okay.
I mean, I could play. I can't believe you guys want me to play this.
No,
it's on YouTube.
I swear to God, right?
No,
I'm trying to go pee. I swear to God.
No, right?
He came back to warn you.
No,
I can't start it. You have to start it. I can only share.
The answer is no, sir.
No. Also, one of my favorite people is Tim Minchin. You know who he is?
Yep.
He's very good at doing musicals. They found out. They got him Matilda, and then so he did the book for Matilda, and then they did the Groundhog's Day, and I guess that opened up to critical acclaim, and then shut down like 5 weeks later. Really quick shutdown. I don't know why. It was right before going into COVID and stuff.
Probably why.
Threw a lot of problems in.
Sicknesses and stuff.
And he worked on a movie. He was working on a movie. I was listening to basically what's happened to him since he kind of quit doing comedy stuff.
Right.
Now he's back. He's back doing a tour. He did a quick little tour and he's selling video for it. But he was talking about this movie that they did where he put the movie together. He did the music for it. They worked on it for 5 years at DreamWorks. And then somebody bought the company out and said, well, we wouldn't have commissioned this, and they shelved it. And it's like, it was almost done. They were showing little clips and videos of it. And it was literally done. Millions of dollars spent on it, and they just shelved it.
Yep.
Like, why would you do that? At least put it out.
Well,
to make a little bit of money back.
They won't do that, though.
No, because they take a loss. They'll get more on the loss for the taxes than they would in what they think they're going to get on the sale of the movie.
Potentially, but
so he got a little jaded. Let's put it that way. He moved back to Australia.
Like, quite frankly, I would like to see more creators and creatives that work in and around the Hollywood nonsense to have more writers in their contracts that's like, hey, if you buy the rights to this and you sit on it, you lose it after 10 years of not doing anything. Like, if you choose not to release this project, it has to revert back to me, because there are so many things that have been absolutely swallowed up by the black hole vaults of like Warner Brothers and Disney and Sony that, like, honestly, the fact that like we're never going to see the inheritance cycle. I mentioned it earlier today. We'll never see somebody come through and fix those movies.
Yeah, or you'll never see, a streaming site that actually has like Infinity Train on it because it was destroyed because the HBO Max stuff. And like now the HBO Max is starting to take shows off because I'm pretty sure last I saw they're taking off Justice League and Justice League Unlimited from HBO Max. Just cause it's just like things going away for no reason because they want to write off or something along those lines. Or when people hold on to, like what happened with freaking Ava, how it was locked in purgatory for years and years and years, but until the creator finally was able to buy the rights to his creation back and then be able to get an actual official release again on Netflix.
Yeah, it's like if you care at all about the integrity of your work, do not sign over unlimited rights. And but then you'll never get anything made. Well, if enough creators actually get their head out of their ass and realize that the studio's not working for them or with them, they're basically robbing them blind, then, I mean, Hollywood is going to do what? Re-release the same blockbuster a fourth time?
Yes. And they'll make millions doing it too. Yeah. But that's not but we kind of talked about this a little bit on Monday with if you're going to a book publisher, they want rights for theme parks and plays and stuff along those lines.
Yep.
Because that's what they want out of it because of Harry Potter.
Yep.
That's what happened because Harry Potter became massive and J.K. Rowling made millions upon millions of dollars, and now she became like an icon when you look at stuff like how popular the Hunger Games was. No one saw the writer of that becoming a public figure, even though it was a very popular book series and then movie series.
And you're wondering why they're not redoing, like, none of this keeps happening. It's because most writers, after seeing what J.K. is not willing to sign over those rights also. Right.
And then but that's when you get, that's why there's a lot of people going, a lot of the books that were fan fiction that became movies is because this person already wrote it. It's written. They've already got all the fan attention and they wanted from it. And then the company just goes, hey, I want to buy this and change the names. And they're like, cool, you're paying me to take something I've already written, take it off this website and then put it into a book. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Totally.
Here.
Yeah. It's trash fanfic that is terribly written. That's why you get stuff like how 50 Shades of Grey was, or that book series after, which was which was a One Direction Wattpad fan fiction that became a multiple part book series. It's when you're able to cash in on something that's already existing. That's just kind of how the Hollywood is now. Take something that exists, tweak it a little bit, and try to cash out. That's and then you see the successes and failures. As we talked about earlier, Cowboy Bebop live action was take this thing that was from Japan, try to make it Americanized, and cash in, and then they flopped.
Yes. Yep.
Because they take something that's established and run it into the goddamn ground. That's why Phase 4 of the MCU had 14 different things you needed to watch. While some of them were good, some of them weren't good.
You like the Eternals?
There's still so many things that's a part of this one thing because they're like, well, everything up to Endgame did amazing, and Endgame was the highest grossing movie ever until they re-released Avatar in China again. So that's what people want. So we're just gonna keep making more and more and more because that's what made the money. And now you're seeing that the superhero movies aren't nearly making as much money as they did before. And like one of the highest grossing movies of last year was a horror movie.
Nowadays too, because making money off movies isn't the same as it used to be. You know, it would be you put it in the theater, blah blah blah. But now people are just like, I don't want to go to the theater anymore. Right. They're used to not going. They, for a couple of years now, they're like, I've got all the streaming services. I'll wait till it comes out.
Well,
people aren't watching TV stuff like CW when they're talking about Supernatural. People aren't watching networks anymore. They're watching shows.
Well, because the studios abused the movie theaters,
who then passed on the abuse to the theater goers.
Right. I want popcorn.
Concession
I
stands.
live in Indiana. I know how much popcorn costs. I know how much corn costs. I can figure it out. You know why? Because I get up at 4 a.m. and I can listen to the goddamn report. Okay.
The thing is, like, for the price I've got a TV set now that is huge. I've got a stereo sound system that rivals anything that's probably in a theater.
Yes.
Why would I go to the theater, sit around a bunch of people who are making noise, eating popcorn? I can't hear the movie. It's annoying.
Well, right. Some of us aren't as antisocial as you are.
They also make it super long, like Endgame.
But going to the theater is not a social event. You don't sit there and hang out with people. You don't sit there and hang out and drink and talk with people. You don't socialize in a theater.
Even though Endgame was super long, I was really glad I went to the midnight release of it. And when you don't know what's happening because you weren't spoiled about it, and since it's the midnight release, there's no way of knowing anything is happening. I know you don't care, but when the entire theater like audibly gasped when Captain America got Mjolnir, it's one of those like, oh, this is a social moment. That's for me.
But that's kind of why I watch reactions to get that feeling, so I can see that with someone else.
That I missed out on, that I really do feel like I missed out on, is the Brawley movie, the new reaction to Brawley movie, and people gasping at Vegeta going Super Saiyan red, like, woo, like, oh, that's the only one I've ever felt like I've ever sound like.
I will tell you, I saw the Star Wars Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi in the theaters when I was a kid, and that was an experience because that's the only time I've ever gone to a movie, and at the end of the movie when the credits start to roll, the whole audience stands up and claps, standing ovation.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it in any other movie before. But the last time I went to the theater to see a movie, I think was the original Deadpool.
And as I talked about it, the last one was Far From Home, which was right after Endgame, and that was because it was date night. But it was one of those things. It was like it was also a thing where I saw all 4 Avengers movies as midnight releases.
Yeah,
which is very distinct and different than anything else, really.
Yeah, Tu Wong Fu is a classic, man. That's such a good movie. It has another one of my crushes in it. Stockard Channing.
Yeah, it's just like John Leguizamo. What's his name?
John Leguizamo. Stockard Channing, man.
Patrick Swayze.
Rizzo, the original Rizzo from the movie, not from the play, of course, but from the movie. Yeah, I was a kid when I saw that, and it was just like, I had a crush on him.
Or RuPaul. Oh, okay.
I've never been a fan of RuPaul. Heather loves him to death. Watches him all the time. I don't get the RuPaul thing. I don't get him.
See, like, I grew up with like RuPaul and loved RuPaul, like because of Tu Wong Fu, and especially like because RuPaul will show up on Sabrina the Teenage Witch. All right, you never watched Sabrina the Teenage Witch?
I saw the original Sabrina. I didn't see the new one, but
no, he's talking about the one that was on TV. That was
Melissa Joan Hart.
Yeah,
Melissa Joan Hart.
Yeah, RuPaul showed up all the time. In
No, I don't have anything wrong against her, but it's just I'm not like Heather will like sit there and watch Drag Race, and I don't like watching RuPaul's Drag Race because it's just manufactured drama.
It is
and I think it puts those people in a bad light.
It does
because they're not that bitchy in real life. You know what I'm saying?
Some of them aren't.
Some are, but I'm just saying.
Like Willem,
you got your divas, Willem but it was focused on that. That's what that show was highlighting that bitchiness.
The first 2 seasons set the tone.
But almost all television is like that. Is massively over, especially
reality.
Western reality television is overhyped like that. Because if you ever go and watch, was it Kitchen Nightmares? You watch the British version and then the American version. It is so different. When the British version, he's like quietly walks in and has a nice conversation and gets the food and talks about, and it's just like a calm conversation with the person behind there and like just teaching them stuff. And then you look at the American version, and it's like, it's rotten, it's raw, and pulling mold out of refrigerators and shit.
Yeah. Now, like some extreme stuff that's happened. Like I've talked to several different chefs who cooked over there in Europe, and there's like some things do like that happen, but like that usually happens like the core group of around the executive, like the head chef. You know, and then it just spreads out from there. But he will say like it's never like as bad as Ramsey gets because because like no one will yell at me like that because I have a fucking knife on me. I will fucking kill you. It's just like I have a fucking knife.
Don't you? But there's no manufactured, no stings, none of all that stuff.
Yeah, it's like
in the Western version.
Yeah, you know, it's just like seriously, bro. I just sharpened this knife to cut bone, and you're gonna yell at me.
But it's just a lot of it's all manufactured.
I think Anthony Bourdain's book, when they talk about like the back of house, like all right, it's like Paul, I got like you've never worked in the back of house with like a restaurant before, right?
I worked for like a year at Qdoba as the cook.
Okay, so it's
not like an actual restaurant, but you know, fast casual.
You know, like Anthony Bourdain always said, like the back of house, like so the difference between the front of house and back of house. The back of house always ran like a pirate ship. There's knives, drinking, and like fire everywhere, right? Swearing, everyone. It's an effing pirate ship. Most back of houses of every restaurant you've ever gone to is like an effing pirate ship. And those like it is. Every time I've ever walked in one, it's a freaking pirate ship, and you treat it like such, and it just kind of works. You know, things are yelling, booze is being passed around. You just kind of let it go. Like the only time, I remember when I first came in, and I was very straight laced when it came to like inventory and dealing with the back of house. But I also realized that some of these guys are alcoholics or they need drink, and if I police the alcohol too much, that pisses off my back of house, and they push that onto my front of house. So I just gotta let it go. So most of the time, I just I put it to the just let me know what you're using, and I will softly erase it off the books. But I just gotta know what you're using. Other than that, I do not care. You know, because I would present to my general manager, and he would look at it and go like, "Are we under budget?" Yes. Shh. Don't care. Cool. That's all that mattered to me. Cool.
Even not even full like back house. I worked at that terrible fast food location that makes not actual Mexican food.
At Chipotle?
I mean the faster one.
Okay.
You two worked at a Qdoba.
Prison. Might as well have been. But there's points where it's like I was there working and somebody's like, "I'm hungry." He was like, "Bro, I don't care. It's 3 of us in this building. We're trying to serve 100 customers. Just eat something, dude. I don't give a fuck." it's just us 3 here. I'm running drive-through and front cashier and helping you make food with the other person. Just I don't care. Okay? As long as the food goes out, I don't care. There was literally one time where I was working on Thanksgiving, and they were like, the manager before he left, that was a team lead at that time. Before he left, he's like, "This make sure there's nothing in this cabinet where all the chips and all that stuff was." So at the end of the shift, there was like 2 big full totes full of chips, and I looked at somebody. I was like, "You want these?" They said they have to go, so I just took a trash bag, dumped the chips in the trash bag, and took the chips home because they were gonna get thrown away anyway. So this is gonna go in the trash. Might as well go into somebody's mouth instead. It's just like,
all right.
It's understanding what you have and the people you're working with. They're making minimum wage. And half of them are barely making enough to survive.
Yeah.
Lord, I have seen what you've done for others.
Who gives a fuck if you eat a burrito?
In the back of house one day, I decided to bring in the AKA Miracle Pill, so you could flavor trip, right?
Yeah.
Basically flipping people's taste buds, right? You've all seen this, right? And I get the executive chef, like the head chef there, right? He was having fun with it, right? So it's the first 5 minutes. It's funny to him, right? 15 minutes in, he pulls a knife going like, when does this stop? This needs to stop. Just like got this knife at me. Like, if this is permanent.
I will end you.
Because he's right. I did kind of like mess with your taste buds.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't go back.
When you're a chef, it's kind of screwed.
I have effed your life.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fun time, like, dude, just relax. It eventually will go away, but for right now, you cannot trust your taste buds.
Since we're talking about stories like that,
he was drinking. By the way, while he was doing this, he was drinking Hosen sauce. And if you know what Hosen sauce is, you should not be drinking.
This is delicious. I don't know why. This is terrible. I hate everything. The location I worked, there were definitely some employees that should not have been employees. There was one guy who was
Paul.
No. Trust me. Who was favored by the GM at the store because the GM was an addict, and he kind of supplied most of the time. So
never get high on your own supply.
So this guy comes in, and he comes in like drunk, but he gets the work done. And this man is like fucked up, and he's like, "Man, I love doing all going out, and no one wants to fuck with me. You want to know why?" And he reaches into his bag and pulls out a railroad spike that he had turned into a shiv. He's like, "Because anybody fucks with me, I can stab him with this, and they can never track it back to me." And I'm just like, "Cool guy, cool dude." And I was like, "Cool." Note to self: let him do what he needs to do, because I'm not getting stabbed because of this motherfucker.
Yeah. Don't get stabbed for that guy. Yeah.
And I was like, cool. Fuck that. So, yeah, there's definitely some experiences.
That's good.
Where,
yeah. Right.
Reinhold,
is that not the Jewish thing that you have queued up? Do you want to play that? I just want to make sure that's not the Jewish thing.
You're muted, Reinhold.
Okay, so it's clearly the Jewish thing. He's muted.
That's actually.
Oh, it's something else.
I'm off tab right now. I just got it queued up for later. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
I was going to bring up a picture.
I noticed you
I was going to bring up a
like,
picture of me and John Waters taking at Days of the Dead, but I can't find it right now.
What? Hold on. You hooking up with John Waters?
Yeah, I had a picture taken with him. He yelled at Heather.
All right. What happened?
So we stood in line to get pictures taken with John Waters, both Heather and myself. And while I was getting my picture taken while I was sitting there with him and we are going to get my picture taken, he we were supposed to wait till he was ready to take the picture, and Heather's there taking a picture with him sitting down or whatever, and he got mad at her and yelled at her because he was getting his bald spot on the camera and started yelling at her. And she's just like, I got yelled at by John Waters. Oh my God, it's great.
It's freaking awesome. Yeah, that is okay. All right. I would that. All right, that sounds okay. All right. You guys can get back there.
I'll have to find that picture and show you later. I also got a picture. I also I got a picture with the voice of the crypt keeper. If you know who he is.
Yes. Yeah.
John, what's his name? he's a real. I really liked him. I saw him when I was younger as a comedian, doing voices and stuff. It was really funny.
Yeah.
So I thought to talk to him, and told him that I saw him in a video show back in like 19. It was called Video 2000 or something like that. And he goes, "Oh my God!" And he couldn't believe somebody knew him from that. So him and I talked for like 15 minutes, and he's telling me stories and stuff. I was just like, "Oh, this is so cool."
You ain't gonna believe this.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
All right. So this is like a piece of like Biggie Small history, like most people don't understand, which to me rings true because of like DevCom talk when someone goes like did the 10 commandments of hacking. This is not the song. This is what 10 crack commandments. Basically, someone took the 10 crack commandments. Like this is the 10 commandments of hacking. It's like this song always like resonates to me because like it goes back to that DevCon talk of like like I don't care how much you don't hack. Like I don't care how much it was offered. You never hack where you live. You know. Which, like, I talk to people, it's like I have places marked on it. Allegedly, I have places marked on a map that if I was to hack things in Minecraft,
there it is,
where I would go anonymously or have gone or burnt that IP address if I was to do that thing. It's burnt, like you can never go back there to do thing because you fail your OSINT. The main reason, like most people fail your OSINT, is because you didn't track your own patterns and you recreated a pattern. It's really okay to hold on your own pattern, to know that you're knowing a pattern, so you prevent yourself from doing a pattern. So
I know one of them's Paul's house. It's okay.
I have not hacked at Paul's house. It's actually
allegedly
the whole. I will say
Harry's not allowed on my network.
The whole license plate reader makes it a little more difficult to go places because you can't use your car to your first places. So you have to use like a bike or transport to get around these cameras, which a lot of the cameras are things that they're marked, so you can get around them, and especially if you know what to do. Anyways, that's just going there. Really want to know how to get online. Offset, I can tell you how, but I will tell you offline. I will never tell you like this. This is because this medium is terrible for that.
No, but it's meat space conversation.
Oh yeah, it's complete meat space, especially if you get me drunk at PorkFest, which I'm not going to go to PorkFest in 2023. I went to PorkFest in 2022. I loved going back to PorkFest, but it is a different PorkFest. And I'm not going back in 2023. It is I am very upset at the amount of Mises Caucus stuff at PorkFest because I felt it put a very separation on what PorkFest is and the amount of GOP Republican support of political candidates at PorkFest. To me, PorkFest used to be anarchy summer camp, and it felt like GOP co-op AstroTurf bullcrap shit. And I'm good. I'm fucking good. I'm not going back. Sorry. If you find it had different experience with PorkFest and you had fun, go ahead. But I'm saying my experience. AstroTurf is fuck.
10 crack commandments. Wow.
Classic.
You can't tell me nothing about this code. Can't tell me nothing about this crack. It's
Never
weed and
listen
my
to this.
hustling niggas.
It is like pure magic.
Niggas on the corner. I ain't forget you niggas. My triple B niggas.
I've heard it. Possibly says the N-word a lot. Okay. Like a little bit. Like a little N-word.
I think if you're gonna keep playing it, you had to remove the other two from the thing, and only half of mine.
I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to the shit. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get.
Which, like I said, like when the DEF CON talk came out, it's like, yeah, you have to like you got your rules that you keep yourself by. Like one of the rules, like which is hard for me to ever get online and use like some of my handles, is because I can't get enough people around me to use Tor. So like, just some groups just think I'm just like either I'm dead or I'm arrested, because it's like there's not enough people around me that use Tor. And if I go to a bigger city that uses Tor, like I've used my credit card to get here. I can't just like whoop just get online. Like, okay, because I just fucked up my OSET, right?
Right.
So fuck, I can't do that, and so like the last few times, like I have, which was easier back in the day, because I could use cash with a rental car and get somewhere, and they didn't have like all the license plate readers and stuff like that. You could get somewhere, but like I said, your OPSEC is like when you're dealing with that, it's got to be paramount.
The game on track, not your wig pushed back. Rule number uno, never let no one know how much dough you hold, cause the try to breed jealousy, especially if that man fucked up. Get your ass stuck up. Number 2.
Okay, so like that first crack amendment, never let someone know how much you have, because shit could get some green eye jealousy on your shit and will fuck you up.
I didn't know we were going to go commandment by commandment breakdown.
We're gonna go commandment.
And state go. Yeah, he's right. Just do what he says.
Breakdown, okay.
It's not even a breakdown. You just literally said his exact same thing in different words.
Commandment.
It wasn't even a break. It wasn't even. You didn't even change the way you said it. You said it in the exact same order.
What's the problem? I'm just saying that if someone knows how much you have or what you have, they could get jealous. Okay.
Yes, right? Obviously.
Yeah. So, you try not to let someone know what you have in your bag or what scripts or what you have.
Never let them know your next move. Don't you know bad boys move in silence and violence? Take it from your highness. I done squeeze mad clips at these cats for they bricks and chips. Number 3.
So, all right. So, number 2. Okay. You basically like really try to, obfuscate and this
is a meme, and I cannot abide by this meme because it honestly feels like the meme is that you're memeing on Reinhold by giving him his React content by you literally just stating the words of the song in a different way every time.
I didn't know what the problem is.
It feels like you're just purposely memeing right now. And it's 1:00 in the morning.
You have stated nothing but facts, and
I know I have, and it's hurtful that I stated facts.
Going back to the video now.
Never trust nobody. Your mama set that ass up properly gassed up, hoodie the masked up. For that fast buck, she be laying in the bushes to light that ass up. Number 4.
All right, so yeah. You don't trust nobody, okay? All right. Trust no one, okay? Like, I don't even trust Paul all the way, okay? All right? Because personally, like, I think Paul, when he's walking around, I think he's wearing BVDs, not boxers, and you can't trust anyone wearing BVDs, okay? All right.
Know you heard this before. Never get high on your own supply. Number 5.
See, yeah, and that's the pinnacle. If you don't listen to any of these rules, that one's you want to listen to. Never get high on your own supply. Okay. All right. Okay.
God damn it. Fucking, I did not
Never sell no crack where you rest
participate in
at.
this
I
drill.
don't care if they want an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6.
All right. So like number 5, very important. Never shit where you live. And this is that's the top tier OPSEC shit right there. Never hack at home. Never do shit where you live. Do not shit where you live. Okay. When it comes to doing stuff, never do it where you live. No matter how good your Tor is, your VPN is, if you're doing something bad, never do it at home. Okay. All right. Don't do it at home. Just like this thing says. Like now, this is dealing with drug dealing. Never drug deal at home. Yes. Never do it at home because you live there. You can be tracked there. Do not do it there. Yeah. Vincent, are you okay?
I did not consent to this troll here. I am not in the right mental state to participate and fully enjoy this.
Do you have pants on? Do you have pants on?
Obviously, I have pants on.
All right, then you consented. All right, let's keep going.
That is not true.
That goddamn credit.
No means no.
Crackhead paying you back. Shit, forget it. 7.
All right, so yeah, no one pays on credit. Crackheads not paying you back. Anyone's feeding enough your stuff, they ain't paying you back. I think in the motor world of Jay-Z, in God We Trust, other people pay cash. Okay, right? No, it was Jay-Z. Who's that? Yeah, that was R. Kelly. Oops, man, that up.
Oh well, that's even worse. I don't think you want to talk about that one.
That's the context. But anyways, like remember, in God We Trust.
Are you going to listen to I Admit It next? Is that what it is, Harry?
That's hour 2.
This rule is so underrated. Keep your family and business completely separated. Money and blood don't mix like 2 dicks and no bitch. Find yourself in serious shit. Number 8.
All right, so yeah, you just don't do like business with family. Okay, all right, you just don't do it. It's bad news. Basically because like you believe, like family gets you to drop your OPSEC, so you just don't do it. You don't do it. It is a weakness. Don't do it. Vincent, do you have some comments? It is
I'm done.
Well, it's also the thing, like, so like there's stuff I do. I will admit, there's stuff I do, and I keep that from Vincent because the last thing I want is Vincent to even know any bit of it. Now, granted, I know that they can wet noodle Vincent, and I will probably give up some things, because I can't see Vincent hurt, because he would feel bad. Now, I know that if they try to torture Paul, that like nothing out of Paul, and honestly, they will.
He'll giggle a little bit inside.
Oh no! Paul will giggle a little bit aside as they kill him because they're frustrated with Paul.
Oh no! You see, it's not on the inside. You laugh, you giggle on the outside because that'll fucking haunt them.
See, Harry. See, you have it all wrong. See, they torture me. I just give in and let them keep torturing me, because if they kill me, then that means the suffering ends.
Yes,
and that's not how my life is.
It's like Bill Murray in Little Shop of Horrors.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, please. Steve Martin's trying to dentist him.
That's something at the dentist, anyways.
Never keep no weight on you. Them cats that squeeze your guns can hold jumps too. Number 9.
All right, so this one is also big too. Is if you use a machine for hacking or anything like that, don't hold it anywhere near you. Don't have it on you. Like don't hold the whole weight on you. So like if you're dealing in crack or cocaine, like that, you don't hold it. Get rid of it. put it somewhere else. Only touch it when you need to. So like my mate, if I had a machine that I would doing things on, dude, it's nowhere near me. I have to go get it. I would have to go get this thing if I did this thing, right? I have to go pick it up and go do that thing. And then when I'm done with the thing, I'm away from the thing. If I did said thing.
I should have been number one to me. If you ain't getting back, stay the fuck with police. If niggas think you're snitching, they ain't trying to listen. They be sitting in your kitchen, waiting to start hitting number 10.
Yeah. Granted, so if people with shiny shoes show up at your house, everything you do is burnt. Understand that everyone you ever talk to, they're burned. Let them know that you've been burned, right? I've contacted like several different people on my IRC a couple of times, and all they did was reply back with a fire emoji and then blocked me. I was like, okay, they've been burned. They're burned. That thing has been burned. I can never go back there. Hey, what's up? Burned. Or like you kind of like subtly let someone be burned, like when you get a I think like a message and you kind of look at it like this kind of looks like this entire message looks like a flame like ASCII flame, but it's a message. They've been burned. Subtle things like that, like people try to get off like, hey,
Harry, you didn't have to spend the last 20 minutes building up to telling people to watch Burn Notice, okay? I get it. We get it. We understand.
Okay, you should watch Burn Notice, but like, you should watch. I love Burn Notice a little bit because Bruce Campbell, and you get Bruce Campbell, and you get a Cagney and Lacey reunion. Okay, come on. The only time you get a cool reunion is still Smallville, and you get a Dukes of Hazzard reunion, which come on, you never expected you're gonna get a Dukes of Hazzard reunion when you watch a Smallville. Okay, you guys have never watched Smallville.
Notice was excellent.
No, we talked about this. We literally talked about this when we talked about the superhero movies.
I know, but look at Rhino's like, I didn't watch Smallville.
I know, but you talked about the reunion.
Dukes of Hazzard, yeah.
Dukes of Hazzard
that exact thing we talked about.
Mm-hmm. All right. I'm not gonna have this rudeness in my court, and I will.
That's what you pay me for.
Sent in the ranks.
You know what?
This is legitimately.
I have a sent in. Yeah, I have to sent in the ranks, and I'm not going to take that. Okay. All right. Granted, I can't attack Vincent because he has gesture privileges, but you, Reinhold, I can attack you. Okay.
Is that gesture privileges?
I'm always attacked. It's okay.
Yeah.
That's how I live my life.
Yeah. You take that.
It's fine. I'll hold that L close to my heart. It's fine.
A strong word called consignment, strictly for live men, not for freshmen. If you ain't got the clientele, say hell no, because they gonna want their money, rain, sleet, hell, snow. Follow these rules, you'll have mad bread to break up.
Okay, so the 10th rule, right? Saying if you don't have the clientele to do things, don't take the job. So if you can't do it, don't do it. Like I said, amazing rule set by great prophet and wise man, the late Biggie Smalls. So yeah.
I got pictures for you to look at. I found them.
All right, that's it. But I wish I could find I recommend listen to the DEFCON talk of the 10 Commandments, but like for OSENT, or OPSEC to keep your operational security, especially in these trying times. It's it still holds up. So.
That was a masterclass in trolling, Harry. I will give it to you.
It's not trolling. I'm trying to give information out to teach which sucks is like I don't have a younger generation to pass on any techniques to, because it's always evolving and I'm always learning new things, and it's so hard. It's incredibly hard to get online anymore anonymously anymore.
So what you're saying is that I shouldn't have connected my my coin wallet to my IP address?
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Well, I only hold money in hot wallets. Is that what I'm supposed to do?
like sometimes like I talk to like people in the crypto space and like I expect them to like, oh yeah, I also have an air gapped wallet, and they look at me like that seems complicated. I'm just gonna be like, if you think an air gap wallet is complicated, then you should not be out of crypto. You should not be in this stuff. It is not for you. Stay in USD.
But I put hundreds of thousands of dollars into a Bitcoin, but I only have like a half of one. Is that how this works?
Oh god damn it!
But it's okay. I have 3 Bored Ape NFTs.
No.
So, one question I did have, Harry. What is the proper method for storage of a crypto wallet hard drive?
All right, so like if you wanted to like store crypto wallet, I recommend the 3-2-1 method of backup. So that goes with all data. Literally, like 3-2-1.
I really expected when he finished counting down for me to be disconnected.
He probably now you can't do it because you thought of it first.
Oh man, I know. Like, all right, so so 3-2-1 is basically like, so you want basically 3 different backups, 3 bricks, 1 production, so 1 that you're using, and 2 backups, and you want 2 different medium types. So if it's on a hard drive, right, like it's spinning mechanical disk, then you want solid state, or a flash drive, you want something else like that, and then 1 you want offsite. You know, so out of your 3 backups that you have, and that's with all your data, right? So I don't care like where it's at. Like, this is up to you. Like, so if you have your mom, right? Let's say your mom lives in Florida, right? Pay for her internet access and put a NAS there, right? 3-2-1 backup at her house, right? Like, hey, I'm gonna pay for internet access as long as this little stupid box sits here online. UPS sits up here, right here. You know, visit your mom, say hi to your mom, and you can back up your wallets right there. Secure the NAS. You know, everything be positive. It's good. Be fine. You know, but you know, you have to be able to back up yourself. And like I recommend the 3-2-1. So like you have 3 different, like you know, 1 production, one piece that you're actually using, and 2 different backups, and you want them separated by medium types. You know, so if one's on spinning disk or one's on a flash drive, put something on something else. And honestly, Blu-ray disc burners, woo, super cheap right now. You can easily get Blu-ray disc and sit there in Blu-ray disc and take this thing offline and throw it in a wallet.
So let's say hypothetically you had a hard drive that had a bunch of Dogecoin when it hit its peak, and
all right. So you 3-2-1.
3-2-1, and he's gone. Yeah.
So you just 3-2-1 it, and you just make sure you ensure access to everything every time. You
know. Oh man, that's even better.
Yeah. Anyway, so 3-2-1 allows everything to be synced, so you can always find everything,
except when you can't.
Anyway, so that keeps it. Got it like offsite, everything everywhere. It's perfectly fine. All right. It's great.
Even cloud.
Yep. All right. So cloud is a backup. You could use cloud as a backup and make sure it is an actual backup, not production. A lot of people mess up when using cloud, that they use like a cloud provider and it is production, not a backup, or it's not considered to that cloud provider as a backup.
You need a cold storage.
Yeah, cold storage, or it's separate. or that you actually pay for backup services to this thing, or it's somewhere different. Like,
Yeah,
so if you're
it's
in
your
AWS, your backup should not be in AWS. Okay, I'm going to say this out loud. I don't care who the f you are. If you're a cloud storage, everything that you do for production is in AWS, then your shit should get. I don't care. Like, oh, I'm in a different region. All right, cool, bro. Cool story, bro. Your backup should be somewhere else. Encrypt it, throw it in Azure, Linode, DigitalOcean. I don't care, like a flash drive. Get it out of AWS. Because like if AWS goes down, oh, you backed up to AWS and everything's in AWS. Dude, you're done. You're gone. You're done. You're done. You're done. If everything's in, that's why I look I get accused sometimes having a hard on for Blu-ray disc, but I'm telling you right now, a Blu-ray disc burner in a server, burn your Blu-ray disc to a freaking disc. Oh, cool! I have my backups to a Blu-ray disc. Sits here in a sleeve. Cool. It's right here. I heard anybody. It's in a $20 DVD sleeve. It's cool, bro. I'll have 100 of them. I don't care. I don't care. That backup there means more to me than anything else. Because like you can get these massive DVD sleeves, right, and just hold backups of drives, right. So you can get these massive things, right, and hold just backups of these things, right. And I don't understand why people don't do it. I don't get it. I was like,
how long do you think an episode has to be before Spangle just refuses to upload it?
I don't know.
Because we're reaching the 5.5 hour mark right now.
So
he's uploaded 6 before.
I honestly think will be the only episode we will get Reinhold to the stream house on a Friday for a long one is when we get him to commit to a 24-hour episode, which I know it's going to be hard for Reinhold, but I feel if we can commit him to a 24-hour episode, we'll get the bed set up for Reinhold so he can lay down and do a 24-hour stream. It'll be great.
Had to have some gaming in there. It's the only way it's going to go. Yeah.
Oh no, there's no way we can just sit here and just talk for 24 hours. We'll have to game a little.
I'm surprised we haven't started playing Paladins already.
I'm disappointed.
Honestly, James just never came back.
He just never came back.
He does that. He just like, hey, I'm gonna step out. I'm gonna go buy some cigarettes, and then disappears.
Harry just hears a knock on his door, and Niecy drove all the way to his house for no reason.
Won't be the first time.
I know it would.
Hey kids, I'm gonna take away your computer and your Roblox if you don't stop fighting with each other.
Yeah. Hopefully, we'll get the internet at the stream house, and we get Miranda. Like Miranda needed to show up this episode, which I get, understand she's probably just trying to figure out how to get everything set up at her house, and I get that. So I hopefully get us up there. The other thing I want to do is probably reach out and go to Boss Hog Liberty. I really feel like if we do a good invasion episode of Boss Hog Liberty, we invade their studio, which should be fun. Harder for Reinhold, which is like a 2-hour drive for Reinhold. Maybe we just have Reinhold remote in when Vincent and I invade the
I just have a TV that go around my neck like Flavor Flav's clock. Just the TV
with
Reinhold's face on
Reinhold. Yeah. We should make an avatar to Reinhold. We should just get someone to make a paper mache rhinoceros, right?
With the eyes you can see out of and the mouth moves.
Yeah. Put a webcam right.
And then we take it one step further by having him inside of it. And then at the end of the program, he bursts forth from himself.
All right. So
Trojan Reinhold.
See. Are you guys getting along in the tooth? You guys want me to end it?
We can end it. I got a couple pictures you'll like, but because
Okay,
I told
all
you
right.
about John Waters, but I didn't tell you about the other person that was there.
Okay, all right. I want to know about that. Let me go pee. I'll come back. We'll wrap this thing up. But you guys start wrapping this thing up. Let's start with Paul. You guys go around the room, wrap this thing up while I go pee. I'll be right back.
Hey,
I
Paul,
mean, at
wrap
this
this
point,
thing up.
I don't know what to add because we better well have covered everything we need.
Just slowly taking about us and going
That son
on.
of a bitch is just like, I don't know what's going wrong with him. Like, we're trying to do a show here, and he's just like not trying to do a show. So let's you try that again, sir. We're trying to do a show. We're trying to do a show, and you give us energy that we need. Okay, I want pop. I want pop. I want
Sizzle.
I want sizzle. Yes. I want sizzle. I want energy. Okay, all right.
Okay.
Make it happy. Make it snappy.
Okay, so honestly, I am just waiting for the next media episode so that I can complain the entire time it's happening. This MFR right here, this SOB right here inflicted actual psychic damage on me. I was lethargic for 3 days.
It was a hate crime. Just to say it.
No, because it wasn't racially motivated.
No, it was just sharing pain.
I have never experienced an anime series that made me hate existence in quite the same way that Vincent Cooper managed. Like, I've watched bad anime. I've watched anime that was stupid. This was a level of mental anguish. I'm fairly certain that if I had let loose the tirade of profanity when they reminded me that no, there's not 4 episodes left, there's 5.
And then we ended up watching 6.
And yeah, that 6th episode, mother.
That made it way worse that I didn't want to watch, but Zekri insisted.
Oh no, we gotta watch the OVA.
He insisted. He won't be on the media episode, but this is his vision.
The media episode I am waiting for because like Reinhold can go do whatever he wants. Harry's questionable. Like, I need to list every single Gundam episode and tell you how it's significant to, like, whatever. No, what you did was a lasting impact of my life.
So that's on your list of media that shaped you.
Right?
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
No, it's like, geez. I was preemptively struggling for 33 years with suicidal ideation because I was going to run into that.
Old life led up to that moment.
Oh my god. Oh, I told you, Reinhold. I told you that it was going to be trash. I said it every episode. I said it every episode.
Like, okay, and Zekri out there in the wild has forced me to sit through, I'd say about half of Sword Art Online at this point, and that's
good.
That's a bad anime. Like, the plot is bad, the writing is bad, animation's actually pretty good. At least with Sword Art, I can sit through it and say, if you take this part and if you had actually built up to that. No, there is no building up to this. What it is I am going to become an elected official, a representative of the United States, just to get future diaries added to the list of Geneva war crimes.
Oh my god. Oh god. This is why we need to do the media episode.
Yeah, Harry, you need
as I stated, it's gonna be me roasting the series. And as you heard Paul state that he openly despises me now for making him watch it.
Oh no, the revenge is coming. Like
Oh my god, my friend just said like I actually enjoyed the Cap live action Cowboy Bebop.
Oh my god, tell them that their taste in live action is trash.
Harry, I can see you struggling with that. Send them a link to Future Diaries.
Oh my god, I have burned Paul in a way that I did not expect would happen after that.
I reconsidered 33 years of sobriety.
Harry, did you hear that?
What?
I almost got Paul to drink.
Wow.
That's how bad it was.
I have no idea, but okay. All right. I must actually hit the
it was echoing so loud.
Yeah. I laughed and like dropped the keyboard.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, but
so yeah, Paul said he was thinking about considering drinking because of how bad it was.
Into a blackened stupor so that it would end. All right. And now that I've buried the lead on the upcoming media episode.
Yeah. He has thoroughly put it.
No, I just meant to say I'm looking forward to it, but all of that just spilled out, and I'm sorry. But not as sorry as Vincent should be.
Jesus.
I'm not sorry. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I'm not sorry.
And that's why we're friends.
So yeah, did you get it all off your chest, Paul?
It felt cathartic because I know I'm not Okay. I know I'm not invited to the media episode, so
yeah.
So this was my way of having my voice heard.
You definitely are not invited.
Anyways, I'm giving Harry every opportunity to say, now it's the next person's turn because I've run out of rant.
Fine. Is that what you want? Fine. Vincent, go.
Oh my god. So yeah, whenever we do the media episode, it's gonna be great.
And now you get the Paul treatment. Anyways, this is the better treatment for you. And so now you know all the pain that you inducted onto Paul, we're gonna do to you. And because you hurt Paul, and I love Paul, and you hurt Paul. And now, as much as I love that Paul is hurt, I also love you. So I'm bringing you back.
No. That is nothing. Trust me, when I start talking about the terrible bullshit in this series, the reason he was so hateful and spiteful because of how bad it is. We'll get there. I told you, most of my media episode is going to be me roasting the shit out of this anime. It was trash when I put it on. I knew it was trash. It was more trash than I remembered. So it's going to be a fun episode. Well, you guys actually talk about things that actually made you guys better people.
I just want 13 hours of my life and the ability to purge that from my memory.
We spent so long watching it, too. It was so long.
13 hours.
I know. Oh, God. Zikri still defended the Japanese version.
To be fair, when pressed on it, he admitted it was the difference between a 2 and a 3.
Yeah. But it's not much better. So yeah, the media episode
at the same time, it's 50% better.
Yeah. The media episode is gonna be fun. Don't watch Future Diary. Watch something good instead. Go watch Execution and Her Way of Life. That's a good show. Do that instead of watching that terrible trash. We've been going on for quite a while, and I'm excited to see how things go forward into the new year, since we have a rhythm and a pattern down. and with every Monday doing our low-key wall. So it's going to be interesting to see what we decide to do after we have the consistency of the media episodes done and over with. And if we decide to do any other projects or any other concepts or ideas. So that's me.
Okay. All right. That's fine. That's fine. All right. Reynold.
So I'm a little disappointed. We're not going to go another 6-7 hours, but we can do this. This will be fun. We'll save it for later. We'll save some energy. We'll come back strong. Are we doing Monday night this week?
Yes.
I actually have that Monday off, so yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. I have Tuesday off, so we'll be good. Looking forward to it. We'll take some of this and just drive it into that.
Is that all you have, Reynold?
I think that's all I have. I got stuff to share with you, but you don't want to share it, so that's fine.
Yes, we will view your 6 minutes of hate crime later.
There's just some pictures I wanted that Harry thought he might want to see.
That's fine. All right.
We'll get later.
So that just leaves me. So as I end this episode with the peanut gallery, which you guys are mic sure still on, I expect you guys to either boo, clap, give commentary as I close this episode out. So feel free to boo, clap, or say commentary. I'm just gonna keep going. I had a lot of fun this episode. I really looked forward to having doing these episodes at the Stream House in 2023. I do have these blast. Honestly, I really wish we would do sometimes in my heart of hearts. I really wish we stopped doing the every Monday night streams and just do this once a month. It's so much easier to do. I think I would have a lot more fun doing that, but
we can talk about it once we finish my goddamn project.
Wow, I really should have muted mics, huh? Anyway, so so like the idea of like Monday night stream and just do this on random Fridays, it'd be a lot of fun. Just abandon everything, okay? But like I don't know.
We have to finish the media because we can't have Paul suffer for nothing.
Oh, we're gonna have Paul suffer for nothing and everything all at once. And everything. But we will definitely finish the media thing. I think this time might be the time we will do the I don't know. I really feel that we should probably do the honorable mentions before the last two episodes. I don't know. I'm just trying to feel Paul's pain.
Oh, we can watch it, Harry. I mean, you said you want to stay up. We can stay up and watch a couple episodes tonight if you want.
Harry, you want to feel my pain?
No.
Yes, I insist.
Paul, I have pain. I have pain.
You can explain to me how a throwing dart was able to pierce an entire cell phone.
I have pain. Anyways, so I look forward for what we do in 2023, just with Stream House and doing these episodes on Friday nights. Now, I think it'd be even more special if we coordinate with Reinhold, because it'll probably be a Saturday that we don't do the main podcast, so he's not coming down and then going home and then coming down. So like we'll try to get it coordinated and stuff like that. I think it'll be a lot of fun. I think especially when we're all together, to be able to share videos, do a lot of planning together. But if you have listened this long in an episode, by the way, I will say this: if you listen this long, you're a true fan, and thank you. You could listen to anything else in the world, but decided to listen to this, and I love you. This is amazing. Thank you for listening to this episode. I hope you got something out of it. I hope you entertained from this. Listen, remember, this is a live show. I want to do live content. I love doing live content. I want more live content. I want you in the chat room interacting with us as we do this. So come hang out on Twitch or YouTube and interact with us. You do not have to super chat us like the other people out there in the space to say like, hey, I want to read my chat off. You don't have to super chat us. Go ahead and message us. If it's not something we find abhorrent, we're probably going to read it on air, especially if it's in with line, like with like the chat. You know, sometimes we don't because Reinhold or Vincent is just like, lack of better. They're ranting, they rant.
Nerding out.
But they rant. Reinhold and Vincent does this thing where they keep talking and make sure there's no space. Paul doesn't do that. That's why I like having Bruce Paul all the time. He does not do that. He's so much better than those two. I love him better than those two. He's so much better.
I would talk for hours to nothing.
I don't have favorites, but Paul's my favorite.
I mean, he has to be your favorite. How much of a punching bag he is for you?
He's not a punching bag. He's not a punching bag.
He changed his name to Squirrely Dan, and he didn't even realize that you did.
Oh no, I realized. I'm like this. Whatever. I can change it.
Not punching bag. Anyways. Thank you for listening to this far in this episode. I look forward to the cool things we get to do in 2023. Hope you had a great Christmas and a happy New Year. Bye, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the long one. Say bye, everyone. Say goodbye. Say goodbye.
Bye.
Everyone.
You say goodbye. I should bring everyone else so we can wave. Wave out. Wave out. Wave. Wave. You will wave.
Never.
We're going to sit here.
The man who can't help but shuffle cards can't figure out what to do with his hands right now.
We will sit here until he waves.
I don't know what to do with my hands. It's
Just
fine.
Wave.
It's fine. We'll sit here. We'll sit here for hours.
Just wave.
Not happening.
Did he turn his camera off? Wow. Talk about someone who's light in the loafers. All right. Sorry. Yeah, we're good. So clearly Vincent is light in the loafers department because he can't not wave. Bye, everybody.